part. Because, like Rahul said, Arvind Kejriwal is AAP. I think the big difference between I take the point which Smita was making about the Mamta example. However, I think the big difference between Bengal and Delhi is, Bengal there is also a very strong regional identity and Mamta embodies that. In Delhi, you don't have a regional identity of that kind. There's no sub-ethnic identity in Delhi of that kind, right? So, Delhi is a very specific movement of the middle class, movement of a certain kind of politics. And if Kejriwal loses, that means his primary USP, which was this image of cleanliness, all of that gets dented, and he loses political power. This is a party that has never been out of political power since it was formed.
And don't forget, the AAP could implode. It could begin splintering. People could begin to quit. People will challenge for the leadership.
And in Punjab, the AAP is also become a regional party with turncoats from everybody else over there. They don't have necessarily the kind of allegiance to Kejriwal as people in Delhi have. So,
neither do they have national ambitions. They are very happy being a regional Punjab party. They will say, you know what, we are on our own, thank you, bye-bye.
You have the Simranjit Singh Badal man, you could have the AAP man. You never know.
2 points which I want to make.
4 seats and all from Punjab.
So they have national ambition. I don't believe that Aam Aadmi Party lacks that ambition. In fact, it's the reason why it's been the fastest growth that you have seen of any political party.
So one more seat, Vishwas Nagar, the BJP is leading there. Again, this is all East Delhi seats. Patparganj, like I said, Mr. Sisodia's old seat, there the BJP is leading. You also have one more seat, Shahadra in East Delhi. Again, the Aam Aadmi Party there leading. One more seat we have in West Delhi from Palam, Kuldeep Solanki of the BJP is leading. So the BJP used to be a West Delhi party. Now they seem to be getting their sort of mojo back in West Delhi. From Sadar Bazaar, Manoj Kumar Jindal of the BJP leading. Again, Sadar Bazaar in Old Delhi. In Chandni Chowk, the BJP candidate is leading. So 2 constituencies in Old Delhi, we know the leads for, both of which the BJP candidate seems to be leading. So it is 18-8. More results for the BJP from Rithala in North Delhi. The BJP candidate leading there from Rohini, which is where Vijinder Gupta is leading from. So in North Delhi, in West Delhi, again in South Delhi, now from Bijwasan, Kailash Gehlot, who used to be the AAP minister, the transport minister, changed parties, joined the BJP. Kailash Gehlot is leading from Bijwasan in Outer Delhi. So clearly...
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Because it shows that there is therefore some sort of sentiment, pro-BJP sentiment. I just want to know...
Not just pro-BJP, there's an anti-AAP sentiment. If a Kailash Gehlot,
pro-BJP or anti-AAP.
This kind of map we haven't seen for the BJP in 28 years.
So Zach, I just wanted to ask you on that point, the Prime Minister focused on 3 or 4 areas. How are those seats doing? Because he made a very emotional...
RK Puram, for example, where his last rally was, the BJP candidate is leading from there.
20
Anil Kumar
leads
Sharma.
for BJP. First time ever, 20 leads for the BJP in about
most of
a
it
decade.
coming from North Delhi. Sultanpur, Majra, the BJP candidate Karan Singh Sharma is leading. Mangolpuri, the BJP candidate is leading. In Rithala, the BJP candidate is leading. Couple of seats from Bhavana, the AAP candidate is leading. And from, of course... Kirari, again, the AAP candidate is leading. So BJP opening seats in Northwest Delhi, it's quite significant because they didn't have these seats before.
And the high turnout areas, right? These were the high turnout.
From Balimaran, the AAP candidate is leading. So in the 3 seats in Old Delhi, we have 1 for the AAP and 2, Sadar Bazaar and Chandni Chowk, going to the BJP.
I might make a point here. What's interesting in this is, what our data hub is showing is that compared to Lok Sabha 2024, which is when BJP won 54% of the vote, BJP is up even from that in these seats by 10 seats.
By 10 seats.
So, so if this trend holds, and we don't know if it will hold, in the seats that we have trends for, BJP is doing even better than what it did in the Lok Sabha. That's quite something.
No, Rahul, I was just saying, there's a difference between pro-BJP and anti-AAP. Because in Punjab, it was not a pro-AAP wave. It was an anti-Rivaiti parties that saw the AAP sweep the Punjab elections. So if this time around, it need not necessarily, because there will be people who would say that I am not going to give to AAP, so I will give to BJP. It's not because I want to give to the BJP.
Well, it's an interesting one.
That thought process,
and of course, the margins will tell us, the overall result will tell us.
21-10 right now.
I just want to make one small point, and if you think about it, the BJP has actually played a local campaign this time. They didn't go into the national issue. There was no polarization. There was no, no one coming out making those speeches that sort of were off color as in the past. But yes, significantly right now, it seems that the Muslim vote is not moving from the AAP. So in some seats where the Muslim vote will perhaps have an impact, may stick with the AAP, but generally the trend 17 plus, 32, the conversion rate, just look at the conversion rate.
It's also a possibility that the Muslim voter may not have come out and voted in big numbers this time. They would have steered clear saying, I may not want to vote for any of the other parties, but I don't want to vote for you either.
But the turnout
they may also have decided not.
Constituencies have been higher.
But
because Zafrabad and all of that
by default.
All right, we have more from Wazirpur. From Wazirpur, Poonam Sharma of the BJP is leading. Rajesh Gupta of the Aam Aadmi Party is the candidate there for the AAP. So one more result going in favour of the BJP. This is Poonam Sharma. Ragini Nayak of the Congress is also fighting from that seat. We have more. Like I said, BJP is winning in pockets where it has never won before, certainly not in the last 3 decades. It's winning in Old Delhi, it's winning in West Delhi. For example, the Rajouri Garden seat, Mr. Sirsa is leading there. Neighbouring seat of Moti Nagar, Harish Khurana is leading. The seat of Patel Nagar, again, the BJP candidate is leading. In Rajendra Nagar, the BJP candidate is leading. So clearly, you know, if pockets of Delhi, areas of Delhi where the BJP never opened its account, we have one more coming in. This is in South Delhi. Just taking a quick look at what that constituency is. From Palam, like I said, the BJP candidate is leading. From Dwarka again, Pradyuman Singh Rajput of the BJP is leading. South, West, Central Delhi, Old Delhi, Northwest Delhi. Even in some parts of East Delhi, which was the AAP stronghold, you've got a couple of seats where the BJP is currently leading in. So 23-10.
Is it now reflecting the Lok Sabha 2024 projection onto the Delhi State Assembly? Is there
still early days.
It's
still early days.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the trends going out because there it said 52 seats for the BJP, isn't it? The Lok Sabha projection.
In the seats we have trends for. The BJP is doing better in those seats than it even did in 2024. However, two interesting trends I want to add something to what Zaka was saying. See, remember we were talking earlier that how AAP's primary vote bank is the Juggi clusters and in the lower strata of economic strata. In the Juggi seats that we have, or the seats with a large Juggi influence, BJP is winning 10-1 right now.
10-1.
If you look at, that's one.
North,
Second is, when you look at the lower income seats, in those ones also, BJP is ahead 7-4. So if there is anything to be made out of this early trend, these two things are very telling if you combine that along with the Lok Sabha projections.
Lok Sabha projections. So going to the live results hub just with the information to our viewers, along with the leads and results on the screen. Keep an eye to the right of, to my right or to your left, to the left of your screens. Because here we'll try and get you all the breakdowns that both Nalin and Zaka are speaking about in terms of the clusters, in terms of the pockets and of course the regions all across the state of Delhi. Yes, Griha.
Okay, we have got 3 more leads. Anand, Seelampur, we have AAP leading. Mustafabad also, Adil Ahmed Khan from Aam Aadmi Party. Srinagar, there is a BJP lead of Tilak Ram Gupta. So these 3, 2 for AAP and BJP 1.
24 and 12. So the BJP twice as much as the AAP
I don't think
as of now.
I know Haryana, whatever.
Yes.
No, don't say that. Don't say that.
Famous,
what are you saying?
last word.
No, Chetan, what is Chetan saying?
I don't think the trend will change.
That's what's going to happen.
That the trend will not change. So that's his gut feel.
Unlikely.
At 8:30, at 8:36,
This is a small.
at 8:36, Chetan Bhagat is saying
Gets counted.
that these trends will hold.
They have
Chetan Bhagat is saying at 8:36 a.m. that these trends will hold. There will not be a Haryana-like flip that's going to happen.
May I add an update here?
Chetan's going to get trolled anyway.
I've just got
right?
an update. After hearing Chetan, they started frying the jalebis.
No, I think the first sip of coffee or the first chip that went in and then that's the gut burst. That's how
How
the
is
gut
it
feel.
likely to change now? I mean, is it all going to turn around and like from 37?
It's only postal ballots so far.
No, I think
just
EVMs would have started. EVMs would have
just
started. 8:30 onwards,
Yeah,
EVMs
5
would
minutes
have
started.
started.
The Election Commission is just reporting its first lead. The Election Commission is reporting one leads right now, officially, where BJP is leading from Vishwas Nagar, Om Prakash Sharma.
So that is also that's already being tracked.
That's already, Vishwas Nagar is already on
That's
the
already
Just very
being tracked.
quickly.
Now here is where I'd like to clarify, and Zaka, you can weigh in on this, that why is it that we are showing you leads on 37 out of 70 when officially the EC is only showing 1? Because at our count, at all the counting centers, News 18 reporters are on ground, and once the number is verified, there is a process that the EC officials have to go through in terms of authentication. But those numbers are out there and our reporters are aware of those numbers, and that's why we are giving you these. In a short while from now, you will see the EC coming to these numbers only with respect to leads. The EC will also come to these numbers in a short while from now. It's the technicalities that we are able to escape and our phones buzz faster, and that's why we are getting you these numbers. So these are the real numbers as of now.
All right, so 24 to the BJP, 12 to the Aam Aadmi Party. So the BJP getting almost twice of what the AAP is getting. But I keep pointing, look at the gains. 19 of those gains have come to the BJP on sitting Aam Aadmi Party seats. 20 losses for the Aam Aadmi Party. So even if you take 62, they are down to 42 already.
24 out of 37, that's a big conversion rate right
now.
For
24 out of 37 is the conversion rate.
But just think about the Congress right now. Just think about the Congress. I know, we've always said that this is going to be a two-horse race, but the Congress not doing very well in Kashmir earlier, out of the equation, Jharkhand junior partner, Maharashtra gone, Haryana blown out of the water. This is not looking like a party that has been able to sustain some of the momentum it picked up in the Lok Sabha. Now, was that an aberration?
No, does this have credibility in the India alliance? Will they have the support to lead the India alliance and be the fulcrum of the India alliance?
He disagrees, so let's hear him.
I disagree. I think if Mr. Kejriwal loses in Delhi, if AAP loses in Delhi, it's a huge opportunity for the Congress. Also, we have to look at the wait and look at the vote share at the end of the day. If Congress actually comes close to 10 or more %, then it's good for Rahul Gandhi.
You think?
Kejriwal
all right,
is
some of the Northeast Delhi seats, Rahul was asking about it. So Gandhinagar, Arvind Singh Lovely, who used to be with the Congress, now with the BJP, he's currently leading in Gandhinagar. Shahadra, Sanjay Goyal of the BJP is leading. In Vishwasnagar, again, the BJP candidate is leading. In Patparganj, again, the BJP candidate is leading. Mr. Kapil Mishra is leading from Karawal Nagar, neighboring constituency of Mustafabad, where they had a sitting BJP MLA. The MLA from Karawal Nagar was changed to Mustafabad. He is trailing. The Aam Aadmi Party candidate is leading in Mustafabad. But I think in Northeast Delhi too, which was the gut of the Aam Aadmi Party, you're seeing a whole bunch of saffron around there. And I think the BJP, across regions, like I said, in Sadar Bazaar, their candidate is leading. In Chandni Chowk, their candidate is leading. In the neighboring constituency of Balimaran, the AAP candidate is leading. So in Old Delhi, 2 seats, 2 pickups for the BJP. In Outer Delhi constituencies, Kailash Gehlot with the AAP, now with the BJP, Jat influence seat. He's leading in Bijwasan. From Palam, again, close to the airport, Mr. Solanki of the BJP is leading. From Dwarka, again, West Delhi, people talk about the expressway and so on, has had an impact. Pradyuman Rajput of the BJP is leading. So in West Delhi, again, BJP running up big numbers. Northwest Delhi, which used to be a weakness for the BJP, Rithala, the BJP candidate is leading. In Mangolpuri, the BJP candidate is leading. Then you have, of course, Rohini, where the Vijender Gupta's traditional seat. He's the sitting MLA from there. Sultanpur Majra, where the BJP has not won in the last 3 elections. Again, a BJP candidate leading. So a whole bunch of seats where the BJP is currently leading, which it has never won in the last 3 election cycles. Again, East Delhi seat, Krishna Nagar, Dr. Anil Goyal of the BJP is leading.
What's that? Just one little pocket in an orange?
So number this is 58? Lakshmi Nagar, where Bibi Tyagi of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Aam Aadmi Party.
Lakshmi Nagar, Bibi Tyagi of the Aam Aadmi
Abhay
Party.
Kumar Varma of the BJP trailing.
Quick update. In Muslim seats where voters are over 30%, Muslim voters are over 30%, the BJP is picking up seats.
Yes, that means
the
Congress
picked up
has
2
had
more
an
seats
effect.
there. And those seats are, at the moment, if these leads are
so
hold,
Chandni Chowk is one of those seats.
And Northwest Delhi,
can I ask you another question?
Also a reserved Dalit seat.
Is there data available? The seats that the AAP changed their candidates on or brought in new people? We can have a look at those.
AAP MLAs, AAP MLAs were dropped in 24 constituencies. Out of those 12, we have results for so far. BJP is picking up 8 out of those 12. Wow. Aam Aadmi Party leading only in 4 out of those 12. 12 so we have data for now. 24 they dropped.
Good enough.
So they are minus 7
there. Is anti-incumbency. Now, whether it's pro-BJP, I don't know. But
that tells you the scale of
there is anti-incumbency. There is an anti-AAP sentiment.
It was deep-seated, it's entrenched.
1.55 Muslim voters, 1.55 crore Muslim voters in this city, and that means 13% of Muslim voters have got splintered. If this is going to hold between the AAP, Congress and BSP, don't forget BSP. Total voters, yeah, total voters. If out of this, AAP is doing so badly from those Muslim-dominated areas, that means there has been an effect of the Congress, the BSP, And I don't know whether AIMIM, because what you are saying is Amanatullah is leading.
He's leading.
So if he's leading, that means again Owaisi doesn't seem to have had
a couple of other names for the AAP. Rakhi Birla, who used to be the speaker, she's leading from Madhipur. Like I said, Shakur Basti, Mr. Jain, he went to jail, he was the health minister, he's leading as well. Saurabh Bharadwaj, we talked about, he's leading in Greater Kailash. Malviya Nagar, Somnath Bharti is leading. So a few of these telegenic AAP faces seem to be leading. From Badarpur, Ram Singh Netaji of the AAP is leading.
Not AK.
What is this 47 dark blue?
That's a BSP candidate, I think. BSP or
Make a point here. We talked about
constituency number 47.
We talked about Anand Zaka. We talked about Muslims.
From Babarpur, Gopal Rai, the transport minister, Babarpur, he's leading. He's expected to be on a strong wicket.
AAP is playing catch up.
In Babarpur, Gopal Rai is leading.
Gopal Rai is leading in Babarpur. But the thing is, AAP is also playing catch up on the leads. BJP is touching 30 leads.
From Devli, what Chetan asked, Devli, Deepak Kumar from the LJP, I think this is part of the NDA alliance, he is leading from
the Purvanchali voters in this area.
So 30, 5 short of majority, 30 is where the BJP is at. Out of 48 seats, this can change, folks. Very early in the day, I don't have my watch, I think it's about 40 minutes into counting, 45 minutes. Yeah, it's about 40 minutes into counting. This can very well change, but the trend seems to be that the BJP is on track for a big win as far as the Delhi Assembly is concerned. It is at 30 right now, 17 to the AAP. 23 of those seats are pick-up seats from sitting MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party. So it's a big leg up for the BJP as far as Delhi is concerned.
Zaka, Anand, can I make a larger point? We talked about Muslim seats. If you talk about the national politics, if we can extrapolate anything at this point, see, one of the things that the BJP went against BJP few months ago in 2024 was the Dalit vote, right? They recovered a lot of that in Haryana and in Maharashtra. We're looking at SC reserved seats in Delhi right now. BJP is picked up 4 seats at the moment. So it's 4-4.
Some of the access polls were...
So if this trend holds, then it's recovering Dalit votes.
Can I also add the women factor that we were talking about? High women voter turnout seats, 26 we have reporting right now. 16 of those the BJP is leading in.
Well, the quick race to the halfway mark, and it's the two autos. The auto walas decided the fate of the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, especially the Aam Aadmi Party. So right now, closer to the halfway mark is the BJP at 30 leads. The BJP, the AAP a little far behind, just around 17 leads as of now. It's moved up to 18 leads even as we speak. Will they be able to play catch up and then get past this finishing line? That's the big question. As of now, it looks like the BJP closer to crossing that halfway number at this point. But this could all change. These are early trends.
Early trends. 3 elections, I think, Anand, that the AAP at this stage has to claw back. They were leading in the last 2 elections from the word go. So this is the first time that they have to now claw back from this position and come to that halfway mark. You've not made a graphic for the third party at all? Okay, there. Maybe just about coming in.
The others have been others. The others have been really others.
By the time the third party...
Budget नहीं है कि क्या है कि third auto बनाए.
वो third party frame में fit ही नहीं हो रहा था. इतना पीछे है भाई, कैसे दिखा दे? So that's what happened.
Mustafabad, where Tahir Hussain is fighting from,
I'm just looking for it,
the Delhi riots, and he's fighting for
Oasis
party.
No, not yet.
Mustafabad not plotting it. Not plotting it.
Adil Ahmed Khan is leading.
So, you know, if Mustafabad, Aam Aadmi Party is leading, that means that the Muslim voter of Mustafabad has forgiven the AAP for not doing anything during the riots. This was the worst affected area in the riots that happened, and they have not forgiven AAP for not saving them.
No, also the BJP, the neighbouring MLA in Karawal Nagar, he was shifted by the BJP to Mustafabad.
But I also have...
Kapil Mishra was given the Karawal Nagar seat.
I'm going to disagree a little bit with Smita Prakash here on the impact of the Congress on the Muslim voter. I think it's a little early. We should have a look at that at some length. Yeah. So I don't know if that's going to happen.
Vikas Puri, Mahinder Yadav of the Aam Aadmi Party is leading. So you have, again, a couple of pickups for the BJP. For example, in the Mundka seat in the outskirts of Delhi, again, the BJP candidate there seems to be leading. There are pockets of green for the Aam Aadmi Party as well. Like I said, Vikas Puri, the Aam Aadmi Party candidate, is leading. Again, in Northwest Delhi, from Kirari, the Aam Aadmi Party candidate is leading. You have one more pickup for Shalimar Bagh. Again, the Aam Aadmi Party candidate, Bandana Kumar, is leading for the Aam Aadmi Party. But I think this game is not over yet.
Yeah,
AAP is slowly picking up. It's got 19 seats.
There are 3 takeaways. Now, number one, as we saw, the women vote seems to be inclined towards the BJP here, if you look at all the women-dominated seats, so to speak. Secondly, you have a problem where the AAP is facing anti-incumbency. Some of the people that changed are trailing, not doing well. So in those 20-odd seats, there's a problem for the AAP. And thirdly, in the backward communities, the AAP is not doing well. These were the mainstays, really, of the AAP.
Well, the AAP is playing catch-up. We must say that as the leads are coming in and we get into perhaps the close of the first round of counting and into the second round of counting in some of the counting centres, what we are seeing is that the AAP, which was trailing by about 15 seats, 16 seats earlier, has now closed the gap and is now trailing by about 11 seats. The BJP into 31, just 4 short of the halfway number, 5 short of having perhaps a majority with respect to leads. No, these are not wins, these are still leads. But this is a situation, 32 now, even as we speak. So closer to that halfway number, just 3 short of the halfway number in terms of leads. This is something which is the BJP has not seen in the last decade.
And in a long time, not just one decade.
In a long,
almost 3 decades.
3 decades. No, but I'm just saying, even in 2013, they came closer to the 30 number. It was a tight fight at that time, and then the Congress backed the AAP, and we know what khichdi happened, and that's why we went back into elections in 2015. But look at this. This is the BJP trying to consolidate, and Zaka kept saying that the outer Delhi, how the BJP performs or which party performs there will make a difference. Now, if you were to see, the BJP is plotting across all the various constituencies and regions of Delhi. That means that they have really done work, and you are right when they say that they've localized the election this time and they've steered clear of national issues.
And they focused on communities. They brought in leaders from Coimbatore down to Calcutta here to say, okay, let's focus on constituencies, people, all sorts of shades, and it may pay off.
Will we see a lot of tight fights this time around? Ravi Srivastava, what are you thinking? This is not a very pleasant scenario for the AAP. अगर 62 से 21 पे आ गए हैं तो कुछ तो गड़बड़ है सर.
It's early, Anand. We have to wait. We have to see because only the first round has gone up. So, but I think as I was talking to you yesterday also, AAP is definitely going to do well. They will not be doing as well as in the past 15 and 20, but then definitely they are going to make it. And you will watch it, you will see it in a
but if the BJP wins say 50-51 seats, the AAP will still get about 18-20 seats. I'm just saying, is that well?
No, that's a defeat. Where is the well?
So in the lower
better than the BJP
in the lower income groups, the AAP is still holding on. It has 1 seat lead over the BJP, 11 to the AAP and 10 to the BJP. These are lower income seats out of 22 that are reporting right now. So I don't think this game is over yet,
no,
but
we'll the see. BJP has broken into even at the LMGs, in the lower
Jhuggi-jhopadis. Yeah, let's look at the Jhuggi-jhopadi.
LMGs.
Yeah, again, the Jhuggi-jhopadis, the BJP is leading 12-3 out of the 15 seats that are reporting. 12 of those Jhuggi-jhopadi seats, the BJP candidate is leading only 3.
Well, the AAP has been constantly saying, Zach, all through this campaign that the BJP is distributing largesse, there's liquor, there's money. They've been going after certain leaders of the BJP, saying that they're putting money in the hands of these, underprivileged people, this, that, the other. So I don't know. I mean, that's going to be the standard sort of. I mean, I'm surprised that Srivastava ji here is saying that, look, 30 seats, 25 seats is good going for the AAP.
There is one seat that seems to be a neck and neck. It's oscillating. 20, 32, 21, 31. There is one seat that seems to be oscillating, and it seems to be tight fights. Could there be tight fights? Could the margin of victories be less than about, say, 1,000 votes in a lot of seats? Is that a possibility? Nalin Mehta, how is it looking?
Look, I don't know in terms of whether there will be enough tight fights or not, we're not sure. But last time there were enough. But the AAP bested the BJP in most of them.
They were, yes,
right?
exactly.
So you could still have tight fights. And also in assembly elections, that's par for the course.
Yeah, I have the numbers, in fact, somewhere. Just very quickly, what's happening in New Delhi? What's happening in Jangpura? What's happening in Kalkaji?
Same. New Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal is trailing. In Jangpura, Manish Sisodia is trailing. And in Kalkaji, Atishi is trailing. So all three constituencies.
Do we have the differentials right now?
All three. No, we don't have the differentials too early in the day to get the differentials. It should start plotting in a bit.
Atishi has just reached a counting center. Obviously, the body language looked like she's a little tense about it. she must have known what the trends are because all of you are flashing it on.
So no, not just that. They're also going to get their own counting agents and their own people giving that way. And I'll tell you, around 9:30 you will see the body language. We need to see the body language of leaders across parties around 9:30, 9:40 when they come on our cameras, because we will know what's going to happen by then.
We were talking about close contests. So in the seats that there were close contests in 2020, the BJP is leading in the majority of them right now. So it's picked up additional seats there.
Yeah.
So we're getting more seats reporting. So in Tilak Nagar, the Aam Aadmi Party candidate is leading. That's Jarnail Singh. He's the sitting MLA from there. He was not dropped. You have the neighboring constituency also, where you're getting reporting now. Vikaspuri again, Madan Yadav, Mahinder Yadav of the Aam Aadmi Party is leading. So 32 to 21 is where it is now. BJP picking up a lot of seats in the eastern side, on the Jamna Par side. Like I said, Karawal Nagar, Mr. Mishra is leading. From Gonda, Ajay Mahawar of the BJP is leading. From Gandhi Nagar, Arvinder Lovely is leading. From the constituency of Rohtas Nagar, Jitinder Mahajan is leading. From Krishna Nagar, which again traditionally the BJP has done well there, Anil Goel, Dr. Anil Goel is leading. From Vishwas Nagar, again BJP candidate leading. From Shahadra, Sanjay Goel of the BJP leading. So BJP picking up a lot of these northeast Delhi seats.
At the bottom, at the south,
this is
that
Badarpur,
the JDU candidate? 47?
Yeah, Badarpur, Narayan Dutt Sharma of the BJP. This is a flip now. Badarpur, the AAP candidate was leading. Now the BJP candidate is leading. And also from Devli, again, Outer Delhi constituency, Deepak Tawar of the LJP RV. I don't know if the LJP RV is part of the NDA, Chirag Paswan's LJP, or whether it is some other offshoot.
So the LJP is being counted as part of the BJP plus right now, as part of the NDA, because that lead is reflecting as part of BJP. It's not another. The Aam Aadmi Party is leading in 22, so a 10-seat difference between. So the AAP now playing catch-up. So keeping that lead difference between about 10 to 11 seats between the BJP and the AAP. Will that scenario change over the course of the next 40-45 minutes, or will these leads hold? Because we're reporting 55 out of 70 seats, another 15 seats to be reported, and then we will see the scenario. Griha joining us from the live result hub. Yes, Griha.
Yes, Anand, let's get you a tally of the VIP candidates in the national capital. And so far, we are, in fact, Gopal Rai there is leading from Babarpur. We also have Ajesh Yadav from Badli, who's right now trailing of the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, Ajay Maharwar from Gonda, BJP is leading. There's also Vijender Gupta from BJP, Rohini, he is leading currently. Arvind Kejriwal is trailing. Somnath Bharti from Malviya Nagar is leading, Aam Aadmi Party. And Satyendra Jain also from Shakur Basti is leading. Atishi, if we take a look, is trailing. Is she trailing?
Yes,
trailing. Atishi is trailing. Durgesh Pathak is, does he have the lead? Durgesh Pathak?
Durgesh Pathak is
okay, he's also trailing from Rajendra Nagar. So this is what the status is of
how many rounds of counting so far?
So right now it is still paper ballots, and EVMs are going to open very, very shortly. Only 2 EVMs so far. 2 EVMs, and that is from Shahadra and Vishwas Nagar. That's the only EVM leads that we have got, and both of them are in fact giving that lead to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Right now it's still paper ballots.
So surprising that by about we are closing towards 9 a.m. and then it's still the paper ballots and postal ballots. So clearly the whole process of counting has started slower. But now it should pick up speed. There's a reason why we are saying wait till about 9:30, 9:45, because once the EVMs are open, the rounds of counting will be faster and we should have more leads coming through.
So in the Purvanchal belt, the Purvanchal voters, it's a tight fight between BJP and AAP. BJP leading in 10, Aam Aadmi Party leading in 9. I think the Purvanchali voters will also hold a key in at least 20 of these constituencies that are reporting so far. And like I said, it's an absolute neck and neck there, 10 to the BJP and 9 to the Aam Aadmi Party. We have more seats reporting from South Delhi. You have Tughlakabad, where the AAP candidate is leading. You have Okhla, where Amanatullah Khan is leading. But in Badarpur, Narayan Dutt Sharma of the BJP is leading. In Sangam Vihar, again, Chandan Kumar Chaudhary of the BJP is leading. We talked about the LJP candidate. From Malviya Nagar, Somnath Bharti leading. From RK Puram, Anil Sharma of the BJP is leading. So the BJP picking up seats in a lot of areas where it had never opened its account. A lot of regions of Delhi where it had never opened its account. Let's go back to Northeast Delhi. Again, a flip there. Gokulpur, now the AAP candidate is leading in Gokulpur. Also in the neighboring constituency of Simapuri, again a flip there. The AAP candidate is leading. In Babarpur, Gopal Rai seems to be sitting pretty. But BJP also has a lot of pickups in Northeast Delhi. Rohtas Nagar, BJP leading. Shahadra, BJP leading. Vishwas Nagar, BJP leading. Krishna Nagar, BJP leading. And of course, Kapil Mishra's seat, Karawal Nagar, BJP leading.
Satyendra Jain?
Satinder Jain is
Shakur
leading in
Basti.
Shakur Basti. Satinder Jain is leading in Shakur Basti, and Rakhi Birla is leading in the neighbouring constituency of Madhipur. So
Also
those
Vijendra Gupta, he's another VIP candidate. Rohini.
Vijendra Gupta is also leading in the seat of Rohini, where of course he is the leader of the opposition.
But this is
Avadoja
now
is not
postal
got
ballots.
out,
It's
I'm
been
sure.
confirmed that these are still postal
Postal ballots in about
EVMs
now I'm given to understand 3 counting centers, EVMs counting
I just
has
want to
begun.
bring a statistic
Has
into
begun.
this. You know,
Yeah.
yes, of course, 2020. If you look at the top line numbers, the AAP surged 63 seats or so, but there were 16 very tight fights.
Okay.
10% or less, and you know, in an assembly election, 10% is not much. So remember that it wasn't the one-way sort of cakewalk that it was sort of thought to be. So 16 seats is a hell of a lot.
So
Actually,
in the
out of
tight
70.
fight seats from 2020, I mean, it doesn't have to be a tight fight this time around, but the seats that we saw 2020 tight fights, less than 10,000 votes, out of 11 seats, BJP is leading in 8, AAP is leading only in 3. So the BJP winning in those tight fight seats as of
Even in the
2020.
Muslim-dominated seats, I just saw it on our screen, out of the 10 seats, the BJP is leading in 3.
Yeah, the Muslim-dominated seats where there is 30% more Muslims, BJP is leading in 7 and the Aam Aadmi Party is leading in 3.
So 2 pickups there. Now the BJP just 2 short of the halfway number in terms of leads. 33 and 22, 11 ahead of the Aam Aadmi Party. The Congress still holding on to that 1 seat where it continues to lead. So EVM round of counting has begun in some of the counting centers. Now each of these counting centers are representing at least 4 to 5 assembly constituencies. So that's why the leads will start coming through for multiple assembly constituencies from the same counting center, and it should happen faster. The estimate or the understanding is it's 9 a.m. By about 9:45, there will be a serious consolidation of these numbers, and we will be closer to determining who has the advantage or who is ahead in terms of getting to that seat of the Delhi Secretariat of Delhi Vidhan Sabha. Right now, halfway mark, just 2 short of the halfway mark is
Again,
the BJP.
high
in
women
terms of
voter
leads.
turnout seats, you were talking about it, 18 to the BJP, 13 to the Aam Aadmi
So
Party.
there's-
Again,
there's
real
a
neck
crack
and
to
neck
women.
there.
Yeah.
Postal ballot, sentiment shift, I don't know. But look, just very quickly, if it's going to be a 48, 42%, vote share kind of game, I think we're going to have to wait till about 11 o'clock because round after round, those numbers, you see, the BJP is playing catch up.
Right.
So its vote share has to increase proportionally if it has to win and go beyond what it's ever done. And that's going to lead to some tight contestations, I feel.
Yeah, it's possible because the AAP has now reduced the lead margin to 8, 24 and 32.
Again,
AAP playing catch
high
up.
voter turnout seats where it is higher than the state average of 60 point something. 16 seats are reporting, again, neck and neck. AAP at 8 and BJP at 7.
I mean, it could well be an election like we saw in Karnataka, for example, at the assembly level, where many seats went to the Congress, but the margins were, not as expansive as other binary states where there are just 2 parties. So it's
after 3 hours or so.
because no exit poll gave the AAP less than 42% of the vote, which means that there is going to be a fight, whichever way we look at it.
Yeah, but that also looks like all pollsters have said there will be a 12% slide in vote share.
Chhattarpur, again, outer constituency, Brahm Singh Tanwar of the Aam Aadmi Party is leading. Dearly, where the LJP candidate is leading, now it is flipped. The Aam Aadmi Party candidate is leading. So, Chetan, those may be the famous last words, but I think this is far closer than what we think. But let's see. It's early days yet.
It's still 13 seats to be plotted. They have not yet started. The numbers have not started coming for 13 seats.
13% was the average difference, right, in vote share. So even if the AAP starts coming down in a particular round, we could be led by exuberance by thinking, oh, the BJP is gaining. It may not be. It might just be a temperance of the AAP's numbers, but it doesn't mean that the AAP is
because
out of the race.
there are many who believe that the AAP may not have a runaway victory like it did in 2015 and 2020, but they may just be past the post. They may be first past the post and they may come around 39, 40 seats. There are many who have estimated that this is a possibility on ground, given the fact that there is not too much of a difference in the vote share. So like Pradeep Gupta of Axis by India said, that unless there is a 5 to 6% difference in the overall vote share, 42 and 48% situation, unless that happens, runaway victories is a little difficult to see. Nalin Mehta is making some calculations there. What's your insight? What are you looking at? Is this reflecting the Lok Sabha performance of the BJP knocked on to the assembly constituencies?
When I'm looking at the Lok Sabha leads, this is actually better than that. Because what we are seeing is that the BJP, when you're projecting the exact constituencies, BJP had about 54% of the vote in the Lok Sabha election, AAP had about 19%. But when in this leads that we have right now, when you project those onto the Lok Sabha leads, the BJP is 18 plus, is leading in 20. We have 41 such leads right now.
Correct.
Out of those, BJP is leading in 25, AAP in 15. But in those BJP 25 leads, 18 are seats it was not leading in the Lok Sabha election on.
Okay. Also, if you were to look by income, middle class seats, the BJP is leading up 16 to 8. I think that's a significant one.
Yes.
The middle class seems to be have voted for the BJP quite in a big way. In the lower classes, though, it is the Aadmi Party which has a slight edge, 13 to 10. So we're going neck and neck here right now. In the lower classes, the Aadmi Party seems to be holding on to its vote bank, but in the middle class, the BJP is leading.
I buy your point. I think, Zach, if you have to have an accurate assessment, we've got to look at the 3 swing classes here. And we've got to keep monitoring the clusters to see if there are changes. If there are dramatic changes happening there, then there is something obviously happening on the ground.
Rahul, the map that Zaka is showing on the wall, it shows that people across all kinds of classes and castes seem to have voted for either the AAP or the BJP, but the BJP has managed to get a footprint in all areas, even places that we think that, okay,
but
this
is that going to necessarily translate into seats? You see, it might be streaking ahead, might be doing much better, it might be closing the gap. But it has a huge gap to close.
That's
so if they pull this off, it is going to be a dramatic victory. I mean, this will be a colossal victory for the BJP, reducing 13%. I mean, these are things that don't happen generally. I don't know when last there was a 13-14% vote swing. I think Tripura had one, but I don't remember such a
the whole vote swing happened in Punjab. Look at Punjab. What happened in terms of the AAP sweeping Punjab? It happened.
Tripura. See, in places like Tripura, the BJP came up from zero, almost virtually from zero. It didn't even have a Vidhan Sabha MLA before that. In Delhi, the BJP was one of the early poles of Delhi politics from 1993 onwards. The early Jansangh always had roots in Delhi because of the partition refugees who came in and so on and so forth. But it's not been in power here for more than a quarter of a century, for the last 25 years plus. But even in the last 25 years, the BJP's vote share has never fallen below 30%.
So
it's
been
30 to 40%. The difference is that in the Lok Sabha elections, people always vote for BJP, but in Vidhan Sabha, they haven't. Right? So, and about 10-15% of those who went away, the fact that they come back to BJP now in a Vidhan Sabha election, if this result holds, at a time when there is no chief minister candidate, BJP's fought this campaign exactly like it fought the Haryana campaign or the Maharashtra campaign. Then it tells you something. It tells you something fundamentally shifting in the politics of the city.
Not just politics of the city, the strategies of the BJP, where they've decided that the local elections will be fought at local levels and will pick up local issues and not nationalize every state election. And especially with Maharashtra and Delhi, they seem to have got that right. In Haryana, they fixed a lot of issues or errors that they made with the Lok Sabha 2024. So some course correction as a party, if they're willing to learn and understand, it's important. These are close fights. The BJP is just one shot of the halfway number in terms of leads, with respect to leads. Yes, Griha.
We have another update. Anand, we were just talking about whether postal ballots are still on. We are now getting to understand that 6 constituencies, EVMs have opened up. It is the second round of counting that is happening at Vishwas Nagar, where BJP has a lead of about 4,000 odd votes. And as far as the other constituencies, it's Deoli, where there is Prem Chauhan of the Aadmi Party. This is the EVM tally that we're talking about. Badli, Devinder Yadav of the Congress is leading. Rohini, we have Vijendra Gupta from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Also also Bhavana, we have Jay Bhagwan from Aam Aadmi Party. So these are the 6 EVM leads that we are getting so far.
Well, the BJP has never lost from Vishwas Nagar, I'm being told. Even when they had just 3 seats, it was one of the seats was from Vishwas Nagar. So Vishwas Nagar is a safe seat for the BJP. It's always rock solid with the BJP there. So that's I think one aspect. But
so
2 rounds.
Ballots and EVMs, the trend has been the same.
Yeah.
Even after the
35. So halfway number for the BJP. The BJP hitting the halfway number. The magic figure is 36, which puts them into majority, which gives them power or control of the state of BJP, of Delhi. That's for the BJP. But these are all leads. As of now, at about 9:05 a.m., 9:06 a.m., the BJP is at the halfway mark. This is perhaps the first time in a long time that the BJP, even in leads, is close to the halfway mark or is on the halfway mark. So 35 to the BJP, 23 to the Aam Aadmi Party, 1 for the Congress Party out of 59 leads that have come in so far out of 70. 60 leads and 36 as we speak. 60 leads and 36 to the BJP. The magic figure, the first time today with leads coming in at about 9:05 a.m. We have the BJP touching that magic figure of 36 right there. So ahead of the Aam Aadmi Party, and now it slips back. So these things will keep changing in terms of leads. 10 more seats that have not yet reported any leads so far out of 70.
Right when she said, Smita Prakash was right when she said that it's never been this good for the BJP this early.
It's never been. It's never been. And for it to slide from here to 3 or 4 will be a magical turnaround, as Chetan Bhagat said. So if these trends are now 35, back again, 35, 24, 34, 25, there are some seats where it's oscillating between the AAP and the BJP. But could the AAP then fall short of 30 seats?
So, for example, in Malviya Nagar now, in Malviya Nagar, Satish Upadhyay is leading. Somnath Bharti is sitting AAP MLA. But now in Malviya Nagar, it's
kind of shocking.
It's Satish Upadhyay who's leading.
Somnath Bharti is pretty popular and he's a long-term MLA from that area. Satish Upadhyay is newcomer. A newcomer in the sense people know who he is, but he hasn't fought an election from there before. So surprising that Somnath Bharti is trailing there.
There is a sentiment. There are 2 aspects. One is what the BJP has done electorally, as that was being discussed. The other is there a huge dissonance amongst a good group of voters against the Aam Aadmi Party and especially Arvind Kejriwal? Are they feeling let down? That's why I keep saying the anti-AAP rather than pro-BJP, because the AAP fed on an anti-Rivaiti parties, anti-SAD, anti-Congress sentiment in Punjab when they came to power, and then they steamrolled the opposition. They came against, they ran over an anti-Congress sentiment when they came to power. Because the BJP continued to hold on for its vote share. This is an academic thing that the BJP has actually consolidated its vote share by 2% in every Vidhan Sabha election.
Be a party of governance? That's what you're basically implying. Well, I mean, look at this. Yes, you can't take away from the fact that they've been in power now.
No, is this a rejection of the Kejri model of governance? That's the big question.
That could be something, but
the entire senior leadership of AAP is.
But there is a caveat here, and the caveat is not that I'm trying to play devil's advocate, and maybe BJP supporters will sort of say that, look, why is he being so pessimistic? My only caveat is it's a 2-horse race. Pretty clearly, it's a 2-horse race. That means the benchmark for vote share is going to be higher.
Yeah.
Now, Nalin made a very important point where he says that 33 to about 38% is where the BJP seems to have got stuck in Delhi, which means that it needs to add certain more, coalitions, social coalitions. Can it build those coalitions? And therefore, I think we should go back to the clusters. I think, Zach, if we can go back to some of the clusters, that might tell us a more accurate story. If the BJP is being able to go beyond that 37, 38%, add more denominations.
But that's what I'm saying, Rahul. In every Vidhan Sabha election, the BJP has added 2% to its vote share. 2%. The Aam Aadmi Party benefited with an entire complete swing of the Congress vote towards the AAP, or a non-BJP vote towards the AAP, plus new voters who came on and said, who have not participated in electoral democracy or electoral politics so far, I'm going to vote because I see something of the AAP. And that's why if the AAP is less than 30 seats this time around, it's a rejection of this entire Kejri model of governance. That's what I'm saying,
North Delhi, if I can quickly, North Delhi, BJP was never really strong in North Delhi. So now they're opening their account in places like Shalimar Bagh, for example, from Adarsh Nagar. You have the candidate from, of course, Rohini was one seat where they Mr. Mr. Gupta has been leading from. Rithala is another seat which the BJP has not won. Mangolpuri, the BJP is leading there. You also have from Sultanpur Majra, the BJP leading. I want to go all the way up to the outer Narela, which is the first constituency. Again, BJP candidate leading there. So a lot of North Delhi, Mundka again in outer Delhi. A lot of the North Delhi seats have not gone to the BJP previously, but they are now leading in those constituencies. Again, Northeast Delhi, which Rahul was talking about, Vishwas Nagar, Rohtas Nagar, Krishna Nagar, all of those places, again, the BJP candidates are leading. So it's getting pockets where it has never opened its account before. And of course, right in the heart of Delhi, New Delhi constituency, BJP leading, Jangpura, BJP leading. You have Kasturba Nagar, again, BJP leading. This is the seat where Abhishek Dutt of the Congress was fighting. Ramesh Pahalwan of the AAP, he's trailing in Kasturba Nagar. And of course, like I said, in Kalkaji, where the Chief Minister is fighting.
Again, Biduri is leading, and Atishi is trailing. Nalin Mehta and then Griha. Yes, Nalin Mehta.
To the point that Rahul was making and the point you were making, and to add to Zaka's data points, we have the first vote share numbers out.
Okay.
The BJP at the moment is 53.7% vote share according to the Election Commission.
Wow.
The AAP is at 40.9%, which is, if this number holds, is the exact reversal of last time.
It's what, 39?
Yeah. So AAP is at 40.9%.
So
BJP
as
was
of
around
now, the
39
BJP is
last
mirroring
time.
its Lok Sabha vote share.
It's picking up social
It's
coalitions.
mirroring exactly Lok Sabha, but it's also the replication of 2020 other way around.
Other way around,
Congress is at 3.38% at the moment.
So again, a 1%
slide.
1% slide. It's actually losing vote share than gaining it.
So Rahul Gandhi ain't going anywhere. I'm sorry to say, he ain't going anywhere. Let's go back now to the AAP and
if
the
you
BJP.
have this kind of a vote share and if this holds, that can only happen when the BJP has made huge advances across various new categories.
So women being one of them, in the high women turnout constituencies, 36 of them, BJP 19,
Astounding.
AAP 16. I think that is...
Griha, live result hub.
Yeah, we were just talking about Somnath Bharati trailing. Let's actually get in an update of more and more VIP candidates of the Aam Aadmi Party. Just come in that Rajendra Nagar, we are having Durgesh Pathak, who has just got a lead from the BJP candidate Umang. We also have Ambedkar Nagar, Dr. Ajay Dutt of Aam Aadmi Party leading. And Delhi, can we have a BJP lead there, Anand? Also, Zaka, if we take a look at the other VIP candidates of the Aam Aadmi Party, Satyendra Jain, Shakur Basti, he's leading. Janel is leading from Tilak Nagar. Gopal Rai is still, in fact, having that lead from Babarpur. Saurabh Bhardwaj continues to have the lead in GK. Also, Imran Hussain from Balli Maran, he also has a clear edge, as has Amanatullah Khan from Okla. Bibi Tyagi from Lakshmi Nagar, another candidate of the Aam Aadmi Party who is leading. And also, if we take a look at Mustafabad, which has in fact polled the maximum number of votes in the national capital, it's Adil Ahmed Khan of the Aam Aadmi Party is still leading.
But Atishi, Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal, all three of them are trailing. The face of the Aam Aadmi Party and the Kejri model of governance, all three of them are trailing. Satyendra Jain continues to lead. Kailash Gehlot, who decamped, who joined the BJP, he is leading. And we also have Gopal Rai, who is also part of that entire Kejri model of governance, who's leading. So Satyendra Jain and Gopal Rai, the two big faces who are leading. The other three, the fulcrum of the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, Atishi and Manish Sisodia, all three are trailing. And the BJP is just one shot of 40 leads. Just one shot of 40 leads.
Wasn't expected to win. I mean, all exit polls, everybody said that, oh, he won't. I want to come on this part which Nalin was talking about, the exact reversal, where the BJP is now where AAP was in the last election. A couple of points I want to make is that the BJP reworked its entire strategy for this election, which you pointed out, not having a CM face, reworking.
40 leads for the BJP as we speak.
And then they fought in the trenches. They didn't fight just the top angles. They fought from the lower levels too. They brought in not just their own bigwigs from the states to fight, like they brought their Fadnavises and the others, but they also brought in their NDA allies. They brought Chandrababu Naidu. They brought the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. So they fought from top and bottom. So they had Amit Shah and they had Modi, they had Nadda, they had the others, but they also fought from there. The second point is they didn't restrict to any one class or caste. They didn't say that, oh, okay, the Purvanchalis or the women are going to go the AAP way. They went the AAP way last time. No, they fought for every single constituency. So, you know, what you're seeing right now, the spread that they have, general spread and not in pockets, it's not just the Bania Punjabi vote that they said that, oh, these are our traditional, the shopkeepers are our traditional vote bank. Let's just stick with them and at least get them, because they had moved away, the middle class had moved away. No, every class, every speaker of language, because of this cosmopolitan mix that we have, that's what has resulted in the current trend that we are seeing, is my take on this.
So one very quick input, because I'd seen certain internal polls of the BJP, and I just want to bring you in on this. I want to bring you also in on this, Abhijit. Those internal polls seem to suggest that the most disadvantaged, we call them disparagingly JJ clusters. I hate that word, but the most disadvantaged who live in the not so nice areas of Delhi, the BJP was making significant gains in those. It was the women vote that was sort of still up for grabs, as their polls were showing, and they were hoping that there would be a late burst. But this shows that there is a new...
They've got, they made inroads where they didn't. I think the BJP, like Smita was saying, this time they threw the army, tanks, like Air Force, Navy, everything on this. Because I think they've lost, this is the only state they've lost so badly. It happens to be Delhi, where the Prime Minister lives. Arvind Kejriwal makes personal attacks on the BJP leadership all the time. And Arvind Kejriwal went to Gujarat, got a 13% vote share there. That's the day it all started, I think. And then they have now put the full cavalry here. Yeah. And I think it's showing results.
42 to the BJP.
Everything.
42-23. 42-23. Leaderboard.
Air Force. The tax breaks. I mean, the middle class has always loved the BJP, the Delhi middle class, but every time after the budget, they were disappointed. They were like jilted lovers. This time, Nirmala ji even gave them the love, like they gave them flower bouquets. I mean, maybe, who knows, 2% their vote share.
Yeah.
Who knows, right?
Somebody said, 13 din pehle hi Valentine's Day ho gaya hamara.
That's what the middle class used to vote for BJP in the Lok Sabha and for Kejriwal in the assembly. But it seems, if this holds, that that shift hasn't happened. That
the dichotomy is not happening.
And
that's best explained in West Delhi, where the BJP always used to have a strong vote, the trader class vote. It seems to be coming back to the BJP. In Palam, the BJP candidate is leading. In Uttam Nagar, the BJP candidate is leading. From Dwarka, again, the BJP candidate is leading. From Janakpuri, again, the BJP candidate is leading. Can you imagine? Last 2 or 3 election cycles, they've not had a BJP candidate leading there. Rajouri Garden, again, BJP candidate leading. Moti Nagar, BJP candidate leading. And if you come all the way to central Delhi, to Rajinder Nagar, Patel Nagar, all of those places, it's the BJP candidate who's leading. Right now in Rajinder Nagar, Durgesh Pathak seems to have taken a lead. So yes, 42-23, but a lot of West Delhi constituencies, the BJP seems to be leading. These are constituencies which had gone away from the BJP's kitty, but now it's coming back. So it's West Delhi, North-East Delhi, as Rahul keeps mentioning, Vishwas Nagar, Rohtas Nagar, Krishna Nagar, Shahadra. These are seats that the BJP again has not won. Gandhi Nagar. These are seats that the BJP has not won in the last couple of election cycles. Those Northeast Delhi seats also seem to be coming back to the BJP.
No, not just that. Plus 34 for the BJP in that in terms of gains. How many of these gains are or were tight fights the last time, where the BJP lost, say, by a margin of less than 4,000, 5,000 votes? That also means that they've done the micromanagement also,
yeah,
right?
The AAP is leading only in 2 out of those 14 which were close contests. The BJP is leading 12. And many of those, at least 1, 2, 3, 4 of those are from Northeast Delhi. So they seem to have got that game right, where the close contest seats that they lost the last time around, the BJP is leading in 12 out of 14, Aam Aadmi Party only in 2.
So what does this say about Revdi politics?
50%, as Nalin is pointing out, 51% is the vote share. That means in every seat, the BJP is picking up the majority of the vote. I mean, are we looking at some sort of a runaway mandate? I mean, that's the question.
If it's 66 out of 70 and it is 42-23 in favor of the BJP, these are leads. 1 for the Congress party, another 4 seats to go. Now, will this consolidate either way, or will this perhaps move away from the AAP, more in favor of the BJP? Will the BJP cross the 50 seat mark, or will they consolidate around 45, 47 seats? We'll have to wait and watch.
In Balimaran, which is a heavily Muslim-dominated seat, it's the BJP candidate who's leading right now. Kamal Bagri of the BJP is leading. In Chandni Chowk, again, substantial Muslim population, BJP candidate leading. In Sadar Bazaar, Manoj Kumar Jindal of the BJP is leading. These are old Delhi
But how much? Do we have any idea? Because are we now beginning to...
margin.
Maybe there's a reassessment even amongst Muslims.
I think another 10 minutes. Another 10 minutes, we get into the third, fourth round of counting. Perhaps the leads will consolidate. Wherever there are, and we're going to check with Greya, the live result happen a bit, that how many leaders have opened up a gap of more than 3,000-4,000 votes in terms of lead. Vishwas Nagar was another case where where after the first or second round, the candidate had a 4,000 vote lead. But Greya, do we have leaders in terms of the gap that's been opened up? How many rounds of counting are we into about fourth round of counting somewhere in some constituencies?
Okay, Anand, after fourth round of counting at Vishwas Nagar, we have a lead by BJP candidate by
587.
by just 587 votes. So that is
quite
how
close.
close this is. Yeah.
It's quite close. So
And what
Vishwas
about,
Nagar is getting close. But what about some of the other constituencies?
Delhi.
And as far as the New
Delhi.
Delhi constituency, we have EVMs that have opened up and there are still first rounds that are going on right now. Any other round that is happening in EVMs as far as the other constituencies are concerned? EVM? There's just the first round that is still going on in other constituencies. It's only Vishwas Nagar that is right now counting fourth round.
It's into the fourth round in Vishwas Nagar. Everywhere else, it's the first round of counting of the EVMs. Like I said, 9:30, 9:45. We will get into round 3, round 4. These leads could further consolidate in favor of the BJP, or we may see the Aadmi Party playing catch up as soon as the EVMs, more of the EVM rounds start happening. But as of now, the BJP seems to be in firm control as far as the elections are concerned. Is it still very, very early days? We have to wait and watch. Some things could change, some things could remain the same. It's the mind of the voter. The early trends in favor of the BJP, the early trend saying that the mandate will shift away from the Aadmi Party. It could have huge impact nationally, knock-on effect, not just in Punjab, but in Bihar and in Gujarat, which also will soon be going into the polls. And that there could be a big impact.
Yeah, Election Commission's data that the Congress, the BJP is holding its vote share, but the AAP vote share is declining slightly compared to even 20 minutes ago, and the Congress is gradually increasing a little bit. The Congress was 3% 15 minutes ago, now it's about 6%.
6%?
That's not much,
That's
but that's exactly that much the decline is in the AAP vote.
Yes.
No, but
So the
6%,
AAP vote is
but they
shifting
have
back towards
7%,
they had
right?
4% last time.
They had
No,
4% last time.
So
the Congress
obviously
vote is
what we
increasing.
were saying earlier, that what you're seeing in Purani Delhi, in Old Delhi, if you're seeing the BJP increasing the trend, it's still early days, but I would still say that the split between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress in the Old Delhi area seems to have benefited the BJP
You might be
at
onto
this
something.
end.
You might be onto something.
So Virendra
Something
Sachdeva's
could be
pictures
possible.
coming out after prayers, and everybody
Is
has got
body language. What are you saying? We'll just look at body language.
No, we look at the body language. No, these are
Has that
pictures from
time
a short
come?
while ago. I will still wait till about 9:45. 9:45, when the leaders come, all of them will start coming to their party offices. And किस party office में हलचल ज़्यादा हो रही है around 9:45, 10 o'clock. That's an indicator ki which way is this election
Look, I mean,
going.
fundamentally,
along
you
with
know,
what's happening on our leaderboard. Yes.
The managers of the election know किस इलाके से वोट पड़ी है, किस तादाद में पड़ी है, how many people have come up from their traditional area. So they generally have an idea, and if the EVM starts then registering or complementing that sort of idea, then they know that, okay, we've got our maths right, we've predicted
See,
this
Virendra
right.
Sachdeva has promised Daulat Ram ki chaat and also jalebi.
But you know, he's very
he has
quietly been working behind the scenes. You haven't seen him all that much getting agitated or coming out in the scene. And the state unit of the BJP has totally become subservient to the central unit. This is the first time that they could not muscle their way in and say, Chief Minister candidate kar do. You know, earlier they had Harshvardhan, they had Kiran Bedi. They've had Chief Minister candidates. This time they agreed with what the party leadership said, that we are going to fight in the same way that we fought Haryana and we fought MP and the other states, where we don't have a face. So
some
it's
of the
been a change.
Outer Delhi constituencies,
44,
Abhijit was
21.
talking about, 44-21 now. So in Munka, the BJP candidate is leading. In Bhavana, where the AAP candidate was leading up until 5 minutes ago, now the BJP candidate is leading. In Narela, again, the BJP candidate is leading. In Najafgarh, the BJP candidate has been leading since counting began. So outer Delhi constituencies where the BJP focused, it seems to be paying off for the BJP. The lead now stretching in favor of the BJP. Now it's 45. 45-20 is where we are right now. The BJP picking up pockets of Delhi, which they have not won before in the last 3 election cycles. Like I said, Outer Delhi is one of them. North Delhi is the other, where you have constituencies like Sultanpur, Majra, for example, where the BJP candidate is leading. In Mangolpuri, the BJP candidate is leading. In Shalimar Bagh, the BJP candidate is leading. In Rithala, again, the BJP candidate leading. From Adarsh Nagar, the BJP candidate leading. So North Delhi, again, a big part of the gains for the BJP. If you look at Central Delhi, in places like Madhipur, the BJP candidate leading. In West Delhi, in Moti Nagar, BJP candidate leading. Rajouri Garden, Mr. Sirsa is leading there. He was from the Akali Dal, now with the BJP. Harinagar, again, West Delhi, BJP candidate leading. You go further out, Janakpuri, a seat that the AAP has won the last 3 times. Again, BJP candidate leading. Dwarka, again, where Adarsh Shastri, now in the Congress, he was of course one of the founding members of the AAP. He is trailing. It is the BJP candidate, Mr. Rajput, who is leading there in the West Delhi constituency. So pockets of support for the BJP where it has never seen support in North Delhi and Outer Delhi, in West Delhi, and of course again in Northeast Delhi, which is again a huge chunk of support for the AAP. There, the BJP is managing to flip the election.
Out of 66 leads, 45 leads to the BJP, 20 to the Aam Aadmi Party, 1 to the Congress Party, and Umar Abdullah has tweeted, "Aap lado aapas mein." That's what he has written. Or lado aapas mein. He's tweeted and he's put from one of the Purana series, historical series of Ramayana or Mahabharata. There is a rishi who's saying,
no, is he trying to say
and he's saying, "Samapt kar do ek dusre ko." Ji bhar kar lado. Samapt kar do ek dusre ko.
Congress come together with the AAP and
he's been making snide ones. He's been going snide remarks, edgeways,
You fight Lok Sabha together and you lose. Okay, even when you are together, you lose. And then you have the audacity to think that we'll find the assembly election by ourselves and win. I mean, does it make any sense? And overconfidence.
No,
like, आप तो हमारा दिल्ली का है ही, दिल्ली तो है ही ना. You take people from Delhi for granted, and that's what happens. You don't take your voters for granted.
Sambit Patra was quoting both Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal in Parliament and saying, look what they said about each other in the rallies. He's saying कि India Alliance में आपस में एक दूसरे को, this is what you are saying, कि Wagon R से सीधा शीश महल चले गए. And the other Arvind Kejriwal came back with a far more snide remark against Rahul Gandhi. So
AAP wanted some seats in Haryana. Congress said no way.
Virendra Sachdeva is speaking. Yeah.
क्या कहना है जो एग्जिट पोल में जो बताया जा रहा था वही अनुधानों में दिखाई दे रहा है बीजेपी को
मुझे इधर जाना इधर कर लो
हाँ जी
I have to say, if you look at this map, Delhi is turning saffron.
Yeah.
I mean, this is unprecedented. This is a replication, and in fact, this is more than the assembly seats in just few months ago in the Lok Sabha election.
Now, I'm just saying, is it just is it mirroring the June 2024 performance of the BJP?
If you look at the BJP Lok Sabha leads, in how many of those constituencies BJP is leading? Yes, 35-12. Out of the 48 seats that the BJP was leading in Lok Sabha 2024, it's currently leading in 35, Aam Aadmi Party only 12. So thereabouts.
I think we should bring out that soundbite. I'd be very interested to hear when the Prime Minister says, give us a chance. It was very emotional.
Yes.
He reiterated it a couple of times. It'd be interesting to see that bite now, how much of an impact it's actually had on the psyche, saying that, okay, we probably need this Gathbandhan Sarkar. The one thing that people were getting a little tired of was that Mr. Kejriwal constantly blamed the LG's office for every failure. Even if the road was potholed, he said, no, not my problem, LG's problem. He's sitting on this, he's sitting on that. So people are saying, well, okay, if you can't manage it, can't manage an equation like Sheila Dikshit did, then we'll get somebody else.
I think one more important aspect is that the BJP's tone this time around in Delhi and even in Haryana or even in Maharashtra was not of arrogance. It was not even of confidence. It was of humility. So the Prime Minister's tone from आएगा तो मोदी ही and अब की बार 400 पार to saying कि विकसित भारत की विकसित दिल्ली आपने उनको 25 साल से ज़्यादा मौका दिया, एक बार हमें 5 साल दे दीजिए. See, I think there is a difference in the way the political parties that learn from mistakes are the ones that survive and then they prosper.
Correct.
Has the Congress learned from its mistake? 2013, I remember Rahul Gandhi standing there and saying, we will revisit, we'll learn from our mistakes. It was a tough election. 2015 he said the same thing, 2019 he said the same thing, 2020 he said the same thing, 24 he said the same thing.
Now we have all 70 seats are reporting, 46 to the BJP, 23 to the Aam Aadmi Party. All 70 seats are reporting. We've got a couple of new seats that are reporting. Karol Bagh, Dushant Gautam of the BJP is leading. Watch out for him. He'll be an important player in this post equation. You also have from Nangloi Jat. The Aam Aadmi Party candidate was leading from Nangloi Jat. Raghuvinder Shokeen is his name. And in Kondli again, which is in the outskirts on the eastern side, in Kondli the AAP candidate is leading. So all 70 seats are reporting. BJP at 46. Aam Aadmi Party
the worst scenario for the AAP will be if Kejriwal loses and the AAP gets decimated. It's the worst scenario possible. It's probably a mortal blow to the AAP if this trend holds and if this happens.
No, but you said AAP is Kejriwal, Kejriwal is AAP. Right. So if Arvind Kejriwal is losing New Delhi, then Aam Aadmi Party is losing Delhi. That's what it is.
Because both Kejriwal is trailing, Mr. Sisodia is trailing, and Atishi is trailing. All three are trailing right now.
No, and I'll tell you, the Aam Aadmi Party big faces who are leading right now are leading purely because of the work individually they have done as MLAs in their constituencies. Saurabh Bharadwaj. Nobody will challenge him in Venkatagala. He's doing well.
Let's look at the people who got a new opportunity.
Satyendra Jain has done well. He's done work in Shakur Basti. So I'm just saying, John, locally kaam kiya jin logon ne. Gopal Rai, Kailash Gehlot also has worked. Maybe AAP, now BJP, but he's worked in his constituency and they have local support.
Now gentlemen, all old Delhi constituencies, Balimaran, BJP candidate leading, Chandni Chowk, BJP candidate leading, Sadar Bazaar, BJP candidate leading.
Historic.
Somnath Bharti is trailing now. Somnath Bharti
is trailing. Mr. Upadhyay, Satish Upadhyay of the BJP is leading in Malviya Nagar.
In Chandni Chowk, you know, we discussed this during the exit polls day also. In Chandni Chowk, the RSS, which used to work with, and it's their old gud, they really worked door-to-door campaigning and they worked quietly out there saying, getting their voters to come back and believe in the BJP and in the ideology and getting them to come to cast their vote. That's another thing, you know. Pehle hota tha ki wo dukandar of Chandni Chowk used to shut shop and go and vote for the BJP because there was so much at stake. This time they told them that, yeah, come and vote. So if they have done this and Balimara, remember that song? Unse milna purani Delhi mein.
What about this whole,
you know, so it's really like that. It's that Chandni Chowk area. And coming back to what Rahul was saying about
Daribe
Talak, teri meri kahani Delhi mein.
Guys, I think on some channels they sing, you know.
Yeah, we let Manoj Tiwari come and sing again on the channel.
On some channels, the anchors also dance.
They stand.
I doubt if they're doing that right now.
No, but Smita Prakash,
in our channel we can sing and we can dance, but right now we've got our job to do, so we're doing our job.
So one more point which Rahul was making, which is the that, you know, if it's what happens to the Aam Aadmi Party if both implode, which is Kejriwal as well as Aam Aadmi Party. If that happens, then take the signal which Omar has just tweeted, that he's the first of the block from the India Alliance to say that lado. You know, if that is what is going to happen, I stick my neck out to say that there will be some kind of a third front which will come out minus the BJP, minus the Congress. KCR tried it in 2024, did not happen, and it was a disastrous start. But I see that happening.
On the contrary, I think if AAP loses and Kejriwal loses, Rahul Gandhi will be happy. It reinforces his position in the India Alliance.
Yes, so I want to ask you a question then. Zach, I want to ask you a question.
And if the Congress shows a growth in vote,
it doesn't matter whether they get 0 MLAs. Rahul Gandhi will be happy.
So tell me, will Rahul Gandhi then accept this verdict?
Of course he will. Why will he not?
Well, because you know, the EVM, the EC, what's he going to say?
But if the Congress posts a 2 to 3% up in vote share, despite getting any seats, then they will take the verdict. And if Arvind Kejriwal loses, they will only be happy.
I just want to make a small conventional wisdom point, which, Zach, please bear me out on this. We all began by saying, what is the low turnout going to mean? The low turnout is going in BJP's favor.
We're also putting the vote share numbers as of now. See, BJP is at 52%, AAP is at 40%, 12% gap between the BJP and the AAP.
It's a reverse.
Yeah, it's a reverse. It's a reverse. Griha, live result up. Yes, Griha.
I'm going to tell you, Anand, about really close calls that we are getting. Do you know the number of votes that Arvind Kejriwal is trailing by? Just 48. That is the number. That's how thin the margin is. Atishi, we are learning, is trailing by 1159 votes so far. The counting is still on first round. But Rohini, we've got an update. The BJP chief of Delhi, Mr. Vijendra Gupta, in fact, is trailing by just 48 votes. That is how thin the margin is.
Right.
And as far as the other rounds are concerned, Anand, we are also getting to know that as far as Kirari, 23 rounds are supposed to be counted. There have been just 2 that have happened so far. BJP has the lead by just 290 votes. That's how slim the margin is. And also, this is what has happened in Rajendra Nagar. Just a short while back, after the 2 rounds, we were learning that Aam Aadmi Party has an edge by just 676 votes. And in just 5 minutes, that edge has increased to more than 7,800 votes. So that is how it is, in fact, oscillating, and in fact, it's becoming,
What's the status with Manish Sisodia?
Manish Sisodia, we do not have an update
He's
yet
still
because the
trailing.
first round is still on.
You know, there's
We
been a
don't know
flip.
the numbers,
There's been
but
a
he's still
flip in
trailing.
Mustafabad. Abhijit Majumdar, Mustafabad. Now Mohan Singh Bisht of the BJP is leading in Mustafabad. It was the AAP candidate who was leading there before.
Which means Tahir Hussain must have cut into the votes of the Congress.
Possibly. So Mr. Bisht is leading of
that
the BJP.
Is Oasis party.
Yes.
So if they have cut into the votes, we have to see how much they have cut into the votes. If the Congress has gained vote share, how much they have gained vote share. These are all important stories.
But what it does tell you,
but the national picture,
it's a close, down to the wire kind of contest. This was not expected. This was not expected. The AAP was saying that, look, these exit polls have got it completely wrong. Now, yes, the exit polls might have overemphasized the seats on the basis of vote share, but this is not a canter. Everyone's going to sweat in the AAP. They're going to sweat. They're going to have a huge suspense building in the AAP till about 12 o'clock. Because
there is a loss of faith in the AAP that is evident right now, even though there is just the first or second round of
and we don't
counting.
also know.
If this trend holds, then that means a huge loss of faith in this entire Kejri model of governance.
There is definitely a mood
overall
swing.
vote share is very high for BJP.
Yeah.
Maybe there are a few close seats, but those are very...
But it tells you there is a mood swing away.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you were looking at this, no exit poll has been able to poll so many voters.
Correct.
Even first round of Delhi, no exit poll comes close to even polling that much sentiment. That sentiment, I don't know. I'm sensing that there is trouble for the AAP. How much trouble they are in,
If Mr.
we'll have to see.
Kejriwal, Mr. Sisodia and Atishi,
There's
all three
definitely a
big
sentiment.
faces of the AAP are trailing, then I think it's clearly, you know, the voters of Delhi seem to have made up their
Obviously,
mind.
we'll also have to look at pockets because Delhi things change very quickly in pockets. So it could be that in New Delhi, some of the more urban areas have been sort of polled right now. Some of the less privileged
So you have
areas
been very
are
quiet.
yet to sort of, I don't know, we'll have to see.
What is your thinking?
What's Delhi is a very small
My thinking
constituency.
is that
It's got 1
AAP will
lakh,
definitely win.
roughly voters
Okay.
But in
compared
some
to
areas-
4.5 lakh in
Yeah,
most others.
we
So
still
you're
have
right. I
AAP
mean,
winner.
the trend could
that's
change.
fine. That,
I agree,
he
Rahul,
might
that
be onto
the
something.
trend could change very fast in New Delhi because
Yes.
it is a very small constituency.
Small, but it
It
also
is
has
Rahul's
pockets
vote
of,
also.
It also has pockets of destitution.
Rahul's vote, Nalin's vote,
48 votes.
Abhijit's vote,
No, I'm in
Smita's
South
vote,
Delhi, so-
everybody.
I'm in
No,
South
Rahul
Delhi. I
is
live
in South Delhi. He's a little more, on the posher side of
No, but he lives in Lutyens. He's the Khan Market gang.
Khan Market gang with the RSS initials. The real insider, outsider. But fundamentally, look, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is a long day. I think it's going to be at least 11:30 till you have 5 or 6 rounds
Correct.
in. Let's not jump the gun. I know a lot of channels will be...
we are not in any hurry to call
Yeah.
this election or anything.
Exactly.
I was just saying that by 9:45, 10, you'll have all the netas coming out. And each neta,
Celebrations can
even
wait.
beyond what they say, it's about how they walk, what their how-bow is, what their body language is.
What are they
We would
cooking?
know. We will know which way the drift is
Can I
moving,
say
which way
something,
the
if this trend holds of vote share,
Ji.
then I think the margin of victory will be much higher for BJP.
Yeah.
I think this seat share will
Yeah,
open up
Seat
to
share
more
will
than
increase.
Seats. Because it's 52%. I mean, that's...
I mean, if the vote share holds at 51, I mean, this is going to be a
Landslide.
It's going to be a mirror of the perhaps last election in reverse.
You know,
but
maybe that not resigning in jail was not a good idea. Now, it's retrospectively, I mean, I think the whole thing, because it was basically to keep his power, but saying ki chala lenge yahin se. That's never happened. Even like Jayalalitha and all
Also,
went.
when he came back, he said this election is a referendum on me. And if he loses,
Well, he tried that stunt in
44,
Lok Sabha.
25,
The
people of
latest
Delhi have
numbers
spoken.
of the vote share, I think there is a change now. Can we just see that? I don't know if it is 49-44, 49-42. So it's 49 and 42. So the vote share numbers are also shifting.
I have
So
an
it's
interesting
now it's 7%.
Can I tell you something interesting? Apart from Delhi, there's another election happening which is in Milkipur.
Milkipur, yeah.
And BJP is leading there at the moment.
That's expected.
That's the prestige battle.
Record numbers of voting.
Ayodhya.
It's a grudge match.
And it's a record turnout as far as voting is concerned in Milkipur.
Since you were asking about the women voter, Rahul, so out of the 41 seats where women voted in higher numbers, BJP is leading in 24, AAP is leading in 16. So the women voter, the BJP seems to have clawed it out of the AAP's grasp.
Early days, of course, early days. I'm not going to right now hold my breath because this is going to be, it's not going to be easy. I think it's going to be one of those tough days where every vote will count. 48 is the margin.
You're saying that to make it interesting, or you're saying that because you cannot believe that Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party can be seen at 25 after having at 62.
I still believe that. Look, some of the women voters that I spoke with who came from the more disadvantaged classes kept saying that they're going to be voting for the AAP. So I don't know. I'm still hedging my bets.
So that there is a huge chunk of voters who may still swing with the Aam Aadmi Party, and that may realize that may come to manifest on the screen. It's possible. Nearly 19 seats ahead right now, the BJP in terms of.
Let me ask you.
So the AAP has to play some catch up to get to up to 36.
Anand, let me ask you this. You've been asking all the questions. Let me ask you a question.
Jay.
If the AAP gets 42% of the vote, the BJP gets about 47% of the vote. If these things now hold and they get a majority, would the AAP say that we were out and we're a down and out party? Or will they say, no, actually we got 42%. That means 42% of the people who press the button in Delhi still have faith in us. We're now the opposition party.
Here I'm going to quote Rashid Kidwai, who says that vote share is the bahana of the loser.
Loser's argument.
So it's the loser's argument. That's what Rashid Kidwai had come and said when we were speaking last and he was with us. So he said ki vote share is the bahana of the loser. So I'm going to stick to that, because for the Aam Aadmi Party, if you are losing vote share, if your top three leaders are trailing, and if you are not able to hold on to Delhi, then this was the fulcrum. This was the base from which you expanded into Punjab.
I think it's
you went to
existential.
Haryana, went to Himachal. You tried to become a national party using Delhi as your plank, and this was the Kejri model of governance, the fulcrum and the base for it. This is the fountainhead. If you've lost here, that means your political relevance nationally will get impacted and will get hurt. Griha, yes, Griha.
2,300, more than 2,300.
Yes, Kriya.
Okay, we have an update on Atishi. The margin has really closed in. She's just trailing by 193. We have an update on Sisodia. Second round of counting in Jangpura is leading by over 2,300 votes. So there is a lead of Manish Sisodia that he has managed so far. And we're also getting an important update, Anand, from Rohini, where Aam Aadmi Party's Pradeep Mittal is leading, but that margin of Vijayendra Gupta and Pradeep just 48. So Atishi's also managed to in fact close in on that, and Sisodia has got the lead.
Yes, but the fact is Arvind Kejriwal at this point continues to trail, and this is very close. This is neck and neck. Three top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party should be racing away with the mandate from the time the boxes open, be it postal or EVM ballots. But it's becoming tight for them, and that's reflective of the fortunes of the AAP. Although the AAP now is playing catch up on the leaderboard. Now have a look at this. They have now come to 27 seats. The BJP's lead, which was nearly about 46 some time back, has come down to 42. So the gap is closing in, and the Aam Aadmi Party is inching closer to that halfway mark. They need to get 9 more seats to get to 36, whereas the BJP needs to hold on to this lead.
Which are the seats that they are flipping? Sultanpur, Majra, like I said, about half an hour ago, BJP was leading. There, the AAP candidate is leading. You have Mangolpuri, where again, BJP was leading about half an hour ago. Now the AAP candidate is leading. In Mr. Vijayendra Gupta's seat, even though that lead is very, very narrow, 48 votes, as Griha was pointing out, Vijayendra Gupta is trailing right now in Rohini, and in Nangloi Jat, again, the AAP candidate there is leading. Also in Tilaknagar, the AAP candidate there is leading. And in the neighbouring constituency of Vikaspuri, again, the Aam Aadmi Party candidate is leading. So it's closing in again, Rahul Shivshankar. It's 41 to BJP and 28 to Aam Aadmi Party.
We have Ramesh Biduri who's spoken. Let's just listen in.
दिल्ली की आपदा से लोग परेशान हैं और आपदा से परेशान होने के कारण दिल्ली में जो लोगों ने नर्क झेला 10 साल तो मुझे लगता है कि दिल्ली के सम्मानित नागरिक पूर्ण बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देंगे और जो देश में विकास हुआ है उस विकास को देखते हुए दिल्ली में भी विकास होना चाहिए। इस मानसिकता को लेकर लोग त्रस्त हैं। पानी एक बूंद बढ़ाया नहीं गया, वो 950 MGD पानी 1300 MGD चाहिए दिल्ली में। तो दिल्ली के लोगों ने इस बारी बदलाव का मूड रखा है और जो राष्ट्र के अंदर मोदी साहब ने विकास किया पूरे देश में, दिल्ली भी उसी दिशा में चले कि दिल्ली का विकास हो। इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी दिल्ली में, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी। कुछ शीला जी के द्वारा सीटों का जो डिलिमिटेशन किसी जमाने में कांग्रेस के द्वारा किया गया, जिससे खुद ही अपनी वो हिट विकेट शीला दीक्षित जी हुई थी, इस प्रकार की कॉन्स्पिरेसी करके कि वोटों को सीटों को इस तरह से बनाया गया। एक वर्ग है जो वर्ग भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट कास्ट करने में परहेज करता है, उनको धीरे धीरे जोड़ जाड़ के ऐसा करने का प्रयास शीला जी ने किया था। उस डेमोग्राफी के कारण केजरीवाल 2 बार चुनाव इसलिए जीत गए कि मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटनी और झूठे वायदे करने। अब 10 साल में केजरीवाल जी एक्सपोज हो गए कि वो केवल झूठे वायदे करते हैं, कर कुछ सकते नहीं है।
पीछे चल रही है सर, आप आगे लीड कर रहे हैं, किस तरीके से?
देखो, ये कालका जी की जनता का डेवलपमेंट को लेकर अगर उनको चाहिए डेवलपमेंट होगा तो स्वाभाविक आतिशी की वो विदाई करेंगे। वो मैं कोई किसी को लीड देने वाला नहीं हूँ, ये कोई रेसलिंग नहीं है, ये कोई कंपटीशन टेस्ट दे के हम आगे नहीं बढ़ रहे हैं, ये जनता के आशीर्वाद का है। कालका जी की जनता आशीर्वाद अगर देगी तो स्वाभाविक आतिशी को लौटना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि आतिशी ने पिछले 5 साल में क्षेत्र में केजरीवाल जी ने दिल्ली में कुछ कराया नहीं है। और अगर इन परिस्थितियों में भी केजरीवाल को लोग अगर वोट देते हैं तो वो वर्ग जो देश में विकास, देश की तरक्की चाहता है, तो वो लोग वास्तव में इस बात को लेकर व्यथित होगा। लेकिन मेरा 100% मानना है कि इस बारी आपदा जा रही है और भाजपा आ रही है दिल्ली के विकास को लेकर।
बीजेपी के मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा आप होंगे?
ये बेकार की बातें करने का लाभ नहीं है। हम सेवा के काम करने के लिए राजनीति में हैं। ना तो केजरीवाल हमारे बारे में तय करेगा, ना कोई और तय करेगा। हमारा पार्टी नेतृत्व है और हम किस व्यक्ति का कहाँ उपयोग होता है उस हिसाब से राष्ट्र के निर्माण में कौन कहाँ बढ़िया काम कर सकता है। हम जैसे पहले 3 बार विधायक रहे थे तब कौन से तब विकास सेवा की।
Election Commission also, the BJP has crossed the halfway mark at about 36 leads, but there is a realignment that is happening. The BJP's lead has slid to 40, Aam Aadmi Party catching up and nearing the 30 number at 29. Arvind Kejriwal, for the first time since counting has begun, has now moved into the lead. Zaka Jacob.
Jangpura also, Mr. Sisodia is leading in Jangpura and Mr. Kejriwal is leading in New Delhi. I think in a matter of about half an hour, you will see Atishi also catch up on the lead, which is perhaps why Mr. Biduri came quickly and gave his bite. But I think slowly you're seeing that catch-up happening.
Since 30 and 39 now, both of them in 30s in terms of leads also.
Sorry. So for the first time since counting began, Mr. Kejriwal and Mr. Sisodia are both leading right now.
So Ravi Srivastava finally chirping
finding a voice.
Smiling a bit, finding his voice because the AAP is now getting into the competition.
But if the Axis poll or the other polls are to hold, the exit polls, then this is where things will start breaking away. That the AAP will get restricted to about 28, 29 and the BJP will start streaking ahead. Now we'll have to watch that, because if that doesn't happen, that means the exit polls were slightly off the mark. This is going to be a really tight contest and it's going to go down to the wire. Until 12 o'clock we may not even still have a result which is worthy of being called.
I think this election, either the Aam Aadmi Party will face an existential crisis or the exit poll industry, because they can't keep getting it wrong again and again.
Vote disaster for the exit polls.
So one of the other entities will have existential crisis, either the AAP or the exit poll industry. Yes, Kriha. Arvind Kejriwal leading now. Yes.
Trailing Zaka. So even as Arvind Kejriwal has managed that lead, Saurabh Bhardwaj, one of the key candidates of the Aam Aadmi Party, is now trailing by just 250, in fact, by 459 votes, I'm told. Atishi's margin has also now increased back to over 1,000 votes, in fact 1,100, that Mr. Biduri is in fact leading as far as Kalka ji is concerned.
Is now trailing.
And 254, that's the lead for Arvind Kejriwal from New Delhi.
Only by Saurabh Bhardwaj, everyone was saying, has done the best work.
He's trailing. I think this is really close. It's going to go down to the wire till
now. See, again, flip-flop happened. AAP slips to 28. BJP leads to 42. So with each round of counting and each constituency, I think the leads will be very, very tight.
I mean, if you're talking about a 42% vote share.
Yeah.
even at the worst, all exit polls said the the AAP will get 42%. That means they're going to be in the running for a long time.
Well, Ramesh Biduri, who's just once again got into the lead against Atishi, is with us, and Alka Lamba is with us here. Ananya, yes.
कि आम आदमी पार्टी एक्सपोज 100% हो गई। दिल्ली के लोगों ने उनको एक चांस दिया था, उन्होंने झूठ बोला, पहले 5 साल में कुछ नहीं किया, मुझे मोदी जी काम नहीं करने दे रहे। अब उन्होंने माना है कि मैं सड़कें नहीं बना पाया, जबना साफ नहीं कर पाया, खुद मान लिया। अब नहीं कहा उन्होंने मुझे मोदी जी काम नहीं करने दे रहे, क्योंकि अगर वो ये कहते तो फिर दिल्ली की जनता कहती कि मोदी जी तो 5 साल और प्रधानमंत्री रहने वाले हैं, तो हम क्यों तुझे वोट दें, क्यों विकास कराएं। तो कुछ लोगों ने, जो केजरीवाल ने रेवड़ियां बांटी अपने निजी लोगों को, और कुछ गरीब लोगों को उन्होंने, अपने निजी लोगों को और कुछ गरीब लोगों को उन्होंने जो रेवड़ी बांटकर लालच देने का काम किया था, उसमें काफ़ी हद तक लोगों ने उनको नकार दिया है।
बार बार ये कहा जा रहा है कि जो इलेक्शन कमीशन है उसका इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है, पुलिस का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है, वोट को इधर उधर करने के लिए। किस तरीके से आप
ये शुरू से ट्रेंड चला रहा है, अपनी कभी कोई देखता नहीं है। चोर अदालत में खड़ा होकर कभी थोड़ी कहता है मैंने चोरी की है, पुलिस ने मुझे नाजायज बंद कर दी है। तो एजेंसियां, संस्थाएं कभी किसी को चुनाव बनाती होती तो इमरजेंसी के दौरान भी इंदिरा जी ने इमरजेंसी लगाई थी, 77 में चुनाव हुए थे और इंदिरा जी को लोगों ने हटा दिया था जी। तो संस्थाएं, एजेंसियां अपना काम करती हैं, इसी काम के लिए बनाए, लोकतंत्र को स्थापित रखने के लिए। उन पर झूठे दोषारोपण नहीं करनी चाहिए।
So this was Mr. Ramesh Biduri who was speaking to us. You heard him saying that the Aam Aadmi Party has lost its mandate. The people of Delhi are not choosing the Aam Aadmi Party, and all the allegations that have been leveled by in fact, the Aam Aadmi Party, as far as the Election Commission is concerned, all of them are completely baseless. Because
well, we'll have to see whether or not he holds on to that lead that he has, Ananya, right now. Whether or not he has that lead, which is a slender one, about 1100 votes, as we got the report from the live result hub, vis-a-vis Atishi and Alka Lamba. So 42 leads for the BJP, 28 for the Aam Aadmi Party. The Congress lead has also gone away.
Yeah,
so the
Badli
Congress
seat,
is 0 now.
Yeah,
so the Badli
seat
seat has now flipped.
BJP is leading.
So the BJP has now taken the Badli seat away from the Congress party. So the Congress is at 0. I'm going to check if Nikul Patel is still with us. But what does this then define national politics? How is it defined? So it's a live studio. It's about 9:45 in the morning. All of you watching this broadcast, our viewers must be just having your breakfast and then that half cup of chai or coffee as your habit is. There is food doing the rounds even on our tables here quietly with all our guests sneaking in
except
a few
for the two of us.
Except for the two of us who are standing here and getting you this coverage. Huh?
Sing for your supper.
No, I'll tell you what. That's what I wanted to say. Okay, viewers, if you help us out, here's the promise that we are making. If you help us out, if you are with us right through this result day live coverage, and if we are the #1 on YouTube, if we are the #1 on television, if we are the #1 across the platforms, because you are sticking with us as we get you the real numbers, you will see song and dance here. That's what we can promise.
So
it doesn't matter which party wins, which party loses.
We are leading on YouTube with 3,13,000 concurrent viewers right now.
Yeah, it's got to happen till the result happens. It's got to happen till the result consolidates. So you got to stay with us and you will see song and dance here. That's the promise we can make. Not because a political party has won or a pollster has got something right. It's because you are with us here on News 18. Yeah.
Okay, but very quickly, look, let's just get back to the grind here, so to speak, the standing vigil that you guys are keeping. Look at look at that map and look at the vote share. Now, the vote share is the interesting game here. That means the BJP has got some momentum behind it. That means even in this initial stage, where leads are going up and back and forth, etc., etc. This is not a walkover for the AAP by any stretch of the imagination. The BJP is very tightly in the lead in vote share terms. And
but there's a 5% gap only, huh? So the AAP has narrowed the gap.
Remember,
5% gap is enough.
Most polls gave it 42, 48 in any case. So if the exit poll, at least one of them...
to 47.6 versus 42.9.
That's right.
Which is exactly in line with what the average of the polls was saying.
Average exit pollsters. So the exit pollsters have done some serious homework this time because their credibility is also online.
But look at the ground the BJP has, traversed. So it's 11% in the in the positive. That's not small. That's a huge swing. At least.
And the AAP has also slid down the same 11%.
Exactly.
So that entire swing voter.
This tells you there is a mood here which is not in the favor of the AAP. Now, how much we don't know. Whether it will result in a lot of conversions of seats.
This is important because AAP was for the last 10 years seen as Delhi was seen as an impregnable castle for AAP.
Yes.
And certainly AAP went into this election 4 or 5 months back thinking that. Kejriwal, even the Lok Sabha, betted his entire credibility on the line, which people didn't listen to. So this is a tectonic shift, I think, in Delhi politics. Whatever the final number is, something is shifted in Delhi's politics.
Shifted in Delhi's politics, and the AAP had a huge advantage. They decided all their seats first. They did all the campaigning much before.
And by that I mean, sorry, I want to add, Smita, what I mean is that for 25 years, Delhi has not trusted the BJP for a state election. And that seems to be changing.
I just wanted to bring in these two women from the Aam Aadmi Party. Very Draupadi kind of fight that they've led. One is Alka Lamba and the other one is Swati Maliwal. Swati Maliwal, of course, has been going, door-to-door campaigning against Kejriwal, made it a very intense personal battle against Kejriwal. And the second, if I may complete, the second one is Alka Lamba, who went to the Congress, and from Kalkaji Assembly, she seems to have conceded because she says no matter what the result, we'll keep fighting, etc., etc. But she says that if Arvind Kejriwal is trailing or losing, she says it for certain Manish Sisodia and Atishi will also lose.
Wow.
These two women, so that's one point that Alka Lamba said.
Why is she a factor?
She is a bigger factor than people discuss. People talk about all kinds of things on development model and all. But that women voter that you keep saying that AAP has, they still have a lot of that. But there has been erosion because, and we don't want to put any conjectures, there are all kind of rumors going around. But Delhi is very good with rumors.
So out of the women voter,
and those kind of rumors are, and that whole violence in his office, things like that, that dented the whole.
The women voter constituency is 41. BJP is leading in 26 and AAP only in 15. But BJP last time around won only one of those seats. So 25 out of 26 are seats that the AAP held.
So it's a real. Mr. Kejriwal's statement. He said if the women vote sticks with us, we're through. If it doesn't, now if there's even a breach in this women vote, this was a real consolidated vote behind the AAP. If that is shifting, even by 50%, there's trouble.
ये RSS की पैनी नजर women voters पे है. From the word go, he's been saying.
Well, because they are indecisive. I know. This is very strange. It's a very strangely articulated.
No, I didn't mean it. He's been talking
because
about
they are the most sensible, the most steadfast voters. Okay. Nothing much
totally
more than that.
Flattered with your dependence on women voters to make such a difference in the Delhi election.
No, but I want to make a point. Women voters in this election. This is the first election in Delhi State Assembly where more women have voted than men.
Manikam Tagore has just.
There you go.
Congress
is not in
absolute numbers.
No,
not in absolute numbers. Percentage.
Not even in percentage terms. But anyway,
yes, I think.
No, only in some.
In some constituencies, not overall. Okay, now Manikam Tagore of the Congress has just tweeted December 1st, 2024. The question asked to Arvind Kejriwal in a press conference, will there be a Gadbandhan in Delhi? And he said, Delhi mein koi Gadbandhan nahi hoga. And he said, hashtag Delhi results. So that's what Manikam Tagore is.
So Manikam Tagore represents, you know who? The High Command.
High Command. So the Congress saying, it was Arvind Kejriwal who walked out of the Gadbandhan. Arvind Kejriwal who walked out of the Gadbandhan. Dekho natija kya ho gaya.
Yeah. So is this guy actually not speaking to the AAP? Is he speaking to the Sandeep Dikshits of his party who did not want an alliance with the AAP? That's also a question that can be thrown up here.
Correct. So within the Congress also there are two groups. One group that wanted to continue with the India alliance and they continue to work with AAP. One group now that is blaming Aadmi.
There's not even a single conference.
Okay.
Anand, in this what happens is that there are some who are saying कि हम long term देख रहे थे. What is the long term repercussions? अब long term got over in 2024. Elections are over, so now you have to look short term, which is why in Haryana, when the Aam Aadmi Party totally announced that all 90 we are going to be fighting on our own, that was a sure shot signal that when in Haryana they don't even exist, and to say that we will take on, they are not willing to even talk to the Congress party in Haryana. That was a sure shot signal that in Delhi they're not going to talk to you. So ye lagbag mana ho gaya, which Arvind Kejriwal had said about the Congress. This time it was the other way around. It was lagbag mana kari diya maine. from Aam Aadmi Party.
And the point that I want to make about women, coming back to this conversation, importantly, look, in a low turnout, where men have not come out in adequate numbers to be counted, women have actually done better than men in proportion by coming out to be counted. Not in absolute numbers, in proportion. So fundamentally, the women had more skin in this game. The men were slightly more, well, I mean, you know, what difference does it make, AAP or BJP, hamara kya hai? The point is, the woman voter is going to be the swing voter of this election, and that's why Mr. Kejriwal, being a canny politician, made that desperate appeal at the last moment.
The 10%.
Yes, अगर आप आओगी हमारे लिए तो फिर हम बच जाएंगे, नहीं आओगी तो फिर हमारा
तो
प्रॉब्लम
उसमें भी टेढ़ा बोला ना that the EVMs are going to be working against the Aam Aadmi Party, but that EVM का negative will turn positive if the women voter votes for us. There was like multiple
have different EVMs.
This is
Pink colored
Rahul, but you know, I was speaking to somebody who lives in Old Delhi. It's a traditional affluent family, and she was telling me that the lower middle class house helps, etc., that she was speaking to, and this is entirely anecdotal, but they were saying that we would this time दीदी हम लोग तो बीजेपी को वोट करेंगे.
मेरा सो उल्टा चल रहा है.
क्योंकि 25
the anecdotal evidence that I got was completely different from
25 दे रहे हैं और बीजेपी तो देता भी है. So BJP has a track record of direct benefit transfer.
Maybe that Punjab non-delivery has
credentials.
cost. I mean, you can't be lying on one side of the border and then expecting people to believe you.
These days news travels, and even the Maharashtra scheme, like it's not like people in Delhi have not heard. Like they're like, okay, that's worked there. So
consistency is what is the lack of consistency, perhaps in the AAP between the Karni and the Kathni.
One has to give it to the BJP, the way it has come back from 4th June 2024, when it did, significantly worse than what it had expected.
Can we go back to that magic wall and go into
fantastic.
some of the clusters, Zach, and get a sense of really, I mean,
lower income groups, again, it's sort of neck and neck, but the BJP has done better than the AAP. 19 out of 32 seats, which are lower income groups. 19 of those seats, the BJP is leading in, 13 only for the AAP. But it's a 16 loss. So 16 more seats the AAP had. They had 29 of the lower income seats out of 32 last time around. It's a significant erosion of the lower income seats as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. The middle class, we keep talking about the middle class, almost anywhere between a third and a fourth of Delhi is middle class. Out of 28 out of 70 seats, again the BJP, 18 out of those 28 the BJP is leading in, the AAP only in 10. A large part of that comes from West Delhi, and I keep going back to West Delhi, whether it's Harinagar, whether it is Rajouri Garden, whether it is Moti Nagar, whether it is Patel Nagar. All of these seats, it is the BJP candidate who is leading.
And these are high density clusters.
And these are high population clusters.
Saurabh still trailing in
Yes,
Kailash?
Saurabh Bharadwaj is trailing in Greater Kailash, and so is Mr. Bharti in Malviya Nagar.
Saurabh Bharadwaj trailing, this just goes to show that the Congress has impacted on the Aam Aadmi Party because the BJP candidate was not expected to win. Shikha Roy, she was not expected to win at all. But the Aam Aadmi Party has got hit because him trailing makes absolute no sense. So here, the Congress has eaten up into the Aam Aadmi Party
Even in the
votes,
neighbouring
and that's
constituency
where.
of Kasturba Nagar, where Abhishek Dutt of the Congress is fighting, it's the BJP candidate who's leading there in Kasturba Nagar.
Here what happens is Abhishek Dutt was the favourite to win out here. So again, the vote has got splintered between the Congress and the AAP, and BJP is.
Can we have a comparison of the two maps?
Yeah.
The last
So this
assembly
is-
and this one?
This is 2025 map.
Yeah.
Let's go and check the 2020 Vidhan Sabha map. Here you go. This is the 2020 Vidhan Sabha map.
Wow. I mean, this is a complete chameleon-like color change.
Yeah. So,
I mean,
So
this
because
is,
it mirrors the Lok Sabha map, that's one point.
I wish we could put all the three maps together. The
This
Lok
is
Sabha
the
map,
current
the Vidhan Sabha 2020 map, and of course the 25 map. That would give us a fair indication of which way this election is going.
This is the 2025 Vidhan Sabha. Let's look at the Lok Sabha 2024, whether it mirrors Lok Sabha 2024. More or less.
More or less. And it's those pockets where the Congress and the AAP together made impact. That's again where in 2025 the AAP continues to hold a bit of
Well,
sway.
the Congress clearly has lost its vote to the BJP and
and it's moved to the... See, the Congress is no player here. But it's the third... इज द थर्ड प्लेयर. रमेश बिदुरी जी इज विद अस. रमेश बिदुरी जी नमस्ते. कालका जी में आपको क्या लग रहा है? अभी तक तो दिख रहा है कि आप आगे हैं, बढ़त आपको भी है और भाजपा को भी है दिल्ली में.
देखो, केजरीवाल ने जो 10 साल में झूठ परोसा, केजरीवाल ने जो बेईमानी की सारी हदें पार की, शराब घोटाला करना, 52 करोड़ का शीश महल बना लेना अपने लिए, दिल्ली के झुग्गी झोंपड़ी के लोग वही नार के जीवन जीते रहे, पीने का दिल्ली वासियों को पानी नहीं, और आपने कहा मैं सिक्योरिटी लूँगा, 2-2 राज्य की सिक्योरिटी, आपने कहा कार नहीं लूँगा, 2.5-3 करोड़ की कारें आपने खरीद ली 10 साल में सरकारी. तो इसीलिए केजरीवाल जी एक्सपोज हुए. यमुना को मैं साफ नहीं कर पाऊंगा, 5-6 में वोट मांगने नहीं आऊँगा, और बेहयाई के कारण फिर वोट मांगने आ गई, तो इतना तो दिल्ली की जनता समझेगी. एक वर्ग है वो नहीं समझने वाला है, उनको केवल बीजेपी से एलर्जी है, तो वो वर्ग नहीं समझेगा, लेकिन बाकी दिल्ली की जनता तो समझेगी ना जी.
पर रमेश बिदुरी जी, इस बार तो बीजेपी ने भी रेवड़ियां बांटी हैं. उन्होंने भी कहा है कि जो आपको मिल रहा था वो तो मिलेगा ही, उससे ज्यादा देंगे. तो फिर फर्क क्या हो गया दोनों में? फिर
कौन जानता है यार.
आई एम सॉरी. पढ़े लिखे होने के बाद अंतर करना सीखिए. ये चैनल जो करते हैं, बीजेपी ने कभी रेवड़ी नहीं बांटी. बीजेपी ने गरीब आदमी के एम्पावरमेंट के लिए, उसकी आवश्यकता की पूर्ति के लिए गरीबों को दिया है. अगर अन्न दिया जा रहा है 6,000 लोगों को, 6,000 रुपए लोगों को, तो छोटे किसानों को, गरीबों को दिया जा रहा है, सबको नहीं दिया जा रहा. गैस का कनेक्शन क्या गरीब परिवार की बेटी को नहीं मिलना चाहिए? 70 साल में हो या नहीं हो पाया? वो मजदूरी करता है, तो 11 करोड़ गैस के कनेक्शन दिए. झुग्गी झोपड़ी में रहने वाली जो माता बहनें हैं, जो गरीब परिवार की बहनें हैं, उनको अगर मध्य प्रदेश में पहले से बीजेपी देती आ रही है महिला सम्मान के रूप में, वो देने की बात करिए. तुम ही अपने जेब खर्चा, अगर पापा जब तुम्हें स्कूल भेजते रहे होंगे या अपने बेटे को भेजोगे, और उसकी पॉकेट मनी आप 500 रुपये दे दो 10वीं क्लास में, और 11वीं में पॉकेट मनी 400 कर दो, तो बेटा क्या कहेगा आपके बारे में? एक बार इस देश में किसी को कोई चीज मिल जाती है तो लोकतंत्र में लोग कहते हैं मेरा हक छीनने का काम हो रहा है. तो मोदी जी किसी का हक नहीं छीनते. किसी सरकार ने ऐसी गलती की है और किसी को अननेसेसरी उसको देने का काम किया है, तो मोदी जी उसका हक क्यों छीने? तो मोदी जी ने कहा है जिसको हक पुरानी सरकारों ने दिया उसका हक अब मिलता रहेगा. उसके लिए डेवलपमेंट इफेक्ट पड़ेगा, लेकिन केंद्र से मदद करके डेवलपमेंट को दिल्ली में किया जाएगा. तो इसीलिए मोदी साहब ने कोई रेवड़ी नहीं बांटी है, कोई नई ऐसी योजना लागू नहीं की. जो पहले से बीजेपी 10 साल से देश में दे रही है, वही दिल्ली में घोषणा की गई है.
पर एक बात बताइए रमेश बिदुरी जी, अगर आम आदमी पार्टी कहती है महिलाओं को 2100 देंगे, बीजेपी ने कहा है कि हम 2500 देंगे, तो कहीं ना कहीं आज राजनीति कहीं उस लेवल पर नहीं आ गई कि आपको जो कहा गया वो देना तो पड़ेगा, उसके ऊपर से आपको गवर्नेंस करके दिखाना पड़ेगा? ये चैलेंज तो बढ़ गए आपके.
बिल्कुल, हम कोई चैलेंज नहीं है. हम मध्य प्रदेश में दे रहे हैं 1000 रुपये, हम छत्तीसगढ़ में दे रहे हैं, हम महाराष्ट्र में दे रहे हैं, हम हरियाणा में दे रहे हैं. कोई इफेक्ट हुआ क्या? कोई डेवलपमेंट पे फर्क पड़ा क्या? मोदी जी किसान सम्मान निधि के 11 करोड़ लोगों को 6,000 दे रहे हैं, कोई डेवलपमेंट पे फर्क पड़ा क्या? वो बजट की रेशो देखी जाती है, बजट के अनुसार कितना पैसा लोगों के वेलफेयर के लिए लगाना है, कितना पैसा डेवलपमेंट में लगाना है. लेकिन आप एक मुश्त, जब बांग्लादेश से आ जाओ, चाहे कोई वर्ग हो, किसी को आवश्यकता है नहीं है, लो मुझे वोट दे दो, लालच लोगों में देकर और सबको बांट रहे हो, इसको रेवड़ी कहते हैं.
देखिए, आप दिल्ली
मीडिया को समझना पड़ेगा. सॉरी,
नहीं, मैं समझ गया आपकी बात, पर ये कंपल्शन भी तो हो गया. मैं इस बात से कह रहा हूं कि एक राजनेता होकर के आपकी भूमिका काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट भी हो सकती है आगे जाकर, जैसा भी पार्टी तय करेगी. लेकिन मैं ये चाहता हूं कि क्या ये दिल्ली की पॉलिटिक्स हो गई है कि जब तक आप कुछ किसी को फ्री में नहीं देते हो तब तक वो आपको वोट नहीं देंगे, और उसके बाद आपको जो भी काम करना है उनके लिए वो भी करना पड़ेगा, विकास का काम.
देखो, ये ट्रेंड साउथ से चल रहा है. बंगाल में देखिए आप, बंगाल में क्या चल रहा है, तेलंगाना में देखिए आप, तमिलनाडु में देखिए आप, है ना? ये सब जगह ट्रेंड चलाने का प्रयास किया, ये भाजपा ने नहीं किया. देश इसीलिए कांग्रेस के टाइम में भी यही चला, एक वर्ग रईस होता चला गया था. ये ट्रेंड पहले से चला आ रहा है. एकदम आने के बाद अगर हाथ किसी पत्थर के नीचे दब जाए, उसको झटके से खींचोगे तो छिल जाएगा, उसको धीरे धीरे निकाला जाता है. तो इसलिए ट्रेंड चल रहा है. लोगों में विश्वास धीरे धीरे मोदी जी पैदा कर रहे हैं कि गरीब आदमी का अगर विकसित भारत हो जाएगा तो उसको एक टेंशन खत्म हो जाएगी कि MBBS उसका अगर प्रतिभाशाली बच्चा करना चाहेगा तो उसको फीस नहीं देनी पड़ेगी. आज आयुष्मान भारत कार्ड बनाकर 5 लाख लोगों को हेल्थ फैसिलिटी जो देने का काम मोदी जी कर रहे हैं, तो इसलिए जो बीमार होगा उसी को मिलेगा ना. तो अब आदमी को ये लगेगा कि मेरे परिवार में कोई बीमार हो जाएगा, मुझे गहने नहीं बेचने पड़ेंगे, मुझे असेसरी 2 हराम से पैसा लेकर उसको इकट्ठा नहीं करना पड़ेगा, वो सेटिस्फैक्शन हो जाएगा उस व्यक्ति को. तो इस प्रकार की योजनाएं लाकर कि जो नीडी है उसको दिया जाए, इसमें थोड़ा समय लगेगा, लेकिन ये बंद हो जाएगा धीरे धीरे मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में. मोदी जी को बंद.
आपका आकलन क्या है कालका जी को लेकर और दिल्ली को लेकर? अभी तो आंकड़े 39-29 दिखा रहे हैं, 41 इन फेवर ऑफ बीजेपी।
मेरा मामला है भारतीय जनता पार्टी 39 से लेकर 50 सीटों के बीच में आएगी। मैं पहले 46 कहता रहा हूँ, आज तक 46 सीटों के बीच में, लेकिन अभी मुझे पता नहीं है क्या कौन सी सीट का क्या ट्रेंड है, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी और कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी 50 तक भी पहुंच जाए।
अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल, आतिशी और मनीष सिसोदिया हारते हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या? अंतिम प्रश्न आपसे।
नहीं, मतलब साफ है ना कि यही लोग बड़े चोर थे, यही दो जेल गए थे, इन्होंने वायदे किए थे। जो एरिया में एमएलए इनका नाम से जो जीत करा रहा था, तो इसलिए मुखिया ही भ्रष्ट थे, तो इसलिए मुखिया को अगर मार दिया जाए, अगर शतरंज के में प्यादे मारने से कोई लाभ नहीं है, राजा को मारा जाता है तो अपना आप सारे प्यादे मर जाते हैं जी।
रमेश बिदुरी जी, ऑल द वेरी वेरी बेस्ट।
तो जनता ने राजा को मार दिए, राजाओं को मार रही है। ठीक है,
आपको बात ठीक, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट। नतीजे समाप्त होने के बाद आपसे फिर बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच। सो 39-31 at this point, Ramesh Biduri saying that the people of Delhi have rejected the false promises of Arvind Kejriwal, and because some of these promises have been made in the past, so the compulsion for the current governments or the incumbents or even the aspirants to continue with the promises while delivering on governance. So celebrations have begun for the BJP. Yes.
It's touched 31.
31
so,
and the BJP is slipping below 40.
It's still early. I know that the BJP is celebrating. We saw that in Haryana elections where the Congress was celebrating very quickly. Let's not.
See, I'll tell you one thing. It's post 10 o'clock. I said very clearly, post 10 o'clock you will see reactions. Look at how the Congress is reacting. The Congress has somewhere called the elections for Delhi. They have called the elections saying that the AAP is losing because Manikam Tagore, Alka Lamba, look what they say. Alka Lamba is contesting. No, I'm just saying Alka Lamba is contesting. Alka Lamba is against Ramesh Biduri and Atishi.
So she's saying that he's winning. But my problem with the Congress is this. When it loses, the EVM is to blame. When its competitors, even whether they're in the India bloc, lose, then they deserve it. How is this possible? How is this possible that now they're delighting in the AAP's loss? They're not blaming the EVM. Rahul Gandhi yesterday, and I saw that press conference, there was Supriya Sule on one side, and there was another leader from Sanjay Raut on the other. He's sitting in the middle, and he says, I'm speaking for all the opposition. Today, is this party speaking for all the opposition? Is it going to speak up for the AAP and say, no, there is something wrong with the EVM, the EC didn't tell us what the overall turnout was, they only gave it to us late. Now, you can't do this.
No. Sharad Pawar's NCP, Sanjay Raut and Rahul Gandhi, these three parties are not all the opposition. That's what the thought process within the India alliance is, where the Trinamool Congress believes, the RJD believes, the Samajwadi Party believes, and now the Aam Aadmi Party believes that we are a better opposition than you are. So that's what...
See, have you seen any of these top rung of the Congress, as Rahul has pointed out? Where are the top rung of the Congress party? Koi bhi nikla hai? Who has come out and, gone to the counting centers or have a war room or talk to the press? Nothing.
Don't you see that there is between Haryana, Delhi and Maharashtra, the Congress localized the entire election management and campaigning rather than having too many of its national leaders being involved. And they are trying to say, okay, you believe locally you will fight and we don't want Rahul Gandhi, you don't want the central leadership to be involved. Try and fight the local elections and show me what you can do. Bhupinder Hooda lost. Nana Patole and Prithviraj Chavan and the rest of the gang, they could not make inroads. And now Sandeep Dixit, and this is what will be told to Sandeep Dixit, Ajay Makan, that you have not been able to deliver. Into the numbers.
A couple of things
40-30 again.
So SC reserve seats, I think Dalit had mentioned this. So now I think we're seeing a bit of a change there in SC reserve seats. AAP is leading in 8, BJP in 4. So I think AAP is holding on to some of those Dalit voters. Also want to bring into focus the Purvanchal influence. Purvanchali voters, again, was a substantial AAP base. They still have the lead, but it's just a neck-and-neck thing between AAP and BJP. Much of them on the eastern side of Delhi, it's 13 to AAP and 12 to BJP. So Purvanchali voters and Dalit voters, the AAP seems to be holding on. Let's also quickly check on the Muslim voters, where the Muslim voters are in excess of 30%. Again, in Old Delhi, I see that AAP is... okay, there again, AAP is leading by 2. So out of the 10 seats, AAP 6 and BJP 4, including, of course, in Chandni Chowk and Sadar Bazaar,
but in all these clusters, there's been attrition for the AAP. The AAP is holding on, but just barely. There's been
gains
attrition.
for the BJP. Significant.
How many rounds of counting? Let's quickly check with Griha. Yes, Griha.
while we are at it, because the rounds are really, beginning to trickle in. Right now we are learning, and this is an interesting update. So far, the biggest lead is coming for a BJP candidate from Mustafabad. So that is something, and the lead is of 16,181 votes. Mr. Bish there is leading. 7 rounds have been counted in Vishwasnagar. BJP has a lead of more than 8,000 votes there. Shahadra too, this 5th round, BJP has a lead of 4,200 votes. So that is there. Also, we are going to tell our viewers that Delhi Cant is where the results come in first, because there are just about 8 rounds that need to be counted there. Out of there, the 3rd round of counting is on, and BJP has a very slim lead of just 303 votes right now.
Okay, thanks for that update.
Shakur Basti, he's trailing. Mr. Jain, Satyendra Jain, the former health minister, is trailing.
The gentleman who went to jail, you're saying.
Yeah, Satyendra Jain who went to jail. See,
all the jailbirds are having a problem.
Also, Rakhi Birla, former speaker of Aam Aadmi Party, is also trailing.
Is trailing. See,
so
the 4-5 big
This
figureheads of faces. Arvind Kejriwal, Atishi, Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain, Gopal Rai, Rakhi Birla.
All
these are the 6 who are central, along with the likes of Saurabh Bharadwaj, Somnath Bharti. Now, this would be the 5 or 8 people of the Aam Aadmi Party who are the big faces. Saurabh Bharadwaj, so far, has steered clear of any controversy, and he's been working very well in his constituency. Now, if he loses...
He's leading again.
So, he's back in the lead. Saurabh Bharadwaj is in the lead. The rest, Rakhi Birla was speaker. But the other 6 have been part of this entire core Arvind Kejriwal model of governance, and also the inner control. So, Arvind, if he lost control, he depended on Manish Sisodia, Gopal Rai.
The only ones in the AAP
and then there is also Sanjay Singh, who's an MP who's not contesting in this
election. Yes, so the only ones in the AAP right now who are safe for the Rajya Sabha lot.
We have to see. But
1 minute.
What does that imply with the people of Delhi?
You
know what Smita was just saying. Smita was saying a short while ago.
What is the situation in New Delhi?
Kejriwal is right now leading, but by a few hundred votes.
Few hundred votes. Barely by a few hundred votes in New Delhi. But again, there was this entire, if two of the 3 who are in the fray.
Now again, Jangpura, Mr. Sisodia is trailing. Mr. Marwa is leading in Jangpura. Again, I don't know the exact margin, but after leading for about 15-20 minutes, again now Mr. Sisodia is trailing in Jangpura.
BJP's Tarvinder Singh Marwa is leading.
But Tarvinder Singh Marwa. So that's what, see, what did you quote Alka Lamba as saying? That Arvind Kejriwal, Sisodia, Atishi, all 3 will lose.
If Arvind Kejriwal loses, then these 2 cannot win. That they will also lose. Ojha is also trailing.
Ojha has been trailing since morning. Patparganj perhaps explains why Mr. Sisodia changed the seat in the first place. Mr. Ojha has been trailing.
Look at the leads consolidate once again. 43 to the BJP, 27 to the Aam Aadmi Party. So as more and more EVMs are opening and more rounds of counting, the BJP is continuing to consolidate itself. It's not losing ground. 43-27. Ramesh Biduri, when he spoke with us, he said 39 to 50 is my range, although I've been saying 46 seats. We may cross 50 or we may touch 50, he said. He said, I don't know how things are opening up, but he was quietly confident that he will hold on to Kalkaji, or he will perhaps be able to punch a hole in Kalkaji and win Kalkaji. But it's a big thing that if your top 5-6 faces of the Kejri model of governance are struggling to hold on to their leads and are just by, barely, and they're in a, give and go here. Now, it's 43. Yes, Nalin, you were wanting to make a point. Yeah,
I want to make a point that now let's wait and see another half an hour for the leads. But one thing is very clear: the BJP has fought this election like a startup. It's an election. It's an electoral behemoth. But see, when the Congress makes gains, it gains often at the expense because other guy is just not performing well, right? What the BJP has done is it's gone into the opponent's backyard, and it's really wresting gains from right from its core backyard. That tells you something about the nature of politics of the BJP at the moment. And what I think in the national context, from June 4 to now, you've had Haryana, you've had Maharashtra, you've had Delhi, you've basically had a full circle. All the gains, all the losses BJP has had, it's kind of recovered those. I would say it's in a stronger position than much more stronger position than it was then. And Delhi means it's recovered.
I want all of you to also weigh in on this part that Ramesh Biduri said. He said, a promise that's been made already, a dole that's been given, cannot be taken away immediately because that causes dissonance. So we have no other option but to continue the existing dole but deliver a better form of governance. And he said this trend started from the south. He says Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Bengal, Karnataka, they have all started this, and now we have to want to do it because the voter has now been spoiled. He says हाथ के नीचे पत्थर पत्थर के नीचे हाथ है तो झट से खींचोगे तो छिल जाएगा. So you got to take it out slowly. You got to wean them away slowly.
Doles, in the Juggi seats out of 18, it's neck and neck. AAP 9, BJP 9, and I think you're right. I mean, it'll be decided in these
those
Juggi
polls
seats.
that I've witnessed were not wrong. Those internal surveys that the BJP conducted, where they said that we're making inroads into the disadvantaged clusters of the city. And we're also gaining in the women vote. We don't know where this is. This is about 15 days before the vote was cast. So they were still waiting for the Prime Minister to hit the ground, and then he made that emotional appeal. And the BJP hadn't still really announced its panoply of benefits that it's not.
See, I also want to talk about the Jat votes, because we underplay the Jat influence in Delhi. Parvesh Verma at the end of the day is a Jat. Maybe he was given the wrong constituency, but look at the outer Delhi constituencies, Narela, Rithala, all of that. These are constituencies that the BJP has never won. And I want to compare this to the 2020 Vidhan Sabha map. Look at all this sea of saffron around the outskirts of Delhi. Let's take a look at how it was in 2020 Vidhan Sabha.
Wow.
Look at that. That entire thing. BJP did not win a single seat in all of these constituencies. Jat dominated seats.
Mr. Biduri made a very interesting remark. And he said that, look, I don't know if you caught on. He said Sheila Dikshit suffered because of delimitation.
Delimitation.
She made that point. I think the BJP, when you said maybe you've not got the right constituency, I think the BJP has been able to go down into every little constituency and figure out the demographics there very accurately, because the way they picked their candidates this time, most of them nameless faceless, by the way. There was a lot of pressure on the Amit Shah, coterie to basically accommodate a lot of known names. They haven't done that. Correct. A lot of their people are unknowns.
See, Parvesh Sharma, Ramesh Biduri, MPs not given tickets, asked to fight MLA elections, one against former Chief Minister, another one sitting Chief Minister. Satish Upadhyay, again, going on to take on a high-profile candidate. And then Tarvinder Singh Marwa, up against Manish Sisodia. The BJP is telling these leaders, we are not going to name you. You perform, you defeat them, then immediately you become candidates for potential chief ministers.
And that's also a way to unite the party. If everyone has a skin in the game, no one is going to pull each other
all of you have got to beat an incumbent who's been there around for a decade in Delhi politics and is a strong person. So these are all possibilities which the BJP has looked very carefully. But the other point I was trying to make, and I just lost my train of thought there, coming back to the clusters. The BJP seems to have gone and said on ground, I will continue the existing doles, but I'll deliver you better governance.
Yeah.
I will not only give you your free bus, I will not only give you 2,500 rupees. If they are saying 21, I'll give you 25, but I will clean up the Yamuna for you. And I will build better roads for you. I will build a Viksit Delhi while giving you. Suman Berry, the chairperson of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council after Bibek Debroy, the vice chairperson of Niti Aayog, he told me, he said, Anand, we figured out a model where growth and inclusion can go hand in hand. And that's what we're going to work on. That's what the Prime Minister wants to deliver. So if the BJP has figured that out, then other parties will now have to play catch up on that front.
Because of its fight with the governor and the centre, stopped one of the main benefits for the elderly.
Yeah.
There was a scheme that was designed specifically for the elderly. They didn't implement it because they said, we must have first dibs. So they got into that
also,
kind of...
Yeah, Zaka, I mean, your point of, the Jat belt, the outer Delhi seats.
He kept saying, Zaka kept saying that this election will be won in outer Delhi.
No, whether Parvesh Verma wins or loses, giving him a seat against Kejriwal sent the message that Parvesh could become the CM of Delhi.
Elevated.
And that sent a message. Also, BJP has given disproportionately more seats to Jat candidates, considering
it's also sending a message to Haryana, no? It's also sending a message back to Haryana.
Could be.
That the Jats have not been forgotten.
Yeah.
And this will also help. It will send a message into Punjab. What's going to happen in Punjab going forward, knock-on effect, if these results hold, the AAP is in serious pressure because the Congress will come, biting at the bits.
Well, if
the BJP will want to try and make inroads into a place where they steered clear because of SAD and Prakash Singh Badal. So that's not there. That alignment is not there anymore. So the BJP has said, and the Prime Minister in a rally very clearly said, कि देखिए पंजाब का भी नज़ारा बदलेगा. पंजाब में भी परिस्थितियां बदलेंगी. He has said that. So the BJP will move into that direction. There is an eye on Gujarat. You don't want the AAP getting into Gujarat again. You want to keep showing that the mandate
in Okhla, Amanatullah is trailing. Manish Chaudhary of the BJP is leading in Okhla right now. And
so that's big.
That is a big statement.
That's big. So 43-27. So 3 short of what Ramesh Biduri said. His expectation is that the BJP will lock on, that is 46. But well clear, very well clear. 7 clear or 8 clear of the halfway mark at 43. It's 10:25. So around 11 o'clock, do you see this further consolidating in favor of the BJP?
Well, if
given what's happening
if this
now?
trend holds, yes. And if we are by that time, if you're
Sanjay
in 5
Singh
or
is at
6
Arvind
rounds,
Kejriwal's residence. Yeah, please.
if we are at 5 and 6 rounds of counting and this trend is holding, then yes, the AAP is in trouble.
But Arvind leading in New Delhi?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
He is.
okay.
Arvind is leading in New Delhi, but how much we don't know. So we'll have to go back because there's been a
We'll
back
check
and
with
forth
Griha,
there.
yeah.
We'll check with Griha. But if it's 5 or 6 rounds and that trend is holding, it's going to be tough.
So the high women voter turnout that you saw in those 41 constituencies, BJP is leading in 25, AAP only in 16. But all out of 25, 24 are pickups from the
from the Aam Aadmi. So the women voters have swung in a different direction compared to what many would have thought. Yes, Griha.
Are in fact getting to know that Kejriwal is still maintaining that lead. Right now, the website is still at 343, but we'll get you a fresh update. Do we have an update on New Delhi? Arvind Kejriwal leading by just 223 there.
It's a big thanks for that update there. 223 votes for the AAP convener, former Chief Minister of Delhi.
It's looking difficult for him. Looking difficult. He might even lose this. He might even lose this. This is not a resounding, emphatic reassertion of his credibility. This is actually now becoming a problem.
And New Delhi is a small constituency. It has barely about 1 lakh voters.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking he'll have to come to the press conference in the evening, which he
Fourth
will.
round is going on in New Delhi.
He's a brave
He's going to blame the election commission. He's going to say it was unfair. Let me just preempt what is going to happen in
That's what I'm saying. That and part of the aura of leaders like Kejriwal and Modi also is that they never lose. Like at least in Delhi, Kejriwal has never lost. Like he comes. That's the charisma, right? In fact, when the BJP didn't do as well, 400 Par didn't happen, it kind of like shook the thing for a while, not anymore because BJP keeps on winning again. But that itself, you know, and if you lose your own constituency and then your party loses from such a big majority, you come down to this, how is he going to face it? I don't think he can just say, yeah, he will say there were forces against us. But I think he'll have to say that.
Chetan, he lost in Varanasi when he's lost.
Those were never expected to win. I mean, he was never expected to win.
But what I'm saying is that he has lost election. It's not as if it's the first time that he's losing. Yes, it's the first time that he's losing in Delhi, which was where the party was born. So that I can understand. But he's somebody who has fought against all odds. He's fought against his own people.
But if he loses his constituency.
But you know, you're right, because he lost his halo.
Yeah.
You know, in 24, when he says, vote for me and punish those who sent me to jail, and nothing happened.
Normally, Rahul, all jailed CMs come back to power. Normally.
They come back to power.
Lalu, Hemant Soren, Jayalalitha,
Indira Gandhi.
But I mean, yes, but they all have resigned.
Chetan has a point.
When they go, they all resign.
Chetan has a point here because generally jail makes you a martyr. Yeah. You know, you come back with where people think, oh, you know, this guy has been politically downtrodden and all of that. In this case, that's not worked. The sympathy is not stayed.
Even Naidu Saab.
It actually is hurted his.
Yeah. So many. Normally it's like, but they all resign. And if you had if there was a time, there was a Prashant Bhushan, there was Yogendra Yadav, there were all these people that say, you know what, I'll go to jail, but I've got these people, they will run Delhi for you, they'll do a great job, don't worry, I'm in there. That was not the equation, right?
He showed that he was hungry for power, which doesn't go with the Aam
call it
Aadmi.
hungry, call it insecure, call it whatever. But he was the power, he was the only leader. If he's gone, how will Delhi be run? It was not very clear.
And secondly, there was also, remember, talk that his wife would be the designated, backseat driver. And
that was the Lalu Rabdi model that was equated to. The other thing is, he went to jail or he was accused of things that he promised to the people of Delhi he will never do. He said that I don't want a Sheesh Mahal. I don't want lavish life. I am happy in a 2-bedroom. I don't want bodyguards. I don't want big cars. मुझे तो मेरी WagonR ठीक है जी.
The excise policy was.
And he said कि दिल्ली में शराब बंद करा देंगे.
Let's say the fodder scam of Lalu. We haven't ever seen the fodder scam, right? We kind of know that there was a case, but nobody in the country saw. But the excise policy was changed, and it's there for all to see that it benefited these people. So
like the 2G policy.
Yeah, now it's a policy change. Whether there was corruption or not, I'm not making any conjectures, but it just puts doubt in people's mind.
No,
like, something has happened.
Where the doubt did not come because the policy was changed, Chetan. The doubt came because the day the LG said, I'm going to issue an inquiry into this policy, they came back and went back to the old policy.
Yeah.
Why did you do that? If you believe, and 4 days ago, 4 days before that, he had said that this is the best thing for Delhi. And then he went back and said, no, I'm taking this back. So I think that's where the whole thing saying, saying that, listen, if this was good for me, why are you taking it away? If it is not good for me, why did you bring it in the first place? And you said you don't want a big house. You don't want lavish. Why do you want, gold-plated taps and, this one?
Jacuzzi.
Jacuzzi and 6 lakh rupees toilets, etc.
Jacuzzis are overrated. Nobody uses jacuzzis. I can tell you one thing.
Yeah, they're overrated.
No, I mean, does anyone use bathtubs?
This jacuzzi was a wave maker. Did you see the number of little funnels there that were going to...
Faucets.
You would have been flying in the air if that jacuzzi had gone.
That's a jacuzzi user for you.
I know. I mean,
clearly there are bans.
And why does Kejriwal need a mini bar?
Mini bar, that's just the point.
Isn't it?
Look at the...
Hey, don't be a prude.
The optics.
No,
the optics.
I think it was offended Rahul by the jacuzzi comment.
It was so extra. And like I said, what was also extra was the whole WagonR thing in the beginning. Now, if you've gone for it, then stick to it. Like I said, Mamta is the best example. Those chappals never change.
Well, if these... correct. Those chappals, they were... Ramdev, 7% stakeholder, if not more, of a 50,000 crore company, but he's still Ramdev. No, he's not changed.
Yeah.
That's a reality.
Let me give you a source-based information that I have, not verified, but source-based is that somebody gave him a feedback that, that Reynolds pen and that oversized shirt and all, people of Delhi got tired of that. The people of Delhi are fashion-savvy guys. They got tired that, how are you going to lead this dynamic city if you're looking so bad? So then came in this puffer jackets and stuff like that, where he looks like muscular and, that I can handle anybody. I can handle that juggernaut of election machinery.
Are you saying that this is
This is source-based, as I'm saying. I don't know whether that was the
So you're saying the Puff Daddy look.
Who is the
Puff Daddy look was all...
No, but the fact is that Arvind Kejriwal came to power from those people who wear a muffler with this one and a sweater and an oversized shirt. That was the common person of Delhi who said that this guy is there sitting and doing my work.
He took those for granted.
I think you don't take voters for granted. Is a lesson the BJP also learnt in Lok Sabha 2024.
There was a point that somebody made the other day, and it was an interesting one. I think it was right after the budget, the tax cut had come, and people said, this is another way of the left sort of ecosystem now taking the thing out of the tax cut. Don't make me feel poor. Like thinking that badi meherbani ki hai tax cut, that I need desperately a tax cut. Make me feel that I can go to the next level. Empowered. Now, has that happened with Mr. Kejriwal? Somewhere the aspirational Delhi voter has said...
think about this, right? So Delhi's per capita GDP 10 years back versus now, even if you assume 7% growth, that's doubled. So there's not enough poor people.
So you create another
there's just not enough poor people who value these freebies as much. I'm saying there is a certain... I'm just saying the world changes.
See, I'll tell you...
Then the BJP would not be.
Delhi is very clear after COVID or before that. There is a very clear thing, especially among the women, among the lower middle income groups or lower middle groups, that they want a free bus, lesser electricity bill, lesser water bills.
But here's what's happening.
Gives them more money in their pocket to pursue their
dreams. Here's what people say. The moment you have 201 units of electricity, the full bill comes. On 200 and below, it doesn't come. So maybe there's enough people who need more than 200 now. For example, for women, some guys have told me they have made it free for women, so they don't walk at all now. They just get on the bus for even one bus stop, and the buses are always crowded. I mean, I'm just saying there are repercussions of all kinds.
There is a strong middle class, tax-paying middle class who very clearly came out on the day of voting also said, "Ye freebie culture band karo." But there is a tabka below that who believe that this helps me.
The BJP is a very poll-savvy party. They are focused on how to win elections. They would not have been upping the stakes.
41-29.
41-29. Can I tell you something? I want to end this as a Revdi Lover Association. You check the price of Revdi on, just Google it. It's the same, 600 to 800 rupees a kilo, same as Motichur Laddu. Say it's high quality sesame ingredients, good ingredients. Why is Revdi so condemned? And Revdi is not cheap. And that is also true that Revdi in real life or in political also not cheap.
He's a real member of the RWA, Revdi Welfare Association.
Revdi is not cheap. Revdi is not cheap.
It looks cheap even metaphorically. When you make these foodies,
it feels like a lean, mean, sweet, but it's not cheap.
It's not cheap.
And the same thing in real life in policy also, it feels like a lean, mean thing, but it's not cheap because it costs the exchequer. That's what I'm saying.
And maybe to keep people in poverty.
But one thing, that gentleman there, one thing, if these results hold, 41-29, there will not just be song and dance, you would also see Rahul Shivshankar having Daulat Ram ki chart. That's also going to happen today.
Ain't going to happen, man.
It will happen.
The fact that he's not singing.
A quick psephological point.
Rahul is not going to have it. It's all carbs. And
A quick
he'll play
psephological
one
point
more
on
game
New
of
Delhi
tennis tomorrow.
constituency.
That's what will happen.
My colleague Gaurav
Gaurav
Chaudhary, my colleague, makes an important psephological point on the New Delhi constituency. The AAP's, right, so far the booths that have been counted have been AAP stronghold booths.
Oh,
There
wow.
are a slight lead.
Wow.
The booths that remain now are BJP stronghold
How
booths.
do you know this?
That's what our reporters are telling us.
Reporter are saying on ground that this
colleague
225,
Gaurav was there,
250 vote lead has been on the counting booths which have been Aam Aadmi Party strongholds. Now the BJP stronghold booths are going to be counted. So this is pressure on Arvind Kejriwal unless there is a shift away. Parvesh Verma the other day when he spoke with her, I'm going to go back to that again, and he said first thing when Rahul only asked him, "Aap jeet rahe hain ki nahi?" He said, "Arvind Kejriwal se pucho wo haar raha hai." That's what he said.
1000% he said, I'm winning.
And he said 1000% I'm winning, and then he also said 123 booths mein se 123 booth hum jeet rahe hain. That was the confidence Parvesh Verma exuded. Sandeep Dixit also somewhere says Arvind Kejriwal is losing. He's not said whether I am winning or not. He said Arvind Kejriwal is losing. Today, Alka Lamba says if Arvind Kejriwal is losing, Atishi is losing, Manish Sisodia is losing. The trends are showing that Kapil Mishra currently is leading from Karawal Nagar. The BJP is strong in 41 seats. Arun Danta joining us from the BJP office. Yes, Arun. Revdi hai, jalebi hai.
Well, Jalebi hasn't ordered yet, but they are going to order it soon. That's what Virendra Sachdeva has told us. Let me quickly show you a glimpse. This is outside the BJP office. You can see these dhol nagadas are already here. Though the workers of BJP still to join them. You can see few of them, 3 or 4 workers around these dhol and nagadas, and this has already been started. In fact, once they will get the permission to go inside the BJP office, then you will see them going inside. But of course, the leaders like Virendra Sachdeva, Harsh Malhotra, they all have started arriving here at BJP office.
So let's contrast this with the AAP office. Let's contrast these pictures, if we can, with the AAP office. Anshul is also there. Arun, stay on with us. Yes, Anshul.
So yes, as you rightly mentioned, there is a drastic contrast out here outside the Aam Aadmi Party office. I'll just try and show you the stage that was set up this morning is still absolutely empty. Since morning, the only person who has gotten up on stage was the person who went ahead to check the mics over here. And since then, the entire environment over here is right outside the Aam Aadmi Party office is absolutely somber. Just a few moments ago, this news broke that Arvind Kejriwal is leading by a few votes, and then there was a little celebration that happened over here. But at this point in time, neither the workers nor any leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party has yet turned up at the Aam Aadmi Party office out here in the national capital. I'll just try and take in a word from a few workers of the Aam Aadmi Party. भैया क्या लग रहा है ये रुझान देख करके? ऐसा लग रहा है कि इस बार तो बहुत बुरी हार होने वाली है.
ऐसे नहीं लग रहा है. अभी तो है ना अर्ली ट्रेंड्स है. अभी फाइनल हो गए, लेकिन आगे देखिए रिजल्ट विल चेंज.
केजरीवाल जी का भी ज्यादा अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है. 2000 वोट से तीन राउंड के बाद
थोड़ा मार्जिन तो कम रहेंगे, लेकिन जीतते तो आम आदमी
2000 नहीं 223 वोट है.
100%.
223 वोट है. 223 वोट से जीत रहे हैं, वो भी आप स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड बूथ्स
223 वोट से.
वी शुड नॉट जंप द गन्स एज ऑफ नाउ. वी हैव टू वेट एंड वॉच. अभी टाइम बाकी है. सो आम आदमी पार्टी इज लीडिंग.
ऑलराइट, ओके.
बहुत ही कम मार्जिन है, तो कुछ मार्जिन ही नहीं.
वो तो पहले से पता है. इस बार थोड़ा मार्जिन थोड़ा हर एक का थोड़ा कम ही रहेगा होगा। परवेश वर्मा तो हारने वाला है।
आपको मिला?
हमें नहीं चाहिए, हमें बीजेपी का नहीं चाहिए, हमें केजरीवाल जैसे नेता मुख्यमंत्री चाहिए। हमें क्या है,
तो वोट दिया था आपने, फिर ऐसी कैसे हालत हो गई है?
दिल्ली दिल से केजरीवाल फिर से, आई लव केजरीवाल, बिजली बिल जीरो, केजरीवाल हीरो, बीजेपी देगा धोखा, केजरीवाल देगा मौका, घर घर झाड़ू हुआ, घर भर केजरीवाल।
अब लेट हो गया
Good.
ये
No. Okay, that's a passionate Aam Aadmi Party supporter and an Aam Aadmi Party voter, and they're keeping their hopes up. But like Smita Prakash was saying, that they have got the update. Nalin Mehta was saying at Money Control that they've got the update that the booths in New Delhi constituency that have been counted so far have been the AAP strongholds, and that's where Arvind Kejriwal is leading by a slender 224 votes. The BJP stronghold booths could be opened now. Will there be a change in scenario, or will only Pravesh Verma consolidate that lead? We'll have to wait and watch, because that will be the giant killer. Pravesh Verma, if he defeats Arvind Kejriwal and Sandeep Dixit, emerges as a giant killer here. Key race alert. As of now, Mr. Kejriwal is leading from New Delhi. We'll see if he holds on to this lead, further strengthens it, and if there is a reversal in the Aam Aadmi's fortunes compared to what's happened in the first 2.5 hours of result day Delhi, battle for Delhi. Still round 4, that's where they are as far as New Delhi, out of 13 rounds, but slowly and gradually, somewhere we can see the shift in the mood and momentum. What the Congress is telling the AAP as it's taking jibes, what the AAP is actually saying at the AAP headquarters in Delhi, and what the mood is at the Delhi BJP office. These pictures speak for themselves. Satyendra Jain was leading earlier, now is trailing. Some key results. Milkipur. Quick update on Milkipur.
Coming from Milkipur.
Paswan is of the BJP is leading. It's a reserved constituency, and Samajwadi Party's Ajit Prasad. He's the son of the
24,000 votes.
Yeah,
that
so
the BJP
clear
is ahead. The grudge match.
Yeah.
The BJP winning that grudge match. Batenge to katenge. Mr. Yogi made that his leitmotif, and it appears that Ramnagari at least is responding to that. This is a big one, big dent really for the India bloc here, because the Samajwadi Party, the Congress, everyone came together, isn't it, Smita?
And in spite of reciting the Hanuman Chalisa on camera and all that, in spite of that, Samajwadi Party has not managed to make a dent. It matters to the people, you know, when the reporters were going there and saying that, "Aap kyun nahi Ayodhya Mandir ja rahe? Why aren't you all going to the Ayodhya Mandir?" These kind of things matter to people. You know, some of us city folk may not understand these deep sentiments which work in the minds of the voters. It does work. It does matter to them, and Samajwadi Party didn't do enough, obviously.
And they've been building up this whole business of how the Kumbh was, horribly managed, and how Hindus have been insulted.
Bodies are floating. The bodies of the dead are floating in the Kumbh. It is dirty. How could Jaya Bachchan say this? You know, considering that her husband is from formerly known as Allahabad, now Prayagraj. I mean, her in-laws are from that place. For her to say bodies were floating in the Ganga, I mean, if anybody goes to Kumbh, sees the management, of course an accident has happened, which is terrible, but bodies of the dead floating.
I was there yesterday, day before evening, and yesterday morning I did the dip and the snan at 5:15 a.m. At 5:15 a.m. the ghats on both sides of Sangam and all sides were full with people. And yes, it's crowded, there is traffic, yes, but nobody is complaining. Everybody is finally finding their way to that place, and there is arrangement for everybody.
So how do you explain this Milkipur? And was there resonance amongst the pilgrims there of what the Samajwadi Party was saying? Was there fear
I
that they were going to be trampled again?
They are bothered about who's saying what. It's about what they have decided they want to do. And that's exactly what's happening. You were saying it's a grudge match or not a grudge match. In Uttar Pradesh, on ground, there is a sentiment for Yogi Adityanath, which is very, very positive, because a small city and a temporary city, a city like Prayagraj and also a temporary place like Kumbh city, tent city, to be able to accommodate, facilitate nearly 1 crore devotees on a daily basis.
So this is the second time after the Lok Sabha elections, Anand,
so it's a big story.
Mr. Yogi Adityanath has said what happened in the Lok Sabha was an aberration. It was because of other factors that I could not control. Would you go around with that? Would you say that
Don't you see that manifest? Don't you see that manifest in Haryana, Maharashtra and in Delhi, that there were factors beyond their control that happened, that manifest. After that, look at the bypolls which happened.
Looks like a blip. Yeah.
The bypolls in Uttar Pradesh, what happened there? The BJP came back so strongly and they won even in Samajwadi Party.
This is the second election that Yogi Adityanath would have sort of come out and said, look, you allowed me a free hand, and what happened in the Lok Sabha beyond my control has been now reversed.
What did he speak about when he came to Delhi?
Yes.
He said there is a Yogi model of governance in Uttar Pradesh. Agar UP mein kar sakte hain, to Delhi mein kyun nahi? That's what he turned around and said as he even further localized the election.
I'll tell you one thing though, 43% vote share up, they are not going to be wiped out. They're not gone. I think Arvind Kejriwal, anyway, he likes to talk and like do his thing. He'll maybe even he doesn't have to run Delhi now, so he can get away with more things, saying more things, and grow his national party. It may not be such a bad thing.
Chetan, what do you think he'll do if he's not going to be sitting in the Delhi Assembly?
No, but he can promote the party elsewhere.
No, if he doesn't lose,
for the first time,
even if he wins,
he doesn't lose.
For the first time, his he will be tested. His maturity and resilience will be tested. He has never lost.
Yeah.
In his territory, he has never lost. This is the first time that if he loses, he will sit out his maturity. Nalin was talking about BJP acting like a startup, like a nimble startup, which learns its lessons and, course correct.
So come back to the question that you raised, Anand. The question that you asked, is this a pro-BJP vote, anti-AAP vote? Is it somewhere in between? And secondly, just to ask you this, I want to make this point now. If Mr. Kejriwal also loses, his party looks as if it's been wiped out this time. If he also loses, is this the end of Mr. Clean Kejriwal as we know him from the projections that he makes?
We should not write off the AAP, Rahul. We should not write off the AAP. Neither should we write off Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. But Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and the AAP will have to recalibrate, and they will have to go back to becoming the AAP of 2013 and 2015, and they will have to go back and not be the AAP of 2025.
No, I'm not writing off. But the BJP might begin to think that this is actually a vote in favor of the fact that the BJP demanded accountability from the AAP on transparency, and the AAP has failed even in the eyes of the public. So those cases are legitimate. And will Mr. Kejriwal therefore, there was a poster, cheeky poster that was put outside Tihar. Aayenge to sirf Kejriwal. This was outside Tihar. Now, is this going to give the BJP perhaps
there is a stronger...
I think Rahul is making a valid point. I think it will give the BJP the confidence to say, look, people of Delhi have bought into what we said, that he's not holier than thou, he is corrupt, and therefore there will be more cases, I think.
Why should this be linked
to electoral... The skeletons will come out when the regime changes.
Why should this be linked to electoral victory or loss? In that case,
because Mr. Kejriwal made it.
But what happens, Zaka, is that...
there are at least 18 CAG reports.
Just one second. I just want to say, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is out on bail on charges of corruption since 2015.
True.
How many elections has he won for the BJP to prosecute him or not prosecute him? So a charge of corruption and a case which is in Delhi, and he's out on bail for 10 years now.
It's getting closer now. It's 38, 32.
32, 38. So this will keep flipping. Manjinder Sirsa has said after he's only tweeted after 7 rounds, I'm leading by 9,368 votes. That's what Manjinder Sirsa.
That's a big number in a closely contested.
Has said. Yes, Griha.
Update on Manish Sisodia, Jangpura also,
he's also
we are getting a lead, and that lead has gone up to 4,600 votes. This is the 4th round, and we're also getting an update of Delhi Can. This is becoming a neck and neck. Right now, the 4th round is on, and AAP has got a lead. Mr. Kadian has a lead by 392 votes. Another update on Shakur Basti. We do not know the number of votes that Satyendra Jain has a lead on, but he's back to leading. 4th round is happening over there also. Another update from Madhipur, where we have an AAP candidate, Rakhi Birla, but she also has just a lead margin of 46 votes.
46
votes. 37-33.
So the leads are very slender as more and more rounds of counting and particular booths in certain constituencies are opening. The Aadmi Party playing a quick catch-up. So the BJP just too clear of the halfway mark. a magic reversal that's happened from 25 and 42, which was seen a short while ago, to 33 and 37. It's suddenly becoming neck and neck, and the Aam Aadmi Party clawing its way back. So as more and more rounds, 13 rounds will happen.
Yeah.
So we are into the fourth round overall.
Coming back. So in Patel Nagar, for example, the AAP candidate is coming back. The AAP candidate is Parvesh Ratna. And then again in Rajinder Nagar, Durgesh Pathak of the Aam Aadmi Party clawing his way back. You also heard from Griha a moment ago, Mr. Sisodia is back in the lead. So 37-33 is where it is right now. In Shakur Basti again, Mr. Jain was trailing. He's come back into the lead. In the neighbouring constituency of Madhipur, Rakhi Birla, the former speaker, she was trailing about 10 minutes ago. She's now back again in the lead. And of course, you go back to Old Delhi constituencies. AAP is leading in Chandni Chowk. It is leading in Balimaran. It is leading in Matia Mahal. It is leading in Karol Bagh. It is leading in Sadar Bazaar. So I think there's some, back and forth that is going. Now it's 38-32. You're going to see a lot of this. You're going to see a lot of this.
Well, BL Santosh has tweeted saying, as of now, effect of sheesh mahal and sense of betrayal clearly visible all over.
That's what I was saying. See, this is the point that I'm making. This will, forget about, I'm not talking about the legal system and all of that. I'm talking about the public, BJP interface with the public and their campaign. They will say that, no, these guys need to be brought to account. The people of Delhi have given us the mandate to ensure that the people who looted Delhi are punished. I'm not saying that that will have an influence on the legal system and the way it works, but it gives the BJP that ammunition it needs to take the moral high ground on corruption in Delhi. But one second, I just want to make a point, Anand, and let's just focus on these numbers. Look, fundamentally, most of the polls gave this 28 to 42.
Yeah.
If you remember. There were only a few that went sort of beyond that. But it's 28-42. That range is pretty much holding forth here, number one.
Yes,
number
and the
two,
BJP will back to consolidating. So it will slowly come back.
As I said, even if the AAP gets 42% of the vote, that means less than 1.5, just about, there are a significant number of voters who have voted for the AAP. So this narrow business will continue, but the BJP will eventually triumph because it will have that 6 or 7% vote share advantage. If it falls to 2%, then all bets are off.
No, it's again 39-31. See, what happens is, if the BJP is getting about 48% vote share, 47-48% vote share, then the seat share will by default go up.
A 6% margin means that it will be a clear.
And I'll tell you, these numbers will consolidate, but the parties have their own internal calculations as booths are being opened, and they will be doing their calculations. That's why I said between 9:30, 10, you'd start seeing whispers, murmurs, conversations, body language, and you see where the body language is. Nobody has jumped the gun. They've all waited 2.5 hours before they have started saying their piece. Now, again, the BJP closer to 40 now, 39-31 is the story.
I just said Rakhi Birla was leading, now she's trailing.
Because she was leading only by 46 votes when Griha gave us the update.
So now she's trailing. Also in the neighbouring constituency of Mangolpuri, the BJP candidate there is leading. The flip has again happened in Sultanpur Majra. Now the BJP candidate is leading again there. So you will see a lot of this up until noon at least, I think.
Yeah, this is the contrast. No, Zaka, in 2020, there were no flips.
Yeah, correct.
The AAP started leading and they continued to lead and continued to build on the lead. Correct. There was no other flip ki idhar ho raha hai, idhar ho raha hai. These tight contests also show that it's not easy to buck anti-incumbency. And you may give whatever doles you want. You have to stand up on governance. Unless you are seen as someone who's standing up on governance and you have a clean image yourself, you will not be above suspicion and above reprimand. Abhijit.
Yeah, AAP was like a unicorn, the magical figure with one horn. Now, and it was believed that they are above corruption, they are sort of incorruptible, etc. Now that horn has broken, because of the corruption allegations, because of the sheesh mahal allegations, and it's like any other horse or a quadruped. What if
you were the Congress, what is more important to you? BJP loses or AAP loses?
AAP, absolutely AAP. We had a senior Congress leader, Nalin is here in the studios, who came to our studios and he said, for us, defeating the AAP is more important because they've taken away our vote bank.
And that 7% vote share that the Congress has, which is a 4% bump, is exactly what AAP and BJP difference is right now. Yeah. So if they had come together, it could have been a very easy AAP victory. It looks like they're already 30.
So let's just crunch some numbers. Let's crunch the numbers. The total number of voters that have voted this election, remember, are lower. than what they did in the previous election.
Correct.
Right? I'm just trying to get that number. Somehow the internet is flaky on me. But the point is that now, with 5 rounds counted out of 15, if the margins are 3,000, 4,000, those are significant margins. Because we're only looking at about, possibly around that much, So even a 5,000 to 10,000 margin is very significant. To catch up in that, in a tight sort of contest, difficult.
So look at the lower income group. We were talking about this. Half of Delhi is low income, 32 out of 70 seats. BJP at 17, AAP at 15. But like I keep saying all the time, look at the figure next to it. 14 out of this. So BJP had only 3 out of these seats in 2020. They've got 14 pickups. So 17 lower income group seats BJP is leading in, and AAP is leading in 15. I just want to quickly also go through the women one. High women turnout, that's 41 seats. Out of that, again, the AAP, I think, is leading there. The AAP is leading in 22 and the BJP in 19. But remember, for the BJP, I think it's a flip again. It's the BJP that's leading in 22 and the AAP in 19. So even in the women's seats, the AAP seems to have lost quite a bit.
Can we look at Kalkaji once? I just want to annotate that point. Let's have a look at Kalkaji, and can we also get the margins there? Kalkaji, who's leading right now?
Right now, Mr. Biduri is still leading. Last time we checked with Griha, we can go back to Griha. I think it was about 1,100 votes.
So what you had here was 57 plus 49. Can you just do the math on that? That's roughly 1,08,000-9,000 votes.
Yeah,
those are the total
votes everywhere is going to matter so much. And the women voters got divided in this constituency.
So just 1 second. 57,000 and 49,000 were male and female voters. Just do the maths. That's about 1,10,000. 1,06,000 total number of votes polled. Now, if you have a lead of 3,000 in that, that is significant. 3% lead. That means it's going to be difficult to erode that lead.
So considering only half the votes are counted, or like 30,000 votes are counted, 3,000 lead is a big lead.
So which means Mr. Biduri is kind of through, right?
He could be through. Because it's looking difficult for Atishi. Let's put it that way. It's looking difficult for Atishi. He'll need some sort of now momentum shift to happen, which no one has seen. Now,
so third woman chief minister bites the dust then in...
No, hang on. Just wait. Just hold your horses.
She's not going to come back as chief minister
only 5 rounds, to be fair to her. And Nalin was saying that right now the booths that are being counted are supposedly from AAP-dominated polling areas. So well,
other things that what has happened in the New Delhi constituency is a lot of it is government people, right? Many of them are not the same voters as they were 5 years ago. There's been a change over there. So the demographic of the New Delhi constituency, which is a small constituency, about 1 lakh people, that has changed significantly in the last 5 years. That's one major reason also why Kejriwal is struggling.
It's a very good point.
There's one more point on this I want to make, is that what you're saying is about the change in demographics. There were the bastis in that area. Many of them got pakka housing. So when they got pakka housing, they moved out of the New Delhi constituency. So somewhere a flip side is that you give them pakka housing, they move out of there. So though they might vote for you, for your party, they're voting from another constituency and not in that area.
Some of the pakka houses there, the slums that were regularized in Gold Market, for example, was done during Sheila Dikshit's time. And Sandeep has some residual goodwill. So even if he takes away 10,000 votes in a constituency of 1 lakh, that's 10% of the vote that he's taking away.
Sanjay Raut has already said. Sanjay Raut has already said blame the Congress for it.
No, whether they blame the Congress. See, Sanjay Raut was sitting with Rahul Gandhi yesterday, and today he's blamed the Congress for it.
Blame the AAP for not taking support of the Congress.
Blame the AAP for not... See, but look at this. Just 1 second. I'm just saying, if these numbers say at 37 and 39, you think the Congress has a chance even in Delhi or to even seize the narrative? Arvind Kejriwal is a master. He dethroned the Congress by playing opposition. He dethroned the Congress. Now,
I'm waiting
with
for
30
Rahul Gandhi
seats,
to come out
28,
and
30
blame
seats,
whom?
he'll still be strong in Delhi. He will go back to doing what he did as an activist, and he will still steal a march from the Congress
now he's
party.
trailing. Now Mr. Kejriwal is trailing. Mr. Parvesh Verma is leading.
If Kejriwal loses and he is not in the Delhi Vidhan Sabha, he is not inside the secretariat, then the AAP has a problem.
We can check with Griha what the numbers are.
5 rounds.
He'll become a Rajya
No.
Hello,
From playing the politics
counting.
on ground, being the leader of the people, masses going back to being an actor.
5 rounds of counting. The man who wore the crown for the AAP for all these years, if he is in the battle of his life, I'm not calling it the battle, if he's in the trenches right now, can't put his head over the parapet, you've got a problem.
He's trailing by 225 votes, and I think now the BJP booths will start getting being counted. So it's actually the AAP booths have been counted already. Nalin and then Griha. Yeah.
I want to come back to the point that Zaka was making. You know, we had a senior Congress leader we spoke to who came to our office as well. Congress is right now at 6.79% vote share, which is about 2.5% more than what they had last time. If you see Sandeep Dixit's campaign, you see some of the other Delhi unit congressmen who fought this campaign, they were basically fighting. Their thing was BJP जीतेगी तो हमारी राजनीति बचेगी अगली बार. So they have almost worked like the B team of the BJP without necessarily saying so. Which is very much different from how the central leadership has approached it. So if BJP wins, there will be many people in Congress who will be celebrating.
Who will be celebrating? But I'm just saying, with 30 seats, 27 to 30 seats as of now, the Arvind Kejriwal will say that, look, let me go back to doing what I did best. Let me become the voice of be an activist and try and be an activist all across on ground and the money, the funds, all of that won't be there.
But if
Arvind,
he's going to have to find.
I'm just saying to rebrand their politics and go back. But for that, he needs to win. He needs to win his seat. If he doesn't win, he loses.
Where is Rishi?
Yeah, because otherwise it's straight to Punjab. Bye Delhi. I am here, Punjab. Here I come.
Bhagan and Raghav Chadda are going to be very nervous today.
Yes. I want to add two more points about the Congress. See, it's not about the 6-7% they've got now. Their thing was the voter who is with the AAP or with the Congress is basically the same voter.
Yeah, they should come
AAP
back to
basically took away the Congress voters as the anti-BJP voter.
Yes.
It has not come back to Congress because they don't feel Congress has a chance to win. But if Congress starts, if AAP loses, then that voter has a better chance of coming to Congress saying, let's give these guys a chance. So that's one. B, I agree with Smita, the Congress is more gung-ho what will happen in Punjab than what will happen in Delhi as a result of the Delhi election.
I want to make a point here. Don't write off the BJP in Punjab either. And I just want to also make a small other point, which is important. The BJP is caught up against a non-Congress party. This is not something the BJP is very good at. The conversion rates against non-Congress parties or third parties or whatever you want to call them is not very good. So the BJP winning this is a huge boost for its prospects.
I think that changes after Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh, except for Bengal and also Tamil Nadu, where the BJP has not been able to do well, and Kerala. 3 states will be there, but most of the other places the BJP now can claim to be able to beat Odisha. So beat a non-Congress party.
So this cements, and in Jammu, it is up against the Congress, where it knocked the stuffings out of the Congress.
Not the stuffings. Yes, Griha. Just sorry. No? Yes, Griha, coming back.
Yes, so we've already mentioned how Arvind Kejriwal is trailing. 6th round of counting that has happened, 13 only to happen in New Delhi. So that's how neck and neck this is going to be, because the margin of votes is really reducing. We also have an update on Somnath Bharti, where the 4th round of counting is happening, 2100 votes, where he is in fact trailing. And Atishi, you were asking, it's the 4th round of counting, 2800 votes that she also is trailing on. Another update that we can get you from Deoli, 8th round of counting there, Zaka and Anand. Aam Aadmi Party's candidate Prem Chauhan is leading by 20,000. So that's some
what about Greater Kailash, Saurav Bharadwaj?
Greater Kailash, okay, there was another upset there. Saurav Bharadwaj, in fact, has been trailing by over 4,400 votes, and this is the 5th round of counting that is happening
that's
in
a big setback there, because he's seen to be a clean, good leader, providing good governance. Mustafabad BJP candidate leading by 36,000 votes. Mustafabad BJP candidate leading by 36,000 votes. Let's go across.
AAP would be at 35.
Yeah, at 35.
So now, the big guys.
Yeah,
it's the big guys.
It's the big guys who are collapsing. Yes, who are collapsing now.
30. But
okay,
the big guys,
Rahul, Chetan, Zaka to everyone. We've got Kamaljeet Sehrawat, BJP MP, joining us. Kamaljeet Sehrawat ji, namaste. What's your estimate? अभी तो फिलहाल बीजेपी सरकार बनाती हुई लग रही है, but ये 40 का आंकड़ा और ज़्यादा, will it get consolidated? And some of the biggest faces of the Aam Aadmi Party are trailing currently.
कल भी जब बार बार मीडिया में बात हो रही थी तो आम आदमी पार्टी के बड़े नेता कह रहे थे ये एग्जिट पोल है, एग्जैक्ट पोल नहीं है। मैंने कल ही कहा था, बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं, ये सिर्फ डायरेक्शन शो कर रहा है कि बीजेपी लीड पर जा रही है, लेकिन मुझे पता था कि वोट परसेंटेज और सीट्स दोनों ज्यादा आएंगी। इसका कारण है पिछले 8 महीने से ये जो आज रिजल्ट आया है इसकी फाउंडेशन रखी गई थी। आप 8 महीने पहले जाइए, गर्मी पीक पर थी, और जब गर्मी पीक पर थी उस समय दिल्ली के अच्छे से अच्छे इलाके के अंदर पानी की कमी थी, लोग गंदा पानी पा रहे थे, पानी नहीं मिल रहा था। फिर आया बारिश का मौसम, जब बारिश का मौसम आया, मानसून ने थोड़ी मेहरबानी करी, तो दिल्ली एक ऐसी वाटर लॉगिंग की सिटी बन गई जिसमें 60 लोगों की जान करंट लगने से चली गई। हमारे 3 एस्पिरेंट जो यूपीएससी के थे वो राजेंद्र नगर के अंदर नाला टूटने से मौत के काल में चले जाते हैं। फिर आया नवंबर दिसंबर, उसमें पर्यावरण में इतना पॉल्यूशन था जिसकी हालात खराब थी। ग्रेड 3 और ग्रेड 4 मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम लागू रहा। फिर बीच में आई छठ, तो यमुना की जो हालत थी, अमोनिया की जो हालत थी, वो दिल्ली के लोगों ने देखी। तो जो आज का रिजल्ट है वो स्वाभाविक रिजल्ट है पिछले 8 महीने से आने वाली जो सीरीज है उनका, और दिल्ली के अंदर ये होना ही था जो आज का रिजल्ट है, और ये अभी और बढ़ेगा, मैं इस बात के लिए निश्चित हूँ।
जी जी जी, आपका स्क्रीन, हाँ आपका कुछ कॉल आया तो आपका स्क्रीन घूम गया था। कमल जी, मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ आपका अनुमान क्या है, क्या 40 होगा, क्या इससे ज़्यादा, इससे बेहतर होगा, और क्या अरविंद केजरीवाल, आतिशी, मनीष सिसोदिया अपनी सीटें बचा पाएंगे? मान लीजिए अभी तो अरविंद केजरीवाल ट्रेल कर रहे हैं 225 वोट से, प्रवेश वर्मा काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंट है, मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ।
देखिए, दिल्ली में डेवलपमेंट ना करना आम आदमी पार्टी की एक बहुत बड़ी गलती रही, लेकिन उससे भी बड़ी गलती जिसे जनता माफ नहीं कर पाई वो थी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स को दिल्ली में लागू ना होने देना। जैसे कि आयुष्मान कार्ड 5 लाख हर स्टेट ने एक्सेप्ट किया।
जी
हेलो
जी, यस वी कैन हियर यू। जी जी,
ओके। तो सबसे पहली बात रही कि आयुष्मान भारत दिल्ली में लागू नहीं हुआ। सेकंड, राशन कार्ड, एक गरीब आदमी को राशन अगर प्रधानमंत्री जी दे रहे हैं, 90,000 राशन कार्ड का कोटा दिल्ली में अवेलेबल था लेकिन नहीं बनाया। बुजुर्गों की, सीनियर सिटीजन की पेंशन मिल रही थी, नहीं मिल रही थी। तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने दिल्ली को 2 तरफा मार दी, खुद कुछ किया नहीं, सेंटर को करने नहीं दिया। फिर तीसरी बात जो दिल्ली की जनता बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पाई वो था निगम आने के बाद कूड़े की सफाई करने वाला व्यक्ति आज कूड़े के ढेर के ऊपर पूरी दिल्ली को बिठा दिया। तो दिल्ली की जनता ने जिस तरफ भी देखा खुद को ठगा हुआ महसूस किया। फिर आ गई ईमानदार वाली बात, शीश महल 42 करोड़ का। मेरा आज सवाल है, क्या जरूरत थी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को वियतनाम का पत्थर लगाने की या इतना महंगा घर बनाने की? तो चारों प्लेटफॉर्म जो मैंने आपको बताए, ये अपना अपना शेयर लेकर आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ गए। गलती पर गलती हुई, सरकारों को काम करना चाहिए लेकिन ये सरकार लड़ती रही। दिल्ली की जनता के लिए कोई भी एक विजन उनका नजर नहीं आया, इसीलिए आज का जो रिजल्ट है ये अभी और बढ़ने वाला है और 2/3 की मेजोरिटी मुझे लगता है दिल्ली में बीजेपी को
तो आप कॉन्फिडेंट है कि 50 का भी आंकड़ा पार करेगा? क्योंकि फिलहाल तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये काफी कांटे की टक्कर हो सकती है। 10 सीट का ही डिफरेंस है रुझानों में, 40 और 30। 40 पर आप हैं, 30 पर 40 पर बीजेपी है और 30 पर आप।
मानना है कि 36 के बाद सभी आंकड़े बराबर हैं, क्योंकि एक बार जब सरकार बन जाती है तो जनता का मैंडेट क्लियर होता है। मैं नंबर पर नहीं जाऊंगी, लेकिन मैं ये कह रही हूं कि दिल्ली में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मुख्यमंत्री दिल्ली की जनता जनार्दन चाहती है और इसी के लिए उन्होंने वोट किया है। और ये जो आंकड़े हैं ये आपको शाम तक क्लियर हो जाएंगे, लेकिन इतना तो हम समझ चुके हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी की हर बात को जनता ने नकारा है।
कमल जी, स्मिता प्रकाश जी एएनआई के हमारे साथ हैं स्टूडियो में, वो पूछ रही हैं आपने दिल्ली में बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री कहा, तो मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा?
देखिए, मुख्यमंत्री भारतीय जनता पार्टी का हर कार्यकर्ता अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी मेहनत से साथ यहाँ पर खड़ा है। पार्टी की जो वर्किंग फोर्स है वो कोई भी हो सकती है। ये हमारी जो कल को विधायक बनेंगे वो बैठकर शीर्ष नेतृत्व से तय करेंगे, बट फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है। कोई भी व्यक्ति होगा, हर कार्यकर्ता का डेडिकेशन, अकाउंटेबिलिटी का अपने क्षेत्र में बीजेपी के वर्कर होने के नाते नजर आएगी। मैं सांसद हूं तो मेरी नजर आएगी, मेरा बूथ अध्यक्ष है तो उसकी नजर आएगी। तो हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी लोग खड़े हैं जनता के साथ।
कमलजीत जी, मैं राहुल शिवशंकर बोल रहा हूं, आपसे एक छोटा सवाल पूछना था। केजरीवाल आस लगाए बैठे थे कि विमेन वोटर्स उनके साथ हैं और इसीलिए उनको 60 सीटें मिलेंगी, मगर जो आंकड़े आ रहे हैं they are suggesting that women voters moved away from AAP towards BJP. Why did this happen in your opinion?
राहुल जी, इसमें देखिए, जब राशन कार्ड नहीं बना दिल्ली में, कोटा था, तो दिल्ली की महिलाओं को तकलीफ हुई। जब दिल्ली की महिलाओं ने घर से बाहर निकलकर पानी के टैंकर के लिए एक एक बाल्टी के लिए जंग लड़ी है, तो उन्हें अरविंद केजरीवाल की सच्चाई पता चली। फिर जब उन्हें पता चला कि हमें आयुष्मान नहीं मिल रहा है, जो कि पूरे भारत में है, दीनदयाल उपाध्याय हॉस्पिटल मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी का, मैं राहुल जी आपका ना पैरों के नीचे की जमीन निकल जाएगी जब मैं आपको बताऊंगी कि प्रेगनेंसी के बाद बेबी को हाथ में देकर बाहर भेज दिया जाता है और एक बेड के ऊपर 5-5 महिलाएं। और ये मैं नहीं कह रही, मैंने भी इतनी बुरी सिचुएशन नहीं सोची थी, लेकिन जब मैं ग्राउंड पर गई, मुझे हाथ खड़े होकर दिल्ली की मेरी बहनों ने बताया, तो उनको हर तरह से ठगा गया। राशन कार्ड, आयुष्मान, हॉस्पिटल की हालत, और उससे भी बड़ी बात मैं कह रही हूँ
रवि जी ठगा गया। आप जवाब दीजिए मिस्टर रावत को।
आज ये बता सकती हैं, ये कह रही हैं कि आज जो आंकड़े आ रहे हैं, जो नंबर आ रहे हैं, वो ये दिखा रहे हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी आगे चल रही है। पर आप एक बात ये बताएं, भाजपा की आप कार्यकर्ता हैं, कि जो पिछले आप कह रही हैं कि 8 महीने में ही सब कुछ हो गया, इसके पहले सब कुछ राम राज्य चल रहा था क्या दिल्ली के अंदर 10.25 साल तक, या 8 महीने के अंदर ही पूरा दिल्ली के अंदर सारी बर्बादी आ गई? दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन आ गया, दिल्ली में पानी खराब हो गया, दिल्ली के अस्पताल खराब हो गए। ये आप ये बताइए कि जो बिजली के रेट,
अच्छा रवि जी उनको बोलने दीजिए,
फ्री दे रहे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी की तरफ से, पानी फ्री दे रहे हैं, महिलाओं को बस यात्रा फ्री दे रहे हैं, और जिस आयुष्मान भारत की बात आप करती हैं, जिसमें कि 75 लाख लोगों को एक ही मोबाइल नंबर पर रजिस्टर कर दिया गया, उसके बजाय अरविंद केजरीवाल संजीवनी स्कीम ला रहे हैं, जो 60 साल से ऊपर किसी भी अस्पताल
में मुफ्त इलाज देती है। कमल जी,
एक मिनट रवि श्रीवास्तव जी प्लीज हील्ड, रवि जी प्लीज हील्ड। एक बात, संजीवनी स्कीम ला रहे हैं, लाए नहीं अभी तक, हुआ नहीं है। अच्छा 10-10.5 साल में नहीं किया उन्होंने। जी कमल जी।
रवि जी आप दिल्ली के निवासी हैं, मेरी बात को दिल पर हाथ रखकर समझिएगा। 2010 में दिल्ली में कॉमनवेल्थ गेम हुआ, दिल्ली को बहुत सुंदर सजाया गया क्योंकि एक बहुत बड़ा इवेंट था। कोई भी चीजें अगर बनती हैं तो वो 7, 8, 9 साल तक कैरी करती हैं, इसलिए 2010 की जो दिल्ली थी वो तकरीबन 18, 19, 20 तक कैरी हुई। उसके बाद कोविड में आपकी जो लापरवाही रही, रवि जी मान जाइए आप कहीं नहीं थे। कोविड की वैक्सीन प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दी, फिर भी लोग आपको ले लेते हाथों हाथ, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। कोविड को प्रधानमंत्री जी की जिम्मेवारी मान सकते थे। आयुष्मान आप कह रहे हो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2017 में बताया और ला दी। आप तो आज संजीवनी का आप ही के गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल कह रहे हैं कि कहीं पे भी कोई ड्राफ्ट नहीं बना था संजीवनी के लिए, महिला सम्मान के लिए। रवि जी आप गवर्नमेंट का एक पार्ट रहे हैं, किसी भी स्कीम को लाने के लिए उसकी ड्राफ्टिंग होती है, उसकी प्लानिंग होती है, बजट एलोकेशन होता है। तो अगर आपने ये काम पिछले 10 साल में किए होते तो जनता आप पर विश्वास करती। रवि जी क्या दिल्ली की जनता की ये दिक्कत मतलब उन्होंने कोई आपको समस्या कर दी थी कि उनके घरों के आगे दिल्ली सीवर का, जो दिल्ली जल बोर्ड का पानी बह रहा था? आप ये बताइए, उनके बच्चे अपने घरों के एड्रेस नहीं बता पा रहे थे। मेरी तो यंग जनरेशन से बात हुई, मैंने उनसे पूछा और वो बिल्कुल इस बात को कह रहे थे कि हमें, क्योंकि मेरा एरिया जिस तरह से है मैं अपने एरिया को समझती हूँ, तो वो कह रहे कि हम एड्रेस नहीं बता पा रहे हैं मैम, हमें दूसरा एड्रेस बताना पड़ता है, हमें द्वारका में रहते हैं, बताना पड़ता है। ये जो आपने आइडेंटिटी भी छीन ली ना दिल्ली वासियों की। दिल्ली का मतलब एक ऐसा शहर जहां कम से कम रोड, सीवर, पानी, बिजली, इसकी तो दिक्कत नहीं होनी चाहिए थी। आप ये बताइए, मेरा सीधा आपसे सवाल, 1 सेकंड, 90,000 राशन कार्ड दिल्ली का कोटा ड्यू था, पेंडिंग था, क्यों नहीं बनाया आपने?
अच्छा लेकिन अच्छा, ये सारे प्रश्न आप पूछ रही हैं, मैं आनंद बोल रहा हूँ। मैं बस आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ, अगर इतना ही आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ, अच्छा रवि जी एक मिनट, मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि अगर इतना ही आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ ये होता तो अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी को अभी 30 सीटें क्यों मिल रही हैं? क्यों उन्हें 43% वोट शेयर मिल रहा है? उनका तो वही हाल होना चाहिए था जो 2020 में बीजेपी का हुआ या 2015 में बीजेपी और कांग्रेस दोनों का हुआ।
देखिए दिल्ली में मैंने आपको कहा कि जो एक हालात है, इसमें 36 के बाद सभी नंबर बराबर है। मैंने पहली बात कही, हम वो 62 से कहां आ रहे हैं और हम 8 से कहां पर जा रहे हैं। और जो बात है, अभी इन्होंने भी झूठ बोलने में कसर नहीं छोड़ी थी, तो जनता की में कुछ में कंफ्यूजन जरूर रह गया होगा, क्योंकि हमारा मैनिफेस्टो जब आया तब तक ये झूठ का इतना परपंच फैला चुके थे। लेकिन मैं फिर भी ये कहूंगी कि ये जो आंकड़ा दिल्ली ने देखा है, ये जो मैंडेट दिल्ली को आ रहा है, ये आम आदमी पार्टी की 10 साल की सरकार दिल्ली में और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की 10 साल केंद्र में, दोनों के कंपैरिजन का है। नहीं रखी है।
आप एक बात का जवाब दीजिए, एक बात का जवाब दीजिए मुझे, क्या माननीय प्रधानमंत्री, अगर भाजपा की सरकार दिल्ली में बनती है तो जो जिस तरीके का मुफ्त बिजली और मुफ्त पानी या सब्सिडाइज कहिए उसको, या बस यात्रा, जो सुविधाएं आम आदमी पार्टी दे रही है अभी, उन सबको चालू रखेगी?
प्रधानमंत्री जी और
नहीं कह चुके हैं,
हम जनता को बता चुके हैं।
मैनिफेस्टो में है सर, मैनिफेस्टो में।
अभी बिदुड़ी साहब कह के गए हैं कि हम इन सबको धीरे धीरे खत्म करेंगे। प्रधानमंत्री का प्रयत्न रहेगा कि इन्हें धीरे धीरे खत्म किया जाए।
जी
अभी कह गए हैं, आपके जो विधुड़ी साहब है वो खुद अभी कह गए हैं कि धीरे धीरे ये जो सुविधाएं दी गई है इनको प्रधानमंत्री खत्म करने का
सुविधाएं खत्म नहीं कहा, उन्होंने कहा रेवड़ियां खत्म होंगी सर। आप भी ना, आप भी अगर आप किसी को कोट कर रहे हैं तो रिस्पॉन्सिबली कोट करें। मैं कहूंगा आप पूछिए प्रश्न, पर उन्होंने ये नहीं कहा कि सुविधाएं समाप्त होंगी। उन्होंने ये कहा कि जो रेवड़ियां हैं ये पत्थर के नीचे हाथ होता है तो झटके से नहीं खींचा जा सकता, आराम आराम से हम उसको ठीक करेंगे और गवर्नेंस को ठीक करेंगे। आप चाहे जितनी रेवड़ियां बांटे, आज जो नेगेटिव आम आदमी पार्टी, आप ये मानिए कि ये केजरी मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस का रिजेक्शन है, आप ये भी मानिए जब आप ये बात करते हैं। रवि जी,
मैं रिजेक्शन नहीं कहूंगा,
नहीं,
कुछ लोगों को
देखिए किसी को जब कोई व्यक्ति यहाँ मौजूद नहीं है उनको गलत कोट करना ठीक नहीं है सर, वो गैर जिम्मेदाराना है, उनको गलत मत कोट कीजिए।
बजट दिया है
उनको गलत, नहीं, उनको गलत। रमेश बिदुरी ने ये भी कहा कि जो अब तक मिल रहा है वो मिलता रहेगा, उसके ऊपर हम गवर्नेंस देंगे। वो तो आपने नहीं बोला, वो आपने क्यों नहीं बोला रवि जी? आपको वो बोलना चाहिए ना।
Now it's come to this that
let's not misquote
the surplus is being frittered and there's pressure even on the surplus, and in fact one of the commissions that looks at finance of the Delhi government itself red flagged when Mr. Kejriwal announced the 2,100 rupee scheme for women, said that this time this will erode this buffer that Delhi has, and that is because Mr. Kejriwal is not wanting to take the centre's help. Had he taken Ayushman Bharat from the centre, the ration scheme, etc., he wouldn't have to pay from the surplus of Delhi. That's the problem.
सर 72,000 करोड़ का जो सरप्लस था सर, उस सरप्लस को आपने डेफिसिट की तरफ लेके आए तो आपने कैसे आपके मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस को आपने फायदा पहुंचाया? दूसरी बात, आप कोई सैलरी नहीं दे रहे हैं। दिल्ली स्टेट गवर्नमेंट डजंट पे द सैलरीज, पुलिस की सैलरी, सरकारी ब्यूरोक्रेट्स की सैलरी सब सेंटर देती है, तो आपने कौन सा रेवेन्यू जनरेट किया? और सर सीएनएजी रिपोर्ट से मेट्रो से 250 करोड़ रुपए जनरेट हुआ और कोई रेवेन्यू जनरेशन नहीं हुआ। नहीं, और कोई रेवेन्यू जनरेशन नहीं हुआ सर। आपका मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस इज नॉट जनरेटिंग रेवेन्यू, यू गॉट टू जनरेट रेवेन्यू टू बी एबल टू स्पेंड।
The first
If you're
thing
taking
that
money
is
from
going to
somebody else
happen,
and spending, how is that generating
Anand,
revenue?
the first thing that is going to happen is that 11 CNAG reports will be tabled in the House, and we will then find out what really is the problem in Delhi financially.
Right. Kamalji ji, thank you. Ajay Alok of the BJP is with us. Yes, Rahul.
One small comment I want to make, because there's another important election in Milkipur that has happened, and a colleague and a dear friend Sachin Singh has just tweeted, and he says it's literally 80-20 in Uttar Pradesh. 80-20. Out of the 10 assemblies, 8 the BJP has won, which means that Yogi really has found his mojo. He has been able to tell everybody that, look, what happened in Lok Sabha was not quite the way.
I think across pan Bharat, everybody has realized 1, 2, 3 things. I think most importantly, the BJP must have realized that arrogance does not work, overconfidence does not work, and the voter appreciates humility. You go to the voter, talk to the voter will trust you. You take the voter for granted, the voter will reject you. And I think Mr. Kejriwal is also realizing that, and and the Aam Aadmi Party is also realizing that.
Sandeep Dixit seems to have conceded.
Yeah. Sandeep Dixit seems to have conceded in favor of whom? Has he said that?
He says the BJP is forming the government. We raised the issues, but I think people thought that we are not going to form the government. We accept the decision of the people. So, well, considering that it's 0 for the Congress right now.
No, 42-28 now. 42-28 now. Ajay Alok ji, if good morning, it seems good news. तो दौलत राम की चाट और जलेबी अगर बीजेपी ऑफिस में बटेगी, थोड़ा आप शायद CNN News 18 की तरफ भी भेजेंगे, क्योंकि हमने राहुल शिवशंकर से वादा लिया है कि अगर बीजेपी सरकार बनाती है तो यार दिल्ली में दौलत राम की चाट वो जरूर खाएंगे। अपना डाइट रूटीन तोड़ेंगे।
राहुल जी बिल्कुल खाएंगे, राहुल जी भी बिल्कुल खाएंगे और आनंद जी भी बिल्कुल खाएंगे। बट लेट मी टेल यू वन थिंग, दिस इज द बिगिनिंग ऑफ सुनामी।
आपको तो पक्का खिलाएंगे।
बिगिनिंग ऑफ सुनामी एंड इट विल क्रिस्टलाइज
ही सेज बिगिनिंग ऑफ सुनामी।
हां, why do you say beginning of tsunami, Ajay ji? You believe these numbers will further consolidate in favor of the
because
BJP?
now, yeah, it's an upgoing trend, and we have seen, and you have covered so many elections, Rahul, and you know when the upgoing trend is there, it always keeps on moving up and up and up. So at the end, right now, 5th or 6th round of counting is over, and we are consolidating. The leads are extending. In some areas, we are leading by more than 17,000, 18,000 votes. And more or less is going to figure out, and we are going to cross the 50 mark. Now let me tell you one thing, this is a stamp of Prime Minister's credibility, because this election turned upside down after 2nd of February Prime Minister's rally, when he said that I will change the face of Delhi in the next 3 years. And mark my words, we have given this in our Sankalp Patra, that the whole Yamuna of 56 kilometers will be changed, the riverfront will be there, and this will add to 30,000 crores economy plus, just with Yamuna. With what Yamuna we have looted, they have looted 7,000 crores. We are going to take 30,000 crores from that Yamuna after 3 years, and this is going to change the face of Delhi.
He
it's
said
going to be
Viksit
the
Bharat ki
tourist
Viksit
hub,
Delhi.
and it's going to be the one of the international destinations.
Yes, he said Viksit Bharat, Viksit Delhi.
What Kejriwal used to say,
Ajay ji, just give me Anand
that I'm going to make it
just 30 seconds.
We are going to make it a reality.
We are getting pictures of the war room, BJP war room, Virendra Sachdeva, Bajayant Panda, everybody sitting and they're all applauding. Let's listen in. I think somewhere the war room has celebrated a BJP victory. Ajay ji, what is it that the numbers are not showing yet? What is your final projection? Coming back to you, BJP war room में तालियां थी, बैजयंत पांडा जी बैठे हैं, वहाँ पर वीरेंद्र सचदेवा हैं, वहाँ पर संजय मायूक, so many others were sitting, जिन्होंने सबने काम किया, war room से तस्वीरें आ रही हैं. अजय जी, what is the internal prediction of the BJP expectation?
Well, the current election commission data with me showing that we are leading in 43 seats, and Aam Aadmi Party is trailing as going down, and it's on 27. And next 1 hour, I'm sure we will cross 50.
Oh, so the confidence is of 50. Rahul Shivshankar with us, Abhijit Majumdar also, Smita Prakash also with us, Chetan Bhagat with us. Abhijit Majumdar has a question. Yes.
Ajay Alok ji, my question to you is, from your figures, from the figures that you have, where do you see BJP gaining? Which section of society do you see BJP gaining the most from? Is it the middle class, the women?
VIP listing. Well, we are gaining from every section of society, because every section of society has been betrayed in the last 5 years. If you calculate, 2020 election was on the performance of Kejriwal from 15 to 20, where he delivered all the freebies. Now from 20 onwards, when the corona came, the desperate chief minister was crying in front of his crowds, दिल्ली के पास 6 घंटे की ऑक्सीजन बची है जी, दिल्ली के पास 8 घंटे की ऑक्सीजन बची है जी. A leader is not supposed to be helpless. He's supposed to be working for the people.
So the big breaking news
during Corona,
the big breaking news,
whole Sheesh Mahal was made.
Yeah, no,
and this
you're
was
right.
exposed in front of the public.
And I think this is the Sheesh Mahal and the impact of the Sheesh Mahal, Ajay Alok ji, being that Mr. Kejriwal's halo of incorruptibility has crumbled, and that's going to be a problem. But the big breaking news now that is coming through, whether it was Ms. Kamaljeet who spoke to us or it is Ajay Alok, is that the BJP knows that they've got this election in the bag.
Oh, yeah.
This election has been called by the BJP. Yeah. Their war room is in congratulatory mode, self-congratulatory mode. This election is over. Now it's only a matter of margins. Yeah. So let's put that out there. And I just want you, Zach, before we go back to Ajay Alok ji, to give us a quick one on the VIPs. Where are the VIPs right now? What's happening there?
The three big ones were Kejriwal in New Delhi. Kejriwal is currently trailing. Parvesh Verma of the BJP is leading in that seat. by a little over 2,000 votes. Neighbouring constituency of Jangpura, where Mr. Sisodia is currently leading. Again, very, very thin margins, little over 2,000 votes. But in Kalkaji since morning, which is the sitting Chief Minister's seat, Miss Atishi's seat, she's been trailing since morning. She's not taken the lead even once. But I must say, the margins are still fairly thin, again around the 2,000 vote mark. So these are the three big constituencies. New Delhi, where Mr. Kejriwal is trailing, Jangpura, where Mr. Sisodia is leading, and Kalkaji,
what about
where
Saurabh Bhardwaj?
Saurabh Bhardwaj is also trailing. Again, by 4,000 or so votes, Saurabh Bhardwaj is trailing to Shikha Roy, who I think was a mayor of one of the South Delhi corporations. Right. Again, not a candidate you would expect would defeat someone like a Saurabh Bhardwaj, but he's trailing by about 4,000 odd votes. And so is Mr. Bharti. Somnath Bharti in Malviya Nagar is also trailing to Mr. Satish Upadhyay, again by about 4,000 odd votes.
And if we just quickly look at the number of seats that were changed by the AAP, how is that? Is the anti-incumbency factor there?
So, AAP dropped 24 of its MLAs, almost a third of its legislature contingent. Out of those 24, BJP is leading in 15, AAP in 9, but that's a pickup of 14. So, 14. BJP picked up 14 out of these 15 seats where the BJP is leading. 14 of those were won by the AAP the last time around. The AAP strategy of dropping its sitting MLAs hasn't quite worked.
Hasn't worked. The only person who's benefited, perhaps, at least at this point, is Sisodia, who's a little ahead. Otherwise, both Atishi and Kejriwal trailing right now.
Correct. Even Mr. Jain, Mr. Satyendra Jain, who was leading earlier, is now currently trailing in Shakur Basti.
So,
yes. About the upper class and the middle class and the lower middle class. Many of us tend to think that it's the lower classes which don't have access to civic facilities, which have issues with sewage, with crowded garbage dumps and things like that. But unfortunately, in the past couple of years, Delhi has become a city where even the sophisticated posh elite who live in these tree canopied areas, even they are facing issues of drains not being cleaned, overflowing drains, traffic issues, no parking in the common areas. These are and pollution, and then because of the the Kisan Andolan which happened as a result of that, the traffic jams. These are things which even the upper middle class and the posh and elite, even they are sick and tired of a government which was in power, unable to handle even in the sophisticated posh areas.
So let's have a look. You're right. Let's have a look at the South
Yeah.
Delhi seats and see whether they have also sort of said thank you, but no thank you.
Other than Mr. Bhardwaj.
So if you look at the middle income seats, again the BJP has the edge there. They have 17 to the Aam Aadmi Party's 11. I think the two pockets where the BJP has really gained in these middle class seats are one in West Delhi, where you have seats like Harinagar, Moti Nagar, Rajouri Garden, again seats which the AAP used to have a bit of a stranglehold on. There the BJP seems to have taken substantial leads. These are on the western side of Delhi. Again on the eastern side, other than Vishwas Nagar where they've won from before, they're leading in Krishna Nagar, they're leading in Gandhi Nagar, they're leading in Rohtas Nagar. Again, East Delhi, middle class, very middle class sort of
and this would include Atishi's seat, where she's trailing by 2,800 votes.
Yeah, Atishi's seat is in Kalkaji, that's in South Delhi.
Right.
But the only sort of middle class seats or, lower middle class seats where the AAP seems to be sort of holding on to, seats like Wazirpur, for example, or seats like Sadar Bazaar. You have Patel Nagar where the AAP candidate is leading. You have Karol Bagh again where the AAP candidate is leading. But really in the western side and in the eastern side of the middle class constituencies, I think it is the BJP that's leading.
No, in West Delhi.
But Atishi and
Praveen Khandelwal, BJP MP, is with us. Mr. Khandelwal, good morning. Is it going to be a glorious morning or a good morning? अच्छी morning होगी या बेहतर morning होगी? आपको क्या लग रहा है? बीजेपी 50 का आंकड़ा पार कर पाएगी या नहीं?
देखिए 50 से ऊपर जाएंगे। आज का दिन दिल्ली के लिए अच्छा है। मैं केवल ये कह सकता हूं कि दिल्ली की जनता ने आज अपने दुर्दिन खत्म किए हैं और अच्छे दिनों की ओर दिल्ली चल चुकी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक मजबूत सरकार देगी और आज से दिल्ली के डेवलपमेंट की नई कहानी भाजपा लिखेगी।
प्रवीण जी नमस्ते, मैं आनंद नरसिम्हन बोल रहा हूँ। एक बात बताइए कि क्या सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर है, क्या महिला वोटर को तोड़ पाई बीजेपी या झुग्गी झोपड़ी क्लस्टर्स के लोग थे जो बीजेपी की तरफ आ गए, क्या फैक्टर है कि इतना बड़ा रुझान बीजेपी की तरफ हो गया आपसे हटकर?
आनंद जी, मैं अगर आपको सही बताऊं तो ये इंक्लूसिव और कंक्लूसिव कैंपेनिंग थी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की। नंबर 1, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के प्रति लोगों का जो विश्वास और आस्था, लोगों ने, दिल्ली के लोगों ने कंपेयर किया कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिन राज्यों में बीजेपी की गवर्नमेंट है वहां पर गवर्नमेंट ने डिलीवर किया है। अरविंद केजरीवाल को 2-2, 3-3 बार दिल्ली की जनता ने मौके दिए, लेकिन 10 साल में डेवलपमेंट का सिंगल काम दिल्ली के अंदर नहीं किया गया। तो जब लोगों ने कंपेयर किया तो निश्चित रूप से मोदी जी की क्रेडिटेबिलिटी कहीं ज्यादा है अरविंद केजरीवाल से, और इसलिए दिल्ली की जनता ने आज अरविंद केजरीवाल को सजा दी है, वो सजा जिसके वो हकदार हैं।
पीएम जो करते हैं, कहते हैं, वो करके दिखाते हैं। उन्होंने एक ख्वाब भी दिखाया विकसित दिल्ली का, ये कहा कि विकसित भारत के साथ साथ दिल्ली, भारत की राजधानी दिल्ली भी विकसित होनी चाहिए। तो दिल्ली राजधानी जैसे नहीं लगती, ऐसा कई लोगों का के मन में था। लेकिन अगर रणनीति की बात करें तो बीजेपी ने, भाजपा का जो बीजेपी का दिल्ली यूनिट है, उसने इस बार क्या अलग किया 2020 के बनिस्बत? व्हाट वाज डिफरेंट दिस टाइम? क्योंकि कहा जाता है कि दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी अगर एक प्रदेश विभाग को नहीं ठीक कर पाई, वो है दिल्ली प्रदेश बीजेपी। तो इस बार क्या ठीक हो गया, ये बताइए।
ठीक ये हो गया कि दिल्ली को उस गिरोह से मुक्ति मिल गई जिस गिरोह ने दिल्ली को 10 साल छला है, दिल्ली के साथ धोखा किया। आनंद जी, आप स्वयं देखते होंगे 10 साल में दिल्ली में एक नया कॉलेज नहीं बना, नया स्कूल नहीं बना। मैंने दिल्ली में कोई सड़क बनती हुई नहीं देखी, कोई नया फ्लाईओवर नहीं देखा। दिल्ली का व्यापार दूसरे राज्यों में चला गया, दिल्ली के लोग पड़ोसी राज्यों में नौकरी करने गए। मैं समझता हूँ इससे ज्यादा बदहाल स्थिति दिल्ली की हो नहीं सकती। तो ये जो फैक्टर थे, ये फैक्टर और नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं वाला जो एक सिल्वर लाइन है, वो लोगों के दिमाग पर अंकित हुआ और भाजपा आज दिल्ली में बड़ी सरकार बना रही है।
अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल अपनी सीट हार जाते हैं, आतिशी अपनी सीट हार जाती हैं, पर सिसोदिया जीत जाते हैं, तो इसका क्या मतलब निकालें?
देखिए, मतलब इस सब का एक ही है कि ये जो आम आदमी पार्टी नाम की जो आपदा है वो दिल्ली में खत्म होगी और अब पंजाब की बारी है।
तो आपको लगता है इसका सीधा असर पंजाब पर भी पड़ेगा?
देखिए, क्योंकि अरविंद केजरीवाल की या आम आदमी पार्टी की कोई पॉलिटिकल लीगेसी नहीं थी। एक आंदोलन की उपज थे, शुचिता की राजनीति करने आए थे, बड़े बड़े सपने दिखाए थे, लोग कांग्रेस से परेशान थे, लोगों ने भरोसा दिया और उनके भरोसे का कत्ल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने किया। वो दोषी हैं दिल्ली की जनता के।
पर आप ही मानेंगे कि बीजेपी भी अब रेवड़ी पॉलिटिक्स पर ही उतर आई है? जो आपने वादे किए, बीजेपी ने भी वही वादे कर दिए। कहा जो आपको मिल रहा था वो अब आगे मिलेगा, हम थोड़ा ज्यादा दे देंगे। वो 2100 कह रहे हैं, हम 2500 दे देंगे। फ्री बस तो अभी भी रहेगा, फ्री बिजली अभी भी रहेगी। तो आपकी मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस कैसे डिफरेंट हो गई?
ये अब हमारी सरकार बनेगी ना, हम बताएंगे ना। और कम से कम हमें समझना पड़ेगा कि फ्रीबीज और संकल्प में अंतर क्या है। फ्रीबीज है जो चुनाव के नाम पर दी गई। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने फ्री की रेवड़ियां बांटी लेकिन दी नहीं किसी को भी। और अगर भाजपा ने महाराष्ट्र में जो कहा, राजस्थान में जो कहा, छत्तीसगढ़ में जो कहा, मध्य प्रदेश में जो कहा, हमने वो किया, तो वो हमारा संकल्प है और वही बात हम यहाँ पर करने वाले हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा था कि वो स्वयं इस बात को सुनिश्चित करेंगे। तो अब दिल्ली की जनता ने हमको मैंडेट दिया है और हम दिल्ली की जनता के मैंडेट की रक्षा करेंगे।
चलिए, फिलहाल तो जीत आपकी तय लग रही है, निश्चित लग रही है, उसकी बहुत बहुत बधाई। Praveen Khandelwal ji, thank you for speaking with us.
I think we should call the election. I don't see this turning in a way that BJP will come down below 35. I think it's time to call the election. It's in 41 BJP, 29 Aam Aadmi Party. The close races are about 3 or 4 seats. Like I said, it's not going to flip in such a huge way that
So let's call that. So the BJP with 42 leads, clearly in pole position to come back and wrest control of the state of Delhi. Delhi Vidhan Sabha for the first time since 1998. The BJP coming back into Delhi and it sweeps Delhi handsomely.
5 big takeaways here. I mean, there's no doubt about this. This is a massive achievement. 3 decades of being out in the cold. reversed, completely reversed, and now you can call it the deflation of the AAP.
Rahul, I thought you'd
What will be the
appreciate
5 big
graphics,
takeaways?
the graphics that we are having, the Black Hawk and the
That
India
sad
Gate.
neta has gone. You know, wo jo jhola.
The Jhola wala neta is gone and the copter is
Come on,
in.
man, I mean,
No,
have a nice word for
Look
the
at
only
the
thing
blue
I
sky.
Yeah,
No,
blue
and-
skies. Can you imagine?
Not just that.
Blue
I
sky
think
thinking.
among the 5 big takeaways, let's start with you, Rahul.
Yeah.
Would you start with the fact that the Prime Minister continues to be the most trusted face and a recalibration of political strategy
obviously,
and tonality?
that
has-
goes
has
without
been
saying, but
yielded
I think the correction that the BJP has made is to run a localized campaign. We saw it in Haryana, we've seen it. So the big thing for the BJP, the big takeaway, whether it's Maharashtra, whether it's Delhi, whether it's Haryana, is localized, go vocal for local. They've actually taken the Prime Minister's slogan and turned it into an election.
So it's local, that means local
yes,
politics.
Yeah, go for local politics, number one. Number two, most importantly, the AAP has a huge existential crisis on its hands. You can, as Rashid Kidwai, where is he when you need him? He says that the loser argument
just pause
is
at point number 2. Quick update, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be at the BJP headquarters at 6:30 p.m. this evening. Arun Danta is joining us live. We'll go to him after we finish the takeaways.
So the third point, very importantly, is that the BJP has realized that raveries do work on the ground. Now, whether you want to call them raveries or welfare or what have you, the point is, in a situation where, and this is a tacit acceptance also of the fact that there is stress on the ground, okay? So they've realized that we can't win an election now only on the promise of good governance. We also have to sweeten the pot a little bit. So those are 3 important things. 4, the India alliance under pressure. You're going to see deepening fissures. I don't know if it will survive to the next election, which is Bihar, because there the Congress will be asked many questions. They will make a demand for more seats. People will say, I'm sorry, there might be a problem there. And fifthly, the entire problem that the BJP faced of perception after the Lok Sabha is gone.
Gone. Okay, Manjinder Singh Sirsa is live with us, leading by 11,000 votes. Manjinder Sirsa ji, namaste, sat sri akal, and पहले ही मैं कह रहा हूँ बधाइयाँ. 11,000 वोट का 12,500 तो as we speak वो तो और ज़्यादा बढ़ गया. तो सबसे पहले तो मैं आपसे पूछूं, how is the feeling?
The feeling we are जोश इस जगह ना जैसे पूरा हाई जोश में है, जोश इस हाई. और सबसे बड़ा क्या है कि दिल्ली में जो बदलाव आ रहा है, हम लोग उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि दिल्ली के लोग समझेंगे. दिल्ली के लोगों ने बहुत प्यार दिया मोदी जी को. जब मोदी जी ने एक लाइन बोली कि मैं प्रधानमंत्री के साथ साथ दिल्ली की सरकार चलाने के लिए भी समा दूंगा, तो लोगों को विश्वास हो गया कि अब दिल्ली को बचाया जा सकता है. तो आपदा पार्टी बाहर जा रही है. दिल्ली में भाजपा की डबल इंजन की सरकार आ रही है. गंदे पानी से, गंदी हवा से, गंदी यमुना जी से और करप्शन और बेईमानी और झूठ और बेईमानी वाले बहानों से छुटकारा मिलने जा रहा है. ये दिल्ली की बहुत बड़ी जीत है. ये भाजपा की जीत नहीं है, ये दिल्ली के आम लोगों की जीत है. ये उन लोगों की जीत है जो बहाने सुन सुन के, जिनके कान पक चुके थे झूठ बोल बोल के, जिन्होंने कान पक चुके थे झूठ सुन सुन के. 15 सीटें खरीद रहे हैं, 18 एमएलए खरीद रहे हैं, 25 एमएलए खरीद रहे हैं. कमल जो है लोटस ऑपरेशन फेल कर दिया. क्या क्या इतना झूठ बोला है कि समझ में नहीं आ रहा अब तो क्या जवाब दे. तो इसलिए ये जीत दिल्ली के लोगों की
सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर दैट वेंट अगेंस्ट अरविंद केजरीवाल एंड द आम आदमी पार्टी आपके हिसाब से?
तो देखो एक जस्ट एक कोई भी पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम में एक फैक्टर कभी नहीं होता. लेकिन मैं मानता हूं कि सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर उनके खिलाफ यही गया कि जब मोदी जी ने कहा कि ये बहाने लगाते हैं, इन्होंने दिल्ली को बर्बाद कर दीजिए, आप मुझे देश की सरकार आपने दिया, दिल्ली की सरकार में मुझे दीजिए, मैं खुद समाज सरकार चलाने में लगाऊंगा. मुझे लगता है वो टर्निंग पॉइंट था दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए कि हाँ, अगर मोदी जी कह रहे हैं कि मैं खुद समाज होकर चलाऊंगा तो फिर दिल्ली बदल
तो 2 तारीख
झूठ और
जी बजट के बाद आई थिंक वी जस्ट लॉस्ट हिम मोमेंटरली. विल ट्राई एंड गेट हिम बैक एनी टाइम. सो ही इज सेइंग आफ्टर द बजट दैट रैली वेयर ही सेड कि आपने बाकियों को 25 साल मौका दिया, एक बार हमें 5 साल दे दीजिए, मौका दे दीजिए. विकसित दिल्ली का स्वप्न का वादा उन्होंने किया था. अनिल एंटनी ऑफ द बीजेपी इज ऑल्सो विद अस. अनिल, कंग्रेचुलेशंस आर इन ऑर्डर. दिस इज आनंद नरसिम्हन हियर विथ मी, जाकर जेकब एंड Rahul Shivshankar is also with us. Abhinandita of the Aam Aadmi Party also with us. Commiserations at this point, although the dust has not yet settled, the counting is still on. But clearly the trend's not favouring the Aam Aadmi Party at the moment. But Anil, how would you look at this performance of the BJP in Delhi?
Thank you. Like you rightly said, it's 7 or 8 rounds of counting is over. We are very sure that by the time the counting is fully over, our numbers will be even higher. It's the first time in 27 years that the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to come back in Delhi. And this is our best ever mandate in Delhi also. One thing that we have seen very clearly after the Lok Sabha elections itself was a historic mandate for us, where just for the second time in India's history, a Prime Minister came back for the third time. And after that we saw elections in Maharashtra, in Haryana, and now in Delhi. And everywhere the people have given a very clear mandate for us, our best ever results in each of these states, where the people are clearly saying that they would like development progress and they would like a double engine government that is led by our Honorable Prime Minister on the national stage.
Rahul Shivshankar,
we look at Delhi, there are other...
I've just got an update and Rahul has a question. Abhinandita is also there. Anil Anchali, staying with you only. Arvind Kejriwal, after 8 rounds in New Delhi, is trailing by 430 votes.
Yeah, you know, that 430 vote, I'm not going to sort of jump at it right now, but, you know, in a very tight contest, small constituencies where now only very few rounds are left for counting, playing catch-up is difficult. This clearly shows that he's in trouble. And, you know, I want to make a point. AAP's existential crisis will begin now because the party has never dealt with loss in its own bastion, in its cradle. How will it now behave with loss? How does it cope with loss? That's the fundamental question that I want to come straight to the AAP spokesperson
Abhinandita Mathur, yeah.
Ms. Sharma.
Ms. Mathur.
Ms. Mathur, sorry. Ms. Mathur, please. How will the AAP begin to cope with this? You've never lost in Delhi. Delhi made you.
Rahul, first we'll have to wait for the results. We'll have to wait for the counting to finish. But let's say that even if we were to say that, you know, AAP does not form the government, if you take that as a hypothesis right now, I would like to say that, you know, this is not just a win, this would not just be a win for the BJP, but actually the entire machinery that enabled the BJP to crush the Aadmi Party or try to crush. As far as we are concerned, you know, we are not very worried about the future because we'll definitely thrive. We are not your routine politicians, you know, we are activists, we are strugglers, we will hustle and we will come together. And despite all the attacks on us, despite the ordeal that we have faced, I mean, the entire machinery against one man, Arvind Kejriwal.
No, but Ms. Mathur, one second. You said you're activists.
Challenges that we faced,
no, but Ms. Mathur, you said you're activists. No, very well taken, that point, you're activists. But when your great activism was centered around corruption, of fighting corruption, and Mr. Kejriwal, embroiled in corruption cases, gets a thumbs down from the Delhi voter, what is the issue that you're going to now coalesce around?
No, Rahul, things are not that simple. There are allegations of corruption on various politicians, but as soon as they join the BJP, they magically get clean. So I don't think things can be put this simplistically. And these are all allegations, but even if you go on the ground, people will have their own reasons to say why they may vote for the BJP vis-a-vis the Aam Aadmi Party. But I don't think anybody would ever say or understand that Kejriwal ji ne koi corruption kiya, koi apna ghar leke gaya, kuch aise kiya. Nobody believes that, and I'm telling you, it's
but
a matter
he made it
of time
about
that,
this. He said, this election is about my imandarness, and I'm bringing that to you. This is a referendum on me and my cleanliness. So how can we now suddenly change the goalposts?
Let's wait till 5 p.m. for us to
because even as we speak,
Abhinandita ji,
it's 45 and 25 in favor of the BJP. Anil Anthony, do you believe this entire Kattar Imandar and Kejri model of governance comes a cropper? It comes crumbling down now?
See, in Delhi, this is a clear vote of no confidence against the Aam Aadmi Party also by the people of Delhi. We all know how this party came into being many years back, 10, 12 years back. It came as through an anti-corruption crusade. Then it was a party that was claiming to be a party of a difference, where it was against VIP culture. It was claiming to be for good governance. But finally, in the last few years, we saw that the party was doing everything that it claims it was against. Most of their ministers, including the chief minister, went to jail at different points of time for a lot of corruption cases. Even now, there are undergoing investigations. Many of them are convicted too. Then the party that claimed that one day it will make the Yamuna like the Thames, and now it has become a toxic dump yard. The Sheesh Mahal became a symbol of profligacy. And for every malady in the state, it was a state where even in 2014, where Indian economy was usually half our the current size, a 2 trillion economy, then itself Delhi was a state that had a surplus of around 10,000 crores. Right. And this year, the projections show that this, for the first time ever, it is going to have a deficit.
Did you also?
So there was massive misgovernance. There was massive misgovernance, and for every malady, the Aam Aadmi Party was either saying that the center is
responsible. Have a reaction. There is a reaction.
The people are tired of. The people are.
Anna Hazare has said that Arvind Kejriwal did not heed my advice. But let me ask you what worked for the BJP. Did the BJP this time, rather than nationalize the election, localize the election? Because we saw each group, each community, every part of Bharat which is residing in Delhi being addressed. Even Malayali associations were addressed. Telugu groups were addressed. Marathi groups were addressed. Each group, each person by big weights may have prominent faces of the BJP. Did you really localize the election this time, and did that help you?
See, Delhi is the Dil of India. It is like a microcosm of entire India. You have all, like you look at Delhi, like you have people from everywhere. There are almost like 3-4 lakh Malayalis in Delhi, like every other state. And this time, you look at what we have done in the last 10 years, we have created almost, our Prime Minister himself has initiated over 300 plus schemes that is meant to reach every household, where almost every household are Labharthis of 6-7 schemes of us. There are from the Awas Yojana to Jal Jeevan Mission to Swachh Bharat Mission to even the Ayushman Bharat project, where almost 50 crore plus beneficiaries are there across India. Right. After the third win we had in the Lok Sabha, we ensured that everybody over 70, they are going to get blanket free insurance coverage. And in Delhi, what happened? One of the 2-3 states which actually decided that this particular scheme won't be available for the people. So we wanted to ensure that we reach out to every single household, just like we have been doing across India. And yes, we did put a lot of effort on the ground.
I want to ask Abhinandita a question. Abhinandita, what we have seen, and we've shown this on the Magic Wall since the morning, you've lost vote amongst key vote banks, lower class voters, Juggi Jopadi voters, women voters, Purvanchali voters. These were all solid vote banks of the Aam Aadmi Party. You've eroded that to the BJP. How and why and from where will you start again? Mr. Kejriwal could likely lose his seat, New Delhi.
There are many people to give credit to for this situation. I mean, starting from the LG to, like all the agencies, as I said earlier, the way, the people of Delhi were made to suffer in these last 3 years. I mean, there was, of course, COVID, and after that, just the arrests and just completely, not letting the government work. And we've all been in the government, worked in the Sachivalaya to know how things were literally like stalled. So I think that there are many factors. One is, of course, the BJP's propaganda machinery is much stronger. Also, I think that people genuinely, did want to vote for the Aam Aadmi Party, or perhaps have, and we will have to only wait till 6 p.m. to analyze this better. And obviously these will be concerns for us as well. We will look at every demographic, every gully, every booth.
Is it also possible, you think?
But I think we would wait.
Is it also possible, you think, Abhinandita, that a large number of people in Delhi were just sick and tired of this cat fight that was going on a daily basis between state and centre, and they said, okay, fine, if that means giving, the same party power in both state and centre, then so be it.
That is what the people were made to feel. There was a reason why the government was stalled. There was a reason why, their gullies and nalas could not be cleaned as we would have liked to. That this is all happening by design is something that we have to remember and worth paying attention to, I think. That whether or not people understand the chronology, we get 67, we get 62, and after that, that if you let Arvind Kejriwal work, there is no way you can defeat him. There is no way you can beat the work of the Aam Aadmi Party, because it's actually serving the people. It's doing unprecedented work, for the poor section, for women. So, I mean, obviously, BJP had to do everything it can in its capacity and with all its might to stop Arvind Kejriwal. And what the people have decided, we will know later, but we will accept it with due respect.
Well, beyond the optics and beyond the posture, as far as television screens and media, and as a spokesperson is concerned, I hope that there is a realistic introspection that did somewhere this Kejri model of governance led down the people of Delhi and did the politics of perception also hurt. Because Anna Hazare Abhinandita ji has just now said that Arvind Kejriwal seemed swayed by money and power. He did not heed my advice. That coming from the man who stood right next to Arvind Kejriwal in the India Against Corruption movement 12 years later should be perhaps a message. And somewhere did Sheesh Mahal, did the Yamuna aspect, did some of these aspects come back to hurt Mr. Kejriwal despite perhaps his best intentions and the AAP's best intentions for Delhi. And the other thing is, Delhi is your fountainhead. Delhi is your base that allowed you to become a national party in less than a decade. And that losing Delhi today could also hurt your prospects in other states, including Punjab, Gujarat, and some of the other places where you had aspirations. I'm just going to open it into our panel here and ask them their thoughts. Chetan Bhagat, your thoughts? Would you anything you'd like to?
Yeah. Okay. So here's
46-24 as we speak. Yeah.
So some of the things is because what the BJP did right, and some, like in tennis, they say
unforced errors.
Unforced errors by AAP. So I think let's just make a list of that. So BJP did, like I said, Army, Navy, Air Force, RSS worked, Prime Minister made appeal, they were allies, big wigs, money, promises, attack on AAP, attack on Arvind Kejriwal. Even the union budget was used to kind of give an edge in the Delhi election. It became personal. And now let's look at the unforced errors. Well, the first one is they went to Gujarat. You know, there's a book called 48 Laws of Power, very famous book. You know what the first law is? Never outshine the master. You know, and that's something to think about. I mean, nobody will tell them this, but this is the honest truth. You know, and then on the ground level, they lost touch. They didn't do any alliance with Congress. He didn't resign and hand over power gracefully so that Delhi runs properly. And I think there's such an incongruence with image. We've had shocking politicians. We've had politicians. मैं शादीशुदा नहीं हूँ, कुवारा भी नहीं हूँ, right? We've had, and
brahmachari नहीं.
The public
brahmachari नहीं.
Something like that. So the public accepts. The point is to be congruent. If you say, I can only afford a muffler and a shirt and a Wagoner or whatever, and then you build a luxurious house, it just rankles more. I mean, the Prime Minister of our country has never made those things. So when he sits inside a Range Rover, it's good. He's our Prime Minister. What should he sit in? You know, what do you want India's Prime Minister to sit in? But when you start being incongruent, you know, that's the issue. There is no problem in being little rangeen, you know, but you then say that, listen, I am in Chief Minister, I need a nice house. I need space. I have meetings there. Now we do work from home. I mean, you know, we need a nice house. I don't know about the jacuzzi still, but how you justify that to people. But that's
also work from home.
So you do all these things. There's lot of unforced errors. And like I said, the BJP threw the kitchen sink at this election because it must be difficult. Imagine Rahul Shavshankar is the Prime Minister, right? He drives out of his house.
Look at the smile on his face. They said that.
Goes for the walk, does his yoga, whatever, comes out. And then he sees a bus stop and there's Arvind Kejriwal's face there. You know, dude. Like, and you call, how can we take care of this? I mean, we can't win this little state with 70 seats and we're winning 3 times. So it is personal and they did a good job this time. You know?
The party which was a behemoth, the biggest political party in the world, has learned from mistakes. And the party which is supposed to be the startup in this mix, 10 years in existence, nimble, supposed to be light-footed and has perhaps tapped into a space unoccupied by other political parties, seems to have not learnt and understood from...
That's the reason they are the largest, right? Because they're learning from your mistakes. How else do you don't come first in class by just sitting good that half term mein first aa gaya. No, final mein bhi first aana hai. Final के बाद जो अगला tutorial है उसमें भी first आना है. My 5 takeaways quickly I'll just run through them because RSS had the 5 ones. So I'll just do the 5. That phenomenal recovery for the BJP in Delhi from 8 to 46 currently. So that is like I think unbelievable. Literally, you know, most people didn't think they would reach this level. Second is, I think, reversal of the narrative of 2024 that the BJP is done and dusted and it's the NDA and the BJP story is over in the country, not the party of choice for Indians. subsequent elections, one after the other, Haryana, Maharashtra, Delhi, they've said that that narrative of 2024 has been reversed. Third point is that the era of revolutionary politics, which started with Anna, which you just ran, that seems to be not appreciated anymore. People want their civic issues, especially in the metro areas and the city state and the bonsai state, as you're calling. If you don't deliver on those basic issues, sewage, water, all that we have gone through in the past 3 hours, if you don't deliver, that's gone. Fourth one, which I want to say, is that India alliance is dead before the first anniversary. I don't believe that they can recover from this because they are going to go separate pathways. Which way it goes is anybody's guess. My guess is that a third front alliance might take shape before the Bihar elections. The fifth one is nothing changes for the Congress. They were zero, they still are zero.
Nothing. Yes, Nalin.
So, first takeaway, the BJP is back, baby. In the sense that the BJP, which seemed, and Smita is right, which seemed to have lost, while it won 2024, seemed to have run into a roadblock, seemed to have lost momentum. That momentum is now back. It not only got reversed the losses with Haryana and Maharashtra, but Delhi, I think the wind is behind the BJP sails again, even more so than it was after Maharashtra. So the Iqbal of the BJP in that sense is back.
BJP is back as the masthead and says Delhi mein dil, Delhi ke dil, Delhi mein BJP.
I think the reason I'm saying that is also because the key, from a national politics point of view, the key voter demographics which seem to be breaking away from BJP, or where it saw erosion of support.
47-23.
Some elements of the middle class. There was significantly among Dalit voters and among the lower income strata, right? That seems to have come back, or BJP recovered lost ground there. We saw that in Maharashtra, we saw that in Haryana, we've seen that in Delhi now. Third, caste politics, which is what Rahul Gandhi has been talking about for the longest time, the caste census and so on. No resonance of that in Delhi. I think the Congress remains dead in the water. The Congress, which seemed like the back in the challenging game, it was the Congress revival had kind of started, it looked like a year back. All of that has been wiped out. The Congress is back to where it started before that. There is a tectonic shift in Delhi's politics. After 25 years, for 25 years, the voters of Delhi did not trust the BJP at the state government level, although they always voted the BJP at the national level. This time, they've listened to Modi's appeal saying, "Is baar hum pe ek baar vishwas karke dekhiye." So I think that is a major shift. And Modi remains the king of Indian politics.
I think the biggest shift, for me, is that the BJP got out of MCD and is in the state. That's what's happened. So for so many years, when the Congress was in power, AAP was in power, the BJP was in MCD, the BJP gets out of MCD, and then somewhere it reflects. Abhijit.
Yeah. The biggest takeaway is that BJP has learned from 2024, June 4th. BJP has got the states formula right. I mean, it used to be a party which is extremely strong at the center, but in some states it would struggle. State after state, it's doing extremely well. The Prime Minister has leans back in the state campaigns these days, is not, all out there. Local issues are, the cadre is involved, RSS is involved. That is one. Two is, AAP's defeat is a big jolt to political entrepreneurship, especially the way it is going out in Delhi with its mojo lost in terms of corruption issues. That it should not have. I mean, freebies, not delivering enough, etc. One can understand, but the corruption allegations will haunt it badly.
Right.
India may see a slight, if not definitely not a full rollback, but a readjustment of the freebie culture. We may see. AAP was the biggest champion of it. Fourth is, I still believe that Congress has an opportunity to more strongly occupy the opposition space, but Congress never allows itself not to be disappointed. So, never lets go of an opportunity to let itself down. And finally, this gives Mr. Modi a chance to recast Delhi as a showcase capital to the world. I mean, he probably, which is why he so desperately wanted to win an election which is almost mayoral. Otherwise.
But tell me, Abhijit, I mean, I want to take this forward, right? What are the elections that are coming up? You have Bihar, a crucial ally there.
Bengal.
BJP, yeah, you got Bengal, which is again almost like an ideological project for the BJP. They've never won in Bengal. You have the southern states, you've got Tamil Nadu, Kerala, etc. going to polls next year. Does the BJP, what is the lesson that the BJP takes away from Delhi? I mean, Kejriwal had a kabza over Delhi for almost, 11, 12 years. Can they take lessons from here in a way to challenge Mamta in Bengal, to challenge DMK in Tamil Nadu,
yeah, I mean,
LDF, UDF in Kerala?
The impossible states now BJP actually could look at, with a lot more optimism, like Bengal, Kerala, Punjab, Tamil Nadu.
Right.
These four look impossible, but who knows? As Rahul was saying, Punjab don't write BJP.
I just want to make a point. The fact that the BJP was looking shaky and perhaps beginning to question itself after 2024 Lok Sabha was because in the Hindi belt, where it had 90% of conversion, that's where, which is really its bastion, from there it looks beyond, That bastion was looking a little fragile. Now with Delhi, the only Hindi heartland state, really, or, as Nalin says, a bonsai state, nonetheless, winning that means that it can go back and say, okay, that genuinely was a bit of an aberration. We've got to guard against it. But now we are consolidating where we have actually begun from. The reverse of the
Do you think the BJP can use this to emerge as a serious challenger in Punjab, for example?
I would still, I would say don't write it off. There will be a little bit of momentum, but we'll have to look at the Sikh vote. We'll have to look at other factors. But most importantly, I don't think we should jump to Bengal and to Tamil Nadu, which will be the next cycle in early 25. I think let's hold our horses till then. What this gives the BJP really is that platform it needs. Now my base is consolidated. I know that even in Uttar Pradesh, that big, poll in Milkipur that I needed to win to signal to my cadre that, look, we're back. Yeah. That confidence now.
More than 25,000 votes there. Mustafabad 38,583. 46-24 is the score. Arvind Kejriwal in the 9th round of counting, trailing by 1,100 votes now. That's the story. Manish Sisodia is leading. Gopal Rai is leading, but Atishi is also trailing. Let's quickly go. Shalimar Bagh, BJP leading by 24,780 votes. Yes, Griha.
Okay, we've got two winners that have been announced. One from the Bharatiya Janata Party, Vishwas Nagar. We have a winner, Om Prakash Sharma of the BJP has won. Kondli, we have an Aam Aadmi Party winner. Kuldeep Kumar has won from Aam Aadmi Party. And more updates on the leads. GK, we have an important update. Saurav Bhardwaj is still trailing by just 1,000 votes. That's how less the margin has become. Also, Rohini Virendra Sachdeva is leading now by over 17,000 votes. So another advantage, BJP. Kejriwal, like you mentioned, Anand, 1,170 votes, still trailing. Shakur Basti, another drawback for the Aam Aadmi Party. Satyendra Jain is trailing now by 15,000 votes. It's round 6 of counting that's happening.
So all the big guns except for Manish Sisodia of the Aam Aadmi Party are trailing, and this will hurt the AAP. It's going to dent. It's a big message coming in from the people of Delhi. There are other updates coming through. Amanatullah is leading by 88,725 votes right at the bottom of the screen. Last, you can see the news flashes. Sisodia leading by 3,869.
How much was Atishi trailing by? Griha, if I can go back to you. She's still trailing. She hasn't led even once since morning. But how much is she trailing by? Do we have an update on Kalkaji?
Do we have an update on Kalkaji? Please tell me the update on Kalkaji.
3,000.
3,000.
3,000 votes.
So she's 3,231. She's still trailing.
No. So right now, look at the numbers. Ramesh Biduri says my number was 46. We are right now at 46-24. Ramesh Biduri also said that I am confident I will win. So right now, Atishi is trailing by 3,000. Pravesh Verma says Arvind Kejriwal haar rahe hain. Sandeep Dixit says Arvind Kejriwal haar rahe hain. Arvind Kejriwal trailing by 1,179 rounds gone. 4 more rounds to go, and these are all the pro-BJP booths, not the pro-AAP booths, as Smita Prakash was telling us. Big message this has gone out to for the entire, I keep saying, Kejri model of governance, and they will have to recalibrate. Now, this will, somewhere in the national, is this not plotting the Lok Sabha?
Yeah, we could look at how the Lok Sabha played out. So this is 2025 Vidhan Sabha, 2024 Lok Sabha. is more or less the same. The only difference you see is a bunch of blues here, but then AAP and Congress were in alliance at that time. Right now in the Vidhan Sabha, there is 0 blues, there are 0 seats to the Congress party, but the rest of it is pretty much the same. I think what the BJP has done is take away classes of voters. I'll start with the lower income groups. In the lower income groups, the BJP has managed to get a substantial hold. Out of those 32 seats, the BJP's got 19, the Aam Aadmi Party has only got 13. Let's look at some of the middle income groups, the middle class, which was always a BJP sort of kabza, as it were. Again, firmly with the BJP. Out of 28 seats, BJP has 20, Aam Aadmi Party has only 8. The women voter that Rahul keeps talking about, where the women turned up in larger numbers, proportionally speaking, in those 41 constituencies, BJP 26, Aam Aadmi Party only 15. Just a quick check also of the Muslim constituencies, where the Muslim voters are in excess of 30%. There, it seems like the AAP has a slight edge, 6 seats to the AAP and 4 to the BJP. Also, a big community vote that's gone as far as the BJP is concerned is the Jat influence seats. And these are again in the outskirts of Delhi. 12 seats that are Jat dominant, 11 of them the BJP is leading in currently. 1 AAP is currently leading in. Also, a quick check of the Purvanchal voters. Again, there used to be a big AAP base. There again, it is the BJP with a massive lead. Out of 25 Purvanchal dominant seats, BJP has 18, AAP only 7. So basically, across communities, across strata of society, the BJP is simply chipped away at the AAP.
So in Kalkaji, it's very interesting. Sorry, in Kalkaji, very interesting statistic. In Kalkaji, Ms. Atishi is trailing by about 3% of the vote. Yeah, 3% of the vote, because about 1 lakh and a little bit went to vote there. And the number of women that exceeded the number last time, the turnout, was by 3%. Interesting number. Interesting number.
Just, but whether or not they have voted for the BJP and against Atishi is still there. But yeah, it's a good... but somewhere, would you agree that the BJP has been able to break into the core voter or the strongholds? Now, the confidence that Arvind Kejriwal had on the women voter, that's been busted. Smita Prakash?
Totally.
Look, I'm just looking, you can't now say that the women are voting in one particular manner. There are many issues which has prompted women voters to work. So you can't see this as one amorphous entity. You know, I think there are many things that worked. You can't say Purvanchalis voted also, because you look at the sweep that has had. But you know, I was looking at what somebody pointed out about what's going to happen in the elections that are going to come. In 2025, Bihar goes to elections. I think there's going to be a little more muscle flexing by the BJP in this NDA alliance. 2026, Assam goes to polls. They're already there. 2026, Kerala goes to polls. I wonder whether BJP can do anything in Kerala by 2026. Too quick, they'll need an ally. Even in Tamil Nadu, I think in 2026, they'll still need an ally. 2026, West Bengal, all eyes, because I don't think they're going to go with an ally. They're going to go one-on-one against Mamata. In Goa, they're already there. That's 2027. Punjab 2027, they have 2 more years. Are they going to go back with Sukhbir, back with Akali Dal, because now Sukhbir is not there, so it's a wrong thing to say, but Akali Dal. Is Akali Dal going to say, okay, let's go with the BJP, because otherwise it's difficult to take on the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress? You know, they're fighting for number 3 position, if at all, if they don't align with the BJP. Will the BJP take a secondary seat? I've always wondered whether Delhi election was some kind of a tacit understanding with the Congress that we will not fight we will not fight you in Punjab. You can take on the Aam Aadmi Party there. Here, let us take on the Aam Aadmi Party, and you.
No, why would that be? Why would that be? I think for the longest time, this was because of what Prakash Singh Badal did for the BJP and the Jan Sangh at that time.
Overtly, yes.
During the emergency, and that was the reason why the BJP was happy playing second fiddle to the SAD.
Look, BJP works in many levels.
No,
right?
but Smita, you heard what the Prime Minister said. Even before he came back and said a Viksit Delhi for a Viksit Bharat, he had said कि पंजाब में भी अब इनको तकलीफ होगी, पंजाब में भी BJP आएगी. He said this after Haryana. After the Haryana victory, the PM had talked about Punjab. And he said that the BJP will start working in Punjab. And the BJP is going to
5 to 6 years for BJP Karyakartas to have that ground network.
It's not it's about intent. What I'm trying to say is it's about intent. The BJP did not have any, it went from 7 to 77 in Bengal. It did, right? So because it went and said, okay, I want to get 200 seats. They got 77. You may say, why did you promise us 200 seats? But the fact is that unless you aim for the Everest, you won't climb a tree. That's the same thing that the BJP is doing. It's giving its karyakartas a direction and want to go. And Punjab is a border state. One needs control of the border states to be able to regulate the border states. And we know that there are industries that are moving out of Punjab today. There is an issue of secessionism, there is an issue of drugs, there is an issue of lawlessness, there is an issue of illegal immigration.
Of Samsung's plant was suspended after allegedly engaging in activities deemed detrimental to the interest of Samsung's operations in India. However, employees of the plant, a section of them, and members of the Samsung India Workers Union claim that this suspension was not on account of disciplinary action or disciplinary reasons, but simply because they were affiliated with the Samsung India Workers Union in the first place, also claiming that Samsung does not want any employee to be actively engaged with this recently established workers' union. Now remember, this isn't the first time that issues or a face-off between Samsung's management and employees have cropped up. In September, nearly 1,100 employees of this very plant staged a protest outside plant premises claiming for better privileges, more representation, better pay, and also representation by way of a union which Samsung said all that while that it was averse to forming in the first place. However, following the Madras High Court's intervention, Samsung India Workers Union became a registered union under the Tamil Nadu Labour Department, thereby ensuring that some of these workers' demands pertaining to representation by way of a union was summarily met. However, these issues clearly have not been laid to rest, simply on account of the recent suspension of those 3 employees. Now the issue is simply this: while these employees claim that they were suspended for their affiliation, Samsung in a statement has said the employees in question violated the company policy and have been suspended temporarily and will be subject to appropriate disciplinary action following a formal inquiry, end quote. Now while it's a case of he said, she said between Samsung and its employees, the fact is that these outstanding issues between Samsung and its employees don't seem to be going away anytime now, given the fact that both the employees and the management seem to be heading in different directions with regard to what they expect of each other pertaining to both representation and a basic disciplinary expectation.
Did you know there's an asteroid headed towards Earth and there's a more than 1% chance of an Armageddon-style threat to the planet in 2032? In fact, NASA has said the chances that the asteroid 2024 YR4 will impact Earth in 2032 has risen from 1.6% to 1.9%. While it might sound surprising, it's not time to start panicking just yet. NASA was also quick to step in with some reassurance. Paul Choris, who heads NASA's Center for Near-Earth Object Studies, said, and I quote, "We are not worried at all, because there's a 99% chance it will miss, but it deserves attention." The space rock that's between 130 to 300 feet wide was first spotted on December 27, 2024 by a NASA-funded station in Chile. It quickly made its way to NASA's risk list, which tracks any objects that could come close to Earth. While the chance of impact is still low, NASA continues to watch it closely. These probabilities can change as more data comes in, and many asteroids that have appeared risky at first have later been deemed harmless. Right now, no other large asteroids pose a threat with impact probability above 1%. So, while asteroid 2024 YR4 is something to keep an eye on, you may not need to lose sleep over it. For now, NASA's planetary defense team is on the case, and we'll keep you.
No, we had expected this, Anandji. I think we should increase our seat tally by another 1 or 2 seats. But the overall verdict has been that Delhi wants Prime Minister Narendra Modi's governance, and Delhi voted against Arvind Kejriwal's corruption, his sheesh mahal and his misgovernance. From the starting, I remember doing multiple debates on your channel and multiple channels. The Aam Aadmi Party people used to say the narrative is not with them, they don't have the niti, they don't have the neta. But we had the neta, that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We were setting the narrative on the ground because the narrative on the ground was Delhi wanted clean drinking water, Delhi wanted their civic issues to be solved, and our promises got credibility when Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his rally said that he will deliver. So yes, we had the neta, we had Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we had the narrative, and our workers and our state unit was working quietly on the ground. Last time we had a 38% vote share. Our target was to touch a 50% vote share, as the Honorable Home Minister said, and our vote share as of right now is 46-47. So which means a 20% vote swing, 17% vote swing away from the Aam Aadmi Party. It's an anger election and hope in Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Well, Mr. Babhi Badal of the Aam Aadmi Party also with us. Just quickly putting the contrast, 2020 or 2025, if we look at the Vidhan Sabha, look, it's almost a reversal. And in fact, if we were to compare this with the assembly wins or the assembly projections based on June 2024, where the BJP won the Lok Sabha, all 7 seats, it almost mirrors the 2025 performance if we were to take that the AAP and the Congress fought together. Mr. Babhi Badal with us, 62 to 24, I'm sure there will be disappointment, and perhaps this was not expected, Mr. Badal. But the Congress says, हमारे साथ लड़े होते तो शायद जीत जाते.
देखो, first of all, let me put things in perspective. First of all, victory and defeat are part of the election process. But was it a level playing field? I don't want to sound like a sore loser, but the amount of misuse of authorities that the BJP put in, I think I would not be very proud of this election if I were in the BJP. So let me put this thing. First of all, it was not a washout for Aam Aadmi Party. Okay, we have been in governance for 10-11 years. Kejriwal Saab's style of doing politics is different from BJP. We do politics on the basis of our work, which we always categorically state that we have succeeded in doing this, and even not doing this. On Yamuna, Kejriwal Saab was candid enough to admit that we have not been that successful for Yamuna. But BJP style is something else. They will fund opposition parties. They will try with their deep pockets. I am just reading a line on this. Corruption did Aam Aadmi Party in. On your channel only it is written. I want to talk about the corruption which electoral bonds. 7,000.
No, I think we can talk about all this. No. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Badal, I think you are one minute. Let's come back to the aspect that yes, it is disappointing, this number, whatever you may blame the factor. I asked you a simple question. The Congress has come out and said, "Saath mein lade hote to jeet jate." Do you agree, disagree?
I think the Congress can pat itself on its back that yes, the Congress has succeeded in alienating a key India ally, and the Congress has succeeded in resurrecting BJP in Delhi. Saath mein lade hote to the onus was on Congress. Congress is a very small party as far as Delhi is concerned. So I think the Congress needs to get its priorities right.
So, देखिए, Arvind Kejriwal trailing, Atishi trailing, and now I think we've got an update that Manish Sisodia is also trailing. Now, is that a referendum on the Congress or on the Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Badal? Kamru Chaudhary, you want to respond to Mr. Badal saying that the Congress is a localized, is a non-entity in Delhi?
Absolutely. You know, people think that Congress is a non-entity out here. But why did we fight the elections all alone is a big question many will be asking today. Basically, we fought the election to reclaim the share of our pie that we lost in 2013 because Aam Aadmi Party came up to substitute Congress, and it was obviously propped up by the RSS and the like-minded parties. But then, having said so, you know, we are lacking in a lot of things. It is a time for us to introspect what we did. We never broke off the alliance with Aam Aadmi Party post the Lok Sabha election. It was Arvind Kejriwal-ji who came out of the jail and said that we are going to fight the elections all alone. We said, so be it. Let us all motivate ourselves, regroup ourselves, and we went into the election campaign. Our cadre strength in Delhi was almost non-existent. We fielded all our top leaders in Delhi. Still the voters rejected. But it's a very welcome sign that at least on the whole...
Did you really field all your top leaders, sir, in Delhi? Is a big question. The other thing is it started with Haryana where the Congress there, Mr. Hooda, etc. decided we don't want the AAP. उनको 3-4 सीटें दे देंगे उससे ज़्यादा उनकी औकात नहीं है is what something which was said by the Haryana Congress leaders. So clearly they AAP said ठीक है आप हरियाणा में हमारे साथ नहीं लड़ना चाहते दिल्ली हम अकेले लड़ेंगे. I think this is something which, but during the campaign the gloves came off. The kind of personal attacks Mr. Kejriwal made against Mr. Rahul Gandhi and what Mr. Rahul Gandhi said against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. So that was also there. And I think both of them, Mr. Omar Abdullah has said, lado aur aapas mein lado. That's what he has put out today. He's taken a jibe at both the allies within the India Alliance. Pradeep Bhandari had...
Just kind of 10 seconds I will take. Yeah, basically you see, as a Congress worker, I feel that our Congress party's alliance with the regional parties has been the undoing of the Indian National Congress nationwide. Be it Mamata Banerjee, be it Aam Aadmi Party, or be it other regional parties that we have allied with. They have only decimated the Congress, and I have no qualms today to say that at least Congress should fight alone.
Correct. So you are from that school of thought among the Congress party leaders, and I think many of the Congress supporters, voters of the past, or even people who are observing the Congress believe the Congress needs to fight and stand on its own if it wants to resurrect itself. Piggybacking or being parasitical will only hurt it further, and this Parjeevi tag will continue to haunt the Congress party if they continue down this line. So you are from that thought process. Pradeep Bhandari, had the AAP and Congress fought together, would the BJP have suffered? Because the AAP vote share plus Congress vote share is great.
Consolidate against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. The voters knew that Mr. Kejriwal is corrupt and he's not delivered on the ground. Had the Congress coincided and collided with the Arvind Kejriwal-led Aam Aadmi Party, you would not have seen 1 + 1 = 2. You would have seen 1 + 1 = 1.25 or maybe 0.9. So it's not, remember Samajwadi Party and BSP had come together in the Uttar Pradesh Assembly elections and our vote share had increased despite them coming together and their own core voters voting us. So elections, according to me, as the Aam Aadmi Party individual is saying, is not mere arithmetic. It is about chemistry, and the chemistry on the ground was anger against Mr. Kejriwal, which nobody wanted to touch, and hope which people saw under Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Now what?
Now, all three are trailing. Sisodia is trailing, Mr. Kejriwal is trailing, and Atishi is trailing. So all three star cast of the Aam Aadmi Party. Atishi, of course, has been trailing since morning. She's not led even once by over 3,000 votes. Mr. Sisodia is trailing by 600 votes and Mr. Kejriwal is trailing by about 1,200 votes. So all three star cast, their neighbouring constituencies, New Delhi, Jangpura and Kalkaji, all three are trailing. So, Rahul Shivshankar, what does that mean? Like, they say, you know, if you want to defeat an army, you have to decapitate the general. the generals seem pretty decapitated here.
Look, I've just written a little paragraph. Kejriwal's halo of Kattar Imandari eroded severely, which could now raise question marks about his long-term sustainability in politics for a party founded by him on the back of an anti-corruption movement. Being adjudged guilty in the People's Court will have implications for the AAP in other geographies. Kejriwal's best hope is now a quick exoneration from the courts. That's where he has to go. The AAP will find it difficult to continue this momentum, saying that we're a party of change, even in other geographies. This is becoming a problem. And you can now sort of say that this is, the BJP's overbearing style of politics, this, that, the other. In the end, unfortunately, it's the people that judge.
So
and
look,
the people
look
have
at the big
judged.
faces of the AAP.
Yes.
Kejriwal trailing, Sisodia trailing, Ms. Atishi trailing, Saurabh Bharadwaj trailing, Somnath Bharti trailing, the gentleman from Shakur Basti, Mr. Jain trailing. The biggest names and faces of the AAP are all trailing.
Where does that leave
Now here's what the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha has tweeted. Why aren't we talking about this, they ask. They say winning impossible, not putting Rahul Gandhi's picture. They've said winning impossible, 90 losses under Rahul Gandhi. 90 electoral losses is what they are claiming. Although in this election, Rahul Gandhi was not directly involved.
Look, the BJP defeated the BJD. Okay, so that was a regional party. The only victory that the Congress has had against a regional party is in the state of Telangana. Okay, that's where the BJP's cadre base was not the strongest. It also had problems within the cadre base. It also, and the Congress
I think the
won
Bandi
there.
Sanjay issue and the BRS,
yes, and the Congress also won there by taking, pretty much cleaning out, KCR's party. It took away a lot of BRS sitting legislators and other satraps and built its sort of revivatis. The AAP is not a small party in the sense that, yes, it may be, centered around one leader, but that leader actually won them a state. The only other party that has won, apart from the BJP, a state or two states is the Congress party in this country right now. Mamata has failed to break out of her borders. The DMK has failed to break out of its borders. The left has got shrunk now to a pocket of Kerala, some people say, perhaps also now looking at a sunset. So I'm saying that fundamentally, the BJP is winning, even at the expense of non-Congress parties now. The Congress is not even winning at the expense of those regional parties. Forget the BJP. So this is a problem for the Congress, and the Congress can't constantly talk about it. In fact, it'll have to look for a new narrative, or it'll be forced into looking for a new narrative. It can't say caste, caste, caste is not returning. No yields are coming. Yes, it happened in the Lok Sabha. After that,
Chetan?
Yeah, I agree. There's an obsession with the caste census. But we don't know, like, as a voter, what happens? Okay, it's good. I'm somebody of who wants to do the caste census, but what will be my direct benefit? Are they going to increase the reservation? They've already done it in Telangana. It's becoming a big problem for the Congress now. They're saying first implement it in your party then. And they are not able to do it. So I think when something is not working, look at even the BJP. After the June 4th, they made changes. They made some distinct changes. You don't see that much of the larger-than-life image of the PM anymore.
Right.
It's more, it's very subtle, but there are changes because the world keeps changing, the country keeps changing, and I think the Congress needs to, is it working? You try a lot of things. It's okay to try, and whatever sticks, you run with it. But to keep on holding on to that one idea you had, even when it's not working, it's not, you have to capture people's imagination. And there has to be a way. Even Arvind Kejriwal did it 5 years ago, 10 years ago, but now it's not working and something else needs to come in there. You have to be inventive, otherwise...
Well, a viewer has just sent this for the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. You talked about change and needing to adapt. So he said, बदले बदले से मेरे सरकार नजर आते हैं, घर की बर्बादी के आसार नजर आते हैं. वह जो बदले तो ज़माने की हवा भी बदली, दिल की खुशियां भी गई, घर की फजा भी बदली, सुने सुने दरो दीवार नजर आते हैं, बदले बदले से मेरे सरकार नजर आते हैं, घर की बर्बादी के आसार नजर आते हैं.
This obviously, like, there is some joy.
But I want to add a
there is
caveat.
some joy in his defeat, which is very strange because he was such a loved kind of leader in the capital, and now there is suddenly, I mean, what is the anger against Arvind? Honestly, I'm genuinely curious. What has he done so bad to people?
No, the anger. You ask former members of the Aam Aadmi Party about it.
I think Chetan asking a very important question. Yeah. I think Arvind Kejriwal for the middle classes, and we are all from the middle classes at one level or the other, I think he was a new white hope. He represented a change from the old order, and I think there is almost a disappointment that, well, आप भी वैसे ही निकले. There is, you're not that different.
It's from the Batman movie, right? He's the white knight that Gotham needed. He turns out he's not the white knight.
Exactly, that is what he said when he came to politics. We have come to change it. He started with the change, did he not? I mean, that electricity, that water, the governance, asking going to the mohallas lane, asking the contractor, अरे तुमने ये 4 इंच कंक्रीट लगाया, हेरा फेरी की है, हम तुम्हारा पैसा काट लेंगे, make it 6 inches.
हमारा पैसा काट लेंगे, हमारे को जरा सबसे जरा कम रेट पे जरा शीश महल में काम करा के दिखाओ.
शीश महल is a story. This is what he said. He did it. That abroad you see in the European countries, US, everywhere, that the work is done as the people monitor that. There should not be any hera fairy in this. There should not be any corruption. He started with a very noble idea.
Internal Lokpal किधर है? Internal Lokpal किधर है आपका?
Sir, then let him complete.
What he could not do is not a question now. That is already rewarded. You have seen it already. It is not that.
What is it that he could not do? What is it that he could not do? Boliye, aap boliye, Ravi.
Exactly. That what he could not do is that he could not play that honest politics, which he had come for. Okay, that
honesty is not the best policy.
You said Sheesh Mahal. Why, when the people went over there, why the Sheesh Mahal was not shown? You could have shown it. So look, how many crore curtains are there, or how many gold toilets are there? Show it.
It is all shown.
To the people. Now let the BJP show it to the people.
No, it is all shown. The BJP has actually committed that they will throw it open to the public in some form or the other. The next chief minister is not going to reside there. They have said they are going to donate it to the public. Sir, the point is,
we are back to square zero.
No, sir. You said that he could not walk the talk. Raviji, he could not walk the talk on honest politics. I think that's why a lot of AAP people found themselves disenchanted with Arvind Kejriwal.
I know. I'm the first lot of the founders, 320 people who had founded the party. Right. So we know it very well. From where we had started, we won 28 seats first time. Now we have got 23.
Correct.
So we have reached where we had actually started.
Correct.
But in the meantime, this man has created the turmoil in the entire politics. Did he not?
No, of course.
We'll remember him for that.
I tell you what, the AAP will, AAP will be credited. Sir, I'll tell you, I've said this on record. The AAP will be credited that within a decade.
Keep the faith. Within a decade. It's only politics. It's only politics.
No. Within a decade of their existence, for a party to come up from nothing, from a people's movement, from an activist movement of India against corruption, to become a party which had national positioning, national presence in Delhi, a bonsai state, then in Punjab, then going into Goa, fighting elections, challenging, and becoming a national presence. It's a case study in itself.
Now it's moving closer to 50, 48
so 48.
BJP
But
and
this is
22
also
to
a testament that when you say something, you got to walk the talk in the minds of the people. The Kejri model of governance has been questioned here. Manish Sisodia is speaking.
सम्मान दिया, लेकिन 600 वोट से लगभग 600 वोट से उसमें हम पीछे रह गए. तो मैं जो कैंडिडेट जीते हैं उनको बधाई देता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जंगपुरा की समस्याओं को वो हल करेंगे. जंगपुरा के लोगों की जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं उनको हल करेंगे. बाकी तो अब बाकी देखते हैं.
सर, काफी टफ फाइट रही है, कैसे देखते हैं, कहाँ चूक हो गई?
नहीं, अब चूक तो आपको बताएंगे एनालिसिस करके.
Manish Sisodia conceded defeat there, saying I concede defeat, lost by 600 votes.
He has.
600 votes. Has Manish Sisodia conceded defeat?
Yeah,
let's get an update. Manish Sisodia, 606 votes. Manish Sisodia conceding defeat by 606 votes.
Yes. Manish Sisodia has in fact lost Jangpura. It is going to Mr. Marwa of the Bharatiya Janata Party. That has been announced. There's also an important update on the Atishi seat from Kalkaji. She in fact now is leading by 900 plus votes. So that is there. An update on Arvind Kejriwal also. That entire trail margin is now gone up to 1844 votes. 10th round is being counted in New Delhi. 13 total. So 3 more to go.
Yes, and these 3 are again, as Smita had said earlier, that these are all the BJP stronghold booths that are being counted. Now, the AAP stronghold booths, when they were counted, Arvind Kejriwal was trailing by 224 votes. Now that's ballooned up to about 1,244 votes or 1,844. 1,844 votes. Atishi leading by a few hundred votes. That's
900 votes.
900 votes.
So then she becomes leader of the opposition, I guess, in case...
If she wins, because there are still 3-4 rounds there. What happens with between Ramesh Biduri and Atishi, we'll have to wait and watch. But that's what it is. One of them concedes defeat, the second one facing defeat, and the third one barely leading. What does this imply? What does this imply? Babi Badal is still with us. Yes, Babi Badal.
600 votes is a bad luck.
Yeah, that's bad.
Okay, only Kamru Chaudhary is there. Kamru Chaudhary.
By Aam Aadmi Party that there is a horse trading going on. So abse ghode hi dikhte hain sab.
Ji, you're saying something?
I said, they said, you know, you also picked polo royal game example. आम आदमी तुम्हारे को कुछ नहीं दिखता गिल्ली डंडा का कभी एग्जांपल नहीं दिया 3 चक्कर still to go this that hold your horses I said that's because the Kejriwal camp has been talking about horses it's embedded in my head
no but this is
that means they felt that they are winning and they are going to get poached. Because why else would you?
Or
they thought it would be too close an election. This is not a poaching kind of election. This is a decisive defeat of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Frankly, the horse trading narrative comes from the side which believes ya to hum harenge ya to ye phasega. That's where those who are confident of a full-fledged victory generally don't talk about horse trading.
Anticipating a little bit of this because you saw Kejriwal's statement last night. He was kind of talking about the vote machine, talking about the fake narrative and all of that. So I think at some level they were kind of preemptive.
Sir, a lot of people...
There's new information available.
I think the underlying innate technology is just right on the threshold, and we'll get there with the next models. But now people have got to go off and build all these services. So someone in this room hopefully will figure out what the AI tutor of the future looks like, and that'll be a population scale thing, and it'll think what that would do if every kid on Earth, this year got an AI tutor that was provided like a better education or helped to provide a better education than anybody could get last year. Think what it would mean if we could have like an AI medical diagnosis system that was better than anyone could get last year. Think what it could mean if scientists could go cure every disease faster. And so, we've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I think we're gonna deliver something that can help with it, and now people have to go build with it. Other side of it, the cost for a given unit of intelligence 1 year later seems to fall by about 10x. Moore's law was a 2x every 18 months for the number of
regulators. There are a number of areas. It could relate to payments. It could relate to security. Security is a very, very important, especially the cyber security. That is a very important area. So there are a number of areas where we interact, and we'll continue to further now deepen this interaction. I think this announcement is basically for that we deepen our collaboration and coordination in the best interests of the economy.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Ajay Mishra from Doordarshan. Thank you, ma'am.
ये क्वेश्चन का आंसर कर दें डेली इलेक्शंस पे, फिर मैं पूछता हूँ.
आपके क्वेश्चन भी वही है क्या?
नहीं मैम, आप पहले आंसर कर दें.
No, I welcome I've not seen the receipts. I've been with the governor's leadership attending the RBI Central Board. So going from what you say, I'm responding. Indeed happy to know that, because under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, we are very keen that Delhi gets a government which serves its people. And that's something which is the need of the hour for attaining Viksit Bharat 2047. India's capital region, national capital region, should have a government which serves the cause of its people. And I strongly believe that the roadmap that the Prime Minister has set for the country should certainly take Delhi on the top priority and serve its people from every point of view for all the human development indicator related issues and also the fundamental infrastructure, schools, hospitals, people's health care, and the capital worth India's Viksit Bharat aspirations.
Thank you, ma'am. Next we'll have Mr. Harsh Kumar from Business Standard.
Sir, can I?
You want to? Oh, please ask.
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सर. मैम, आपने अपने बजट स्पीच में ट्रस्ट शब्द का इस्तेमाल 18 बार किया है, क्रेडिट शब्द का इस्तेमाल 26 टाइम्स और लोन 15 टाइम्स रिपीट किया है. तो आपसे ये सवाल है गवर्नर सर कि क्या हम ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, ईज़ ऑफ लिविंग के बाद अब हम ईज़ ऑफ क्रेडिट की नई दुनिया में प्रवेश करने जा रहे हैं? और मैम, अगर आप देश की वित्तीय नीति और मौद्रिक नीति के बीच में जो सामंजस्य दिख रहा है उस पर आप कुछ कमेंट करना चाहिए बिटवीन द मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी एंड द फिस्कल पॉलिसी. थैंक यू.
नहीं, निश्चित रूप से देखिए कि ईज ऑफ क्रेडिट जो है पर में आरबीआई का ध्यान रहा है, लेकिन और अधिक इसमें सुधार की भी आवश्यकता है. ये बात भी सही है. इसके बारे में मैं ये भी बताना चाहूँगा कि एक पहले से ही एक इनिशिएटिव इन्होंने प्रारंभ किया था जो कि यूनिफाइड लेंडिंग इंटरफेस के बारे में है. उसको हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे और किस प्रकार से सरलता से सभी जो हमारे रेगुलेटेड एंटिटीज़ हैं, बैंक्स हैं, फिर एनबीएफसीज़ हैं जो कि लास्ट माइल में जाकर के कार्य करते हैं दूर दराज इलाकों में, उसी प्रकार से जो शेड्यूल्ड कमर्शियल बैंक्स के जो बीसीज़ हैं, बिजनेस कॉरेस्पोंडेंट्स हैं, वो भी जो है गांव-गांव में जाते हैं. किस प्रकार से हम इस क्रेडिट को और अधिक सुविधाजनक बना सकें, ये एक सतत एक प्रयास रहता है और उस प्रयास में हम और उसको आगे गति देंगे. धन्यवाद.
आज जब मैं सेंट्रल बोर्ड को संबोधित की, उस समय भी कल का एमपीसी के बाद गवर्नर साहब के कमेंट्री से, उनके ऑब्जर्वेशन से बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स निकाल कर ही बात की मैंने. चाहे इन्फ्लेशन हो, ग्रोथ हो, मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी और फिस्कल पॉलिसी दोनों साथ साथ, जैसे एक गाड़ी का दो पहिए जैसे साथ साथ इन कोऑर्डिनेशन करने में अधिक लाभ हमारे इकोनॉमी को और जनता को मिलेगी ही. इसीलिए मैं मानती हूँ चाहे वो इन्फ्लेशन हो, चाहे वो पर्टिकुलर ग्रोथ का प्लग्स हो, इन सब में आरबीआई और सरकार का कोऑर्डिनेशन रहना उचित है. कोई किसी का उनके अपने टेरिटरी का ऊपर इंक्रोच नहीं करते हैं. आई डोंट थिंक दैट हैज एग्जिस्टेड इन द लास्ट 10 years and now I don't see that existing even in the future. There has been good coordination between the RBI and government and आप सबको भी वो विदित है कि वैसे अच्छा कोऑर्डिनेशन के कारण ही कोविड के समय भी भारत एक ऐसा देश था कि उनके इकोनॉमी के ऊपर अच्छा असर, पॉजिटिव असर भी पड़ा और कोविड के दौरान जनता को आर्थिक विषय के कारण जो भी दिक्कत लोग सोच रहे थे होगा वो नहीं हुआ. नेगेटिव आर्थिक इम्पैक्ट नहीं हुआ. ये बिल्कुल बिकॉज ऑफ आरबीआई एंड गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का अच्छा कोऑर्डिनेशन के कारण. और मैं मानती हूँ नया हमारे गवर्नर के साथ वैसे ही और पूरे डीजीज और ईडी सब के साथ वैसे ही तालमेल रहेगी. आगे आने वाले दिन में भी आरबीआई एंड गवर्नमेंट विल वर्क in a well-coordinated fashion, keeping our growth impulses in mind.
Dhanyawad, sir. Next, we'll have Harsh Kumar from Business Standard.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir. To the governor, sir, when we can expect the ruling on the infra financing norms? I think last year RBI asked some suggestions from the banks also on project financing, and I think DFS also sent some suggestions. So what's the development on that side?
See, we are examining all the various suggestions. A draft was published. We are examining all the various suggestions that have come in. I announced already, that we will, in my meeting with the press yesterday in Mumbai also, that we will take all the suggestions that have come in through this consultative process, and before that, without a deep examination, we will not be finalizing any of these proposals, whether it is related to LCR or whether it is related to project financing. I also announced that we will give sufficient time. So obviously they cannot come in, before, 31, as was, perhaps earlier announced 31/3/2025. They will certainly, not kick in from 31/3/2025. We will give sufficient time, and wherever the guidelines are actually, there is major changes over there, we will even give phased period for implementation.
Thank you, sir. I'll request Mr. Prashant Sahu from Financial Express.
Sir, budget has an announcement that partial credit enhanced facility will be floated by NAFID. So we have a similar facility for banks since 2015, but it has not taken off because of stricter capital norms. So since the objective is to catalyze infrastructure financing such as through municipal bonds, etc. So is there going to be some tweak in the norms so that the product takes off?
We will certainly examine as to why it has not taken off, what needs to be done, and whether any changes need to be brought about to make it popular.
Thank you, sir. Tarun Sharma from Z Business.
तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। सर, आपने कहा कि रूपी को लेकर आपकी फ्लेक्सिबल अप्रोच है, तो सर क्या एक कंफर्टेबल प्राइसिंग होगा रूपी डॉलर की यदि हम बात करें आरबीआई के माइंडसेट से?
आरबीआई की देखिए शुरू से ही एक जो इनका अप्रोच रहा है इसके प्रति, उसमें कोई बदलाव नहीं है। सबसे पहले मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा, पहले से यही उनका अप्रोच रहा है कि किसी भी प्राइस लेवल को या बैंड को हम टारगेट नहीं करते हैं। हमारा केवल प्रयास यह रहता है कि जो एक एक्सेसिव जो उसमें उछाल या गिराव आता है, वॉलेटिलिटी जिसे हम बोलते हैं, वो भी एक्सेसिव, दिन प्रतिदिन छोटे मोटे उतार चढ़ाव किसी भी एसेट के प्राइसेस में आ सकता है, चाहे वो सेंसेक्स हो, चाहे निफ्टी हो, चाहे गोल्ड के प्राइसेस हों। उसके ऊपर में हमें अत्यधिक ध्यान नहीं देना चाहिए। ये कल भी मैंने कहा, यहाँ पे भी मैं कह रहा हूँ, मध्यम काल में या दीर्घ काल में उसमें क्या बदलाव है उसके ऊपर भी ही हमें ध्यान देना चाहिए। जो हमारे मार्केट फोर्सेस हैं, जो यहाँ पे चाहे वो डॉलर के बारे में ही हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो वो काफ़ी विकसित है मार्केट हमारा, वो एफिशिएंट है और हम उसके ऊपर में विश्वास रखते हैं मार्केट की एफिशिएंसी पे, और मार्केट फोर्सेस को ही हम डिपेंड करते हैं कि वे क्या इसकी मूल्य हो उसको वो डिटरमिन करें।
अच्छा, Anchal from Indian Express.
Hi sir, Anchal from Indian Express. My question is regarding, in some ways it has been viewed as the beginning of a shallow rate cut cycle, and the markets were especially slightly disappointed with the less liquidity infusion measures in the policy announced yesterday. So do you think for the adequate policy transmission, more signaling is required in terms of more liquidity infusion measures in the coming quarters?
See, as mentioned yesterday also, and some media articles are carrying it, we have provided, we came out, with a one-day pre-announced and assured one-day liquidity program for the transient liquidity. Similarly, for the durable liquidity also, we announced certain measures. The last MPC committee meeting had announced a 0.5% CRR cut that infused durable liquidity. Similarly, we also on 27th January announced durable liquidity measures worth about, valued at about 1.5 lakh crore rupees. Going forward too, we will be very, very watchful, alert, and very nimble and agile in whatever are the requirements of the banking system to provide liquidity, both transient, overnight, as well as more durable liquidity.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll have Mr. Shishir Sinha from Hindu Business Line.
Good afternoon, sir and ma'am. My question to Governor, sir. Sir, yesterday you said that the inflation which you have mentioned in your policy statement has kept in mind the rupee depreciation. At this moment, is the imported inflation is also a big concern, especially in terms of pulses and edible oil and the food items? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, all pressures for inflation are, I mean, we are alert to them. We are alert to all of them. As was mentioned, any depreciation of the rupee, that leads to inflation of 5% as per our calculations and estimates. 5% depreciation in the Indian rupee leads to about 30-35% basis points of inflation. That has been kept in mind, and we'll be watchful on that account. I also mentioned that most of the depreciation is driven by the uncertainties which have come about because of the global and especially the Trump related tariff announcements, and hopefully that should settle down, and that should help us in the downward movement of inflation.
Thank you, sir. Sapna Das from CNBC.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, Governor. Governor, first question to you. The 4.2% CPI inflation projection for 26 and 4.8 for the current fiscal, it factors in the inflationary impact due to the rupee depreciation, and corollary here that see on one side, to manage the exchange rate, you are not targeting any price level, but to manage the exchange rate, there is a liquidity suck out. So on the other hand, you also try to balance the liquidity deficit. So how do you plan to keep doing this balancing act in the times to come? And ma'am, yesterday the cabinet has cleared the new IT law. By when can we actually see a rollout? Because it will take some time for you to go to the parliament and probably go to the standing committee. So assessment year, FY26 financial year, FY27, something of that kind, ma'am. If you can give that. Thank you very much.
See, your first question regarding liquidity, the rupee price depreciation is something, which the market forces, as I mentioned, determine. We have a number of instruments at our hands to control and manage liquidity. We will use them. We have the OMO, we have the buy-sell swaps of Forex, we have various other instruments. We have the LAF, we have the VRR, and we are using all of these measures to provide, we have open market operations, the selling and buying of government securities. We'll use all these measures to provide sufficient liquidity. So we need not be worried on that account.
Yes, yesterday the cabinet has cleared the new income tax proposal. I hope to have it introduced in the Lok Sabha in the coming week. Post that, it will go to a committee. And as you know the process is, the committee gives its recommendation, it comes back, and then the government, through the cabinet, takes a call whether these amendments are to be taken in or some of them or more need to be added. It's only after that it again goes to the parliament. So once the parliament after that passes it is when we'll decide on when best to roll it out from. So although you're asking me a question of when will it roll out, I still have 3 critical stages to pass through.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Next we'll have Surabhi Prasad from Business Today.
Good
Good afternoon. Sir, to the RBI governor, sir, I wanted to understand what is the assumption on the rupee that you have taken for the new fiscal. And ma'am, also wanted to understand that now we have had a rate cut by the RBI. The budget has done much for consumption. So can we expect a durable recovery of private sector investments? Thank you.
See, we have taken 87 rupees, which was prevalent, at the time the MPC met. She wanted to know about the investment.
Sorry, I was coughing my way.
Yeah. Can you please repeat the question to the Honorable Finance Minister?
Ma'am, I want to understand that the RBI has done a rate cut after a really long time. The budget has done a lot for consumption and demand. Ma'am, can we expect a durable recovery in private sector investments now? Thank you.
Yes, I would expect that because at least since after the budget, the few inputs that I've had from some business leaders and some senior journalists who've been interacting with business is that, and these are anecdotal, I'm not saying I'm relying on them, but these are, since after the budget, being heard from different sources, and most of it seem to be on the same page, that the orders for fast-moving consumer goods for the period April to June are already getting booked, and industry is clearly seeing the signs of a possible recovery of consumption, and as a result, many of them are looking at reviewing their capacity utilization itself, which means you can safely, from these limited anecdotal inputs that you're getting, you can safely see that the triggers for a consumption-driven cycle is very clearly being felt by those who have to take the investment decisions. So I see it a positive sign, and with yesterday's decision of the RBI, I'm sure together things can move in alignment and in the required traction that we need in this course.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Next we'll have Mr. Deepak Mondal from New Indian Express.
Ma'am, in the budget you undertook a major rate rationalization on the import duty side. But there were reports that there could be more given the threat from Trump. And so is the government planning anything else to avoid any tariff action from the US government?
Well, yesterday's announcement, or last week budget announcement on the customs duty rationalization is a work which has been on since the last 2 years. So we had rationalized some even 2 years ago. We also set certain norms saying evergreening is not going to happen on anti-dumping duties, which had played a big role in giving some kind of a protection for India's own manufacturing capabilities. But every such expiry date getting closer, we will review it thoroughly, and only in exceptional cases will be extended, but most often they should be concluded so that the protection does not become a perpetual protection. So these kind of things have been happening since last 2 years. So whatever step was announced in terms of BCD and its regulations and rationalizing is not in any knee-jerk fashion for any development globally. So this is an ongoing process. We want to make India a lot more investor-friendly, trade-friendly, and at the same time balance it with Atmanirbhar Bharat, where we need to have production, particularly through the MSMEs. We will provide the tariff protection as required by the industry.
Thank you, ma'am. Next we'll have Srini Chaudhary from NDTV Profit.
Governor sir, good afternoon. Sir, is there any decision taken on Tata Sons NBFC status? It's been pending since last year, and meanwhile Tata Sons applied for surrendering the license. Any view on ahead of the listing deadline?
See, as a practice, we don't respond to questions related to individual companies. So kindly excuse me.
Thank you, sir. Radha Raman Mishra, PTI Hindi se.
मैम सबसे पहले आपको बता
चुनाव के लिए। ये दो क्वेश्चंस हैं, दोनों आप लोगों के लिए। मैम, आपने रिफॉर्म्स को आगे बढ़ाने की बात कही है, तो इस कड़ी में नेक्स्ट फाइनेंशियल ईयर में क्या बैंक्स और जो जनरल इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज है उसके मर्जर या प्राइवेटाइजेशन में कुछ हो सकता है? मतलब क्या आप सोच रही हैं? और दूसरा मैम कि बैंक्स, सर आपके लिए भी, बैंक्स यूनियन ने स्ट्राइक का किया है, मेजर डिमांड उनका 5 days वीक है, इसके बारे में कुछ आप बोल सकें?
ये पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म का जो घोषणा हुआ है, इस बार 6 सेक्टर्स को हमने हाईलाइट भी किया है, जरूर उसमें आगे बढ़ेंगे।
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, we'll have 3 more questions if it is okay with you. Thank you, thank you. So we'll have Mr. Alok Priyadarshi from CNBC Awaaz.
नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार मैम। मेरा सवाल ये है कि कंजम्पशन को बूस्ट करने के लिए फिस्कल साइड से काफ़ी सारे प्रयास हुआ, इंक्लूडिंग टैक्स कट। मॉनेटरी साइड से जो कल रेपो रेट में कटौती हुई है, क्या वो कंजम्पशन बूस्ट को डिमांड बूस्ट करने के लिए वो सफिशिएंट है, या आने वाले दिनों में और हम कटौती इस तरह की देखेंगे? और एक एडिशनल सवाल और कि कल अपनी स्पीच में सर आरबीआई गवर्नर सर अपने एडिशनल फैक्टर ऑफ ऑथेंटिकेशन का जिक्र किया है ऑफशोर ट्रांजेक्शन को लेकर। क्या उसमें ऑनलाइन गेमिंग भी शामिल होगी, या इस तरह की जो गतिविधियां हैं वो शामिल होंगी? कुछ मदद मिलेगी इस पर रोक लगाने के लिए?
हाँ, देखिए, जो आपका पहला प्रश्न है कि रेपो रेट कट से सहायता मिलेगी, निश्चित रूप से जो है उससे सहायता मिलनी चाहिए। आगे क्या रहेगा, हमने जो है न्यूट्रल स्टांस रखा है, तो आगे के बारे में जो एमपीसी पुनः मिलेगी, हर 2 महीने में मिलती है, वो मिलेगी, उसके बैठेगी, उसके ऊपर में विचार करेगी और उसके ऊपर में एक नया निर्णय तब की परिस्थितियों को ध्यान में रखते हुए लेगी। तो उसके ऊपर में कुछ बोलना आज के दिन में संभव नहीं है। दूसरा आपका जो ऑथेंटिक, जो सेकंड फैक्टर, एडिशनल फैक्टर ऑफ ऑथेंटिकेशन के बारे में है, तो ये सभी जितने भी ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, चाहे वो गेमिंग का हो या कोई भी अन्य प्लेटफॉर्म हो, अगर वो जो ऑनलाइन ऑफशोर मर्चेंट है, अगर वो भी इस सेकंड फैक्टर या एडिशनल फैक्टर ऑफ ऑथेंटिकेशन के लिए वो तैयार है, तो उस चीज़ को ही हमने यहाँ पे इनेबल किया है। तो जो अगर गेमिंग कंपनी ने उसको इनेबल किया हुआ है, तो ये सेकंड फैक्टर ऑफ ऑथेंटिकेशन यहाँ पे लागू हो जाएगा।
Thank you, sir. Next we'll have Mr. Vikas Dhoot from Hindu.
Hi. So, ma'am, like you said, there's been a sort of a jugalbandi which has been working well between monetary and fiscal policy. And we've also seen both sides are listening with an open mind to the advice, some of the insights that are coming. For instance, in December's Finance Ministry Economic Review, there was some concern about the demand slump, some of it being linked to the monetary policy framework. And in the RBI Bulletin of January, we saw that RBI advised for a consumption boost to spur growth and private investment. And both of you have responded. RBI has responded with the rate cut. You've done a huge tax stimulus to boost consumption. So taking the spirit forward of listening, can we expect a new deputy governor for monetary policy before the next review? And for sir, I just wanted to understand, obviously you have your internal assessments of how inflation and growth is playing out, but in the public eye, the current policy decision is based on December inflation data and November IIP data. That's some of the main parameters that we look at. So is there some case now that we'll have a new team on top at the RBI, especially for monetary policy, is there a case to be made that policy review calendar is shifted to, say, a middle of the month, so that you have more current data to work with? And even though you have internal assessments of how things might go, in the public eye, it is more justifiable for you with, January inflation data, which would have possibly come down to under 5, and IIP data for December. So just to give you an example, is there a case to review the calendar?
I think, see, this question is, I think, addressed to me. We gave it a thought, I think. This is the same question, I asked when I joined. Can we, do it more, in the middle of the month rather than, do it little early in the month? because one gets, more data. But there are reasons because there are other meetings, which happen during the middle of the month, because of which, we can't do it in the middle of the month. Some of them are international meetings, some of them are the World Bank, IMF meetings. So because of that, we are unable to shift it, in the middle. So enough thought, I think, has been gone into it, and that's why they have decided that they would be doing these meetings early in the month rather than later in the month. So that's where, it stands today.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And one last question from Mr. Prakash Priyadarshi from ET Now.
Sir, RBI has been very vocal against cryptocurrencies, maintaining that cryptocurrencies pose a huge risk to the financial stability. Will this approach be maintained, or is there any change in RBI's stance?
There is a working group already, which has been constituted by the government with the approval of the Honorable Finance Minister. And it is looking into, all these issues. A discussion paper is planned. And let's wait, for the discussion paper. I think it will not be appropriate for me to give any view over here when there is already a working group which is looking into these, and a discussion paper is going to be published.
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to the close of this press conference. I'll thank Honorable Finance Minister, Minister of State, and the Governor. I wish you all a pleasant day.
Thank you.
All right, so that was the Finance Minister holding a customary briefing along with the RBI Governor after the budget and after the RBI policy. Some additional takeaways coming in terms of the government's thinking as to how some of the budgetary measures combined with a 25 basis point rate cut from the Reserve Bank of India could potentially boost consumption, where the Finance Minister said there are already initial signs that some of the investment decision makers are seeing somewhat of an uptick in consumption. That is the guidance that she's been getting from the markets. The RBI Governor alluding to the fact that, speaking about the rupee depreciation, that every 5% depreciation in rupee does lead to a 30-35 basis point rise in inflation. So they are mindful of the fact, but they're not overtly worried on the front. He did not give away whether or not, the RBI will continue with this rate cut cycle, whether it will be a steep cycle or a shallow one. He did speak about the fact that, the intention of the RBI, as announced in the policy yesterday, is to keep liquidity in the system comfortable, repeating the fact that they're going to be watchful, alert and nimble in management and keep the requirements of the banking system in mind. Apart from this, you also had the Finance Minister allude to the new direct income tax code, where she said, this will be taken to the Lok Sabha next week, and it'll be a while before, all the approvals are in place and we actually see the final form of that new income tax code. That is much awaited. Apart from that, comments coming in from the Finance Minister about, if there is a need, the government will look at providing tariff protection for the small and medium enterprises, for the MSMEs. Largely, the Governor again reiterating, they will keep liquidity comfortable, not overtly worried on inflation. They're hoping, the budgetary measures and the rate cut will give a boost to consumption. And of course, the Finance Minister speaking about some of the other budgetary measures as well. So that's the takeaway we have from this press conference. We have with us Aditi Nair, Chief Economist at ICRA, joining us. Aditi, you heard the Governor again after the RBI policy yesterday. Any additional takeaways, especially on the liquidity front? The market seemed to have been worried that, not enough additional measures were announced over and above that 1.5 lakh crore that was announced for durable liquidity.
So, on the liquidity front, certainly there could be some tightness that comes around in March at the time of the advance tax collections, because that, coupled with the seasonal increase in the currency in circulation, there is a valid concern that liquidity might tighten again in the month of March. But that tends to be quite frictional in nature. So it's not a durable, tightness in liquidity. And therefore, the RBI would always be able to announce, more a shorter duration VRR to be able to get us through to April when the liquidity situation typically reverses. And therefore, it's not about year-end tightness in liquidity. And that kind of a liquidity measure can be announced in March itself. It doesn't have to be announced ahead of time.
Well, yes, the governor also said that every 5% depreciation in rupee, they're mindful of the fact that it can lead to a 30 to 35 basis point rise in inflation. Now, keeping this statement in mind, and of course what we heard yesterday, no cues really because the stance wasn't changed from neutral. What is your expectation as far as the next rate cut is concerned, and the whole rate cutting cycle, how steep or how shallow could it be?
So I think it's actually to maintain the stance as neutral so that we're not sort of priming the market for what the next policy action may be. That gives a lot of flexibility to the RBI in very uncertain times, especially related to the rupee and what's happening globally. And it doesn't kind of bind them or tie them into what the next action is likely to be. So I think retaining the neutral stance was very, very prudent at this point in time. And that is what we had anticipated that they would do as well. Now, for the CPI, the transmission of rupee depreciation to the CPI typically tends to be a lot more lag than it is to the WPI, because the composition of the two is very, very different. And the kind of items which are in the CPI, fewer of them will react to a rupee depreciation because many of them are domestic in nature, things like food and many services which are non-tradable. There will not be an immediate impact. And for the other items also, it will be a little bit more lag than what you would see for globally traded commodities that make up the WPI. So point is that yes, 5% depreciation leading to a 30-35 basis points increase in the CPI, it will happen over a period of time. It's not going to happen very quickly. Now, our sense is that within the growth inflation outlook that we are seeing for FY26, amid admittedly high uncertainty both on the growth side and on the inflation side through the dual impact of tariffs and the impact on depreciation, we think this rate cut cycle will be shallow. And we think that another 25 basis points is what we can reasonably expect at this point in time from the MPC. Now, will it come in April or will it get a little more delayed beyond that? Definitely all the information that we have over the next 2 months, both in terms of our domestic growth and inflation numbers as well as the policy changes that happen globally, that will have a big bearing on what the MPC decides to do in April.
Okay, Aditi, while largely the market was expecting this 25 basis point rate cut, a very small section was worried about the fact that because of this rupee depreciation, if we choose to cut rates now, the differential between Indian and US yields, how that would widen and therefore lead to further pressure on the rupee. Today we had the governor say that, the assumption of the MPC factoring in the policy was rupee at 87. What did you make of the comment? Does this indicate anything further as to how this will influence future decisions as well, assuming rupee at 87?
See, I think as far as the rupee is concerned, we're in for a bit of a volatile phase, as is the case with all emerging market currencies. So it's really hard to say today what the decision will be in April because the situation could change between now and then. We did see last week there was some pullback in the currency as well, but then as soon as again globally uncertainty increased, again we saw that the INR depreciated, and unfortunately, we may be in for a period like this over the next few months. And that's why having a neutral stance has been so appropriate at this point in time, so that the MPC can choose to take the best decision based on the data that they have in front of them in April.
Aditi, with every new RBI governor, we do see some shift in, the sort of strategic, the policies, the thinking, the direction of the regulatory environment. Now, here, yesterday, you heard the governor speak today again when he was asked about his views on crypto. He made it very clear that, they're going to wait for the working group's report, not really going out and, spelling out the concerns that RBI has been spelling out over the past few years every time the word crypto is mentioned. Do you expect some softening of a stance there as well? What was your reading of his comments?
No, I think it's too early to make a comment on that.
Okay, because we did see some easing as far as the liquidity measures are concerned, but that, of course, was largely on expected lines. But thank you, Aditi, for helping us go through some of the additional comments that have come in from the Reserve Bank of India governor after his meeting today. Thanks very much. On that note, we're going to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. We're back in just a moment.
That changed the world if you waited a few decades. But what's happening with the reduction in cost in AI models is extraordinary. Now, I don't think it means that the world's going to need any less AI hardware because you bring the cost down and just the people are going to use it for a lot more things. The total number of dollars will go up. But, that's a really exciting thing happening.
This was the third consecutive year that the BMC budget was presented to an administrator and not to a standing committee. Why? Because the term of the corporators ended in March 2022 and the elections for the new term and the new corporators are yet to be held. Now the 74,427 crore rupees budget, out of this, an allocation of 43,162 crore was made for capital expenditure. 5,100 crore rupees for roads and traffic department, 5,807 crore rupees for Mumbai Coastal Road project, 3,039 crore rupees for storm water drain department and 650 crore rupees for sewage operation department. For key public services, over 4,000 crores were allotted to education department, over 7,000 crore for health department, 261 crore rupees for fire department, 309 crore rupees for disaster management and 220 crore rupees for the garden department. BMC announced that it's going to start 250 new public clinics, also known as Apla Dawakhana, all over the city. One interesting initiative announced by the BMC was the introduction of cyber awareness program for students. It will serve two key purposes. One will be to ensure that the students learn how to use the internet in a safe manner and to keep them safe from cyber fraud. BMC also focused on environment initiatives and projects like promoting eco-friendly cremation and proper disposal of residue from idle immersion. These are the projects which will take place under environmental related initiatives in the next few months. We also spoke to Bhushan Gagrani, the BMC commissioner himself. This was the first time that he presented the BMC budget. Listen to what he has to say about this BMC budget. So your budget also mentioned that you guys are planning on imposing a tax on the commercial properties in slum areas.
That's right.
If you can elaborate that. So from when this new tax will be levied?
It is actually not a new tax. In fact, we are enhancing our assessment net. Under the assessment net, the properties which are in the slum, however, which are being used for the purpose of commercial, they were not covered. So this is for the first time we are doing the survey and bringing them in the tax net. Not necessarily that we will be imposing huge tax. It's a normal tax. It's not a very huge tax. However, the coverage will be given to our commercial properties.
So BMC has not introduced any new project this time. In fact, you have focused. Correct.
Yeah.
But sir, does it mean that is there any cause for fiscal concern, sir?
No, there is no fiscal constraint. We have enough adequate cash flow as well as resources.
Make informed decisions with comprehensive analysis on the go.
Strengthen your portfolio with real-time market updates on the go. Create effective strategies with insightful expert opinions on the go.
Grow on the go with CNBC TV 18, now streaming live 24/7 on YouTube. How about listening to global market maestros before crafting your investment strategy? How about getting deep insights into their businesses from top Indian honchos before putting your money on the line? How about making every trading day profitable with strategies from the market masters, macro pundits and chart wizards? Only one show gives you a head start to your trading day. Get ready to profit. Get ready for business with Bajar at these times on CNBC TV 18 and CNBCTV18.com.
What does it take to build India's largest startup platform? It takes a journey of starting out as an unknown.
Karnataka is all set for its major global investors meet. From the traditional strongholds like IT investment to newer age investments, whether it's in semiconductor, EV or other sphere, Karnataka says that it will ensure that this global investors meet is not just historic, but it will also give a new dimension to the industrial growth in the state. Who better than the Industries Minister, Mr. M.B. Patil, to tell us what to expect in this global investors meet? Sir, it's a mega event, several countries taking part in it, several global players taking part in it. What can we expect, sir?
See, as I've said, we are the IT capital of India, with the Silicon Valley of India. But our growth story is not only IT and BT. We are number one in aerospace and defense. 65% of the contribution comes from Karnataka.
Yes.
Globally, we are the third largest ecosystem in aerospace and defense. Electronics, we are number one. We are startup capital of India. We are number one in machine tools and design. So we are number one in many things. We are number innovation, we are number one. R&D, we are number one. Highest number of GCCs. So Bangalore has devised its traditional ecosystem since pre-independence, with ISRO, Indian Institute of Science, HAL, BEL, BHL, HMT. From there the ecosystem has come. In the mid it is again Infosys, Wipro, our own companies, prestigious IT companies. Because talent was available with a lot of engineering colleges. We are pioneers into professional education.
Yes.
Before 30 years, 3 decades, everyone used to come and study, to come to Karnataka. Even also it's still the same position. But many college states have got more colleges now. That had developed a very strong system, ecosystem of talent also there. So now we are leading to the next happenings are semiconductor, artificial intelligence, then of course EV.
Yes.
Artificial intelligence is one thing wherein all your production everything will have AI now. Your manufacturing will have AI, everything will have, your medical equipments will have AI. Everything will be, change the entire thing. It will change your media also. The artificial this one.
True.
So that is one thing. And the startups, highest number of artificial intelligence companies are all from Karnataka. Semiconductor, we are signing with some very important high-tech, very valuable companies. And semiconductor. Things with the ecosystem is being developed in all these years. EV. We are the first to bring in EV policy. Now we are coming with a clean mobility policy. The difference is we are the clean mobility, the entire supply chain comes into it here.
Okay.
Whether it's batteries or any other things, it comes to that. So we are focused. We understand our strengths. We understand our weaknesses. We are trying to give a major thrust to manufacturing. Where we want to actually in automobile, we are number 4. We want to move to number 1, number 2. So these are things which we are focused. We are coming with a new industrial policy now, which we want to unveil in the Global Investors Meet. We are again coming with a clean mobility policy. There are a lot of demand to have a very strong single window clearance system, where you can cut time to half. That with Microsoft, we are coming with a new single window system, which is going to be unveiled there. All your requirements, permissions, etc. It will be at one roof, and you'll know
how many days
all
you
the
intend
information.
to clear it, sir?
So now things have changed. If I was taking 100 days before, it will take 50 days now. I'm telling you an example. You cut half, and it's very simple AI enabled again.
Okay.
With Microsoft, we have done this. We're unveiling that. Everything will be in our fingertips. The land availability, what is the incentive, what are the central government permissions required, what are the state government permissions required. Everything will be there.
Fantastic. So in the run-up to this global investors meet, we have seen a lot of preparation. You've visited multiple countries, you've held road shows, you've met investors, you've also taken a very, a brave call of not going to Davos, saying it might not make much sense when you have a global investors meet here. So what's the preparation been like?
I had been to Davos last time.
Yeah.
This time is a conscious call because our global investors meet is nearing. Hardly 15 days left to Davos, and here Jan to February.
Yes.
15-20 days. And again it will be a duplication. You meeting people there, signing a MOU there.
Yes.
You sign Jindal over there in Davos, you sign again Jindal over here. And we didn't have time, so we have taken a conscious decision. Next time we'll go in a very big way into Davos again. This time because of the global investors meet, and that is very close to each other. And that's why the conscious decision is taken.
So at the same time, a huge concern has been for the last few decades that Karnataka perhaps did not emerge as the manufacturing hub. Yes, we're the IT hub, startup capital, all that. But neighboring states have got a huge mileage when it comes to manufacturing industry. We have seen a shift in the last few years, even with your government, where the state wants to become a manufacturing hub. What can we expect in the...
See, in some sectors, not all, man. Some aerospace and defense manufacturing is in Karnataka only.
Yes.
Machine tools, we are number one here. Electronic manufacturing is happening here.
Yes.
Maybe automobile, Toyota is there, Tata is there in Hubli. So, but still not much of manufacturing has to happen.
Yes.
So that's why in the new industrial policy, because all the R&Ds, of whether Samsung, Mercedes, Boeing, Airbus, everyone does R&D here. The design, product design happens here in Bangalore. Some manufacture here, some go to other states, or some go to other countries. So we are now getting an incentive. If you have an R&D here, if you design a product here, you start manufacturing here, I give additional 10% incentive for that.
Okay, you're saying design and manufacturing.
Design and manufacture here. Just design is happening. Design and manufacturing. And if you design here, you manufacture here, you've got 10% incentive.
So you're saying end-to-end, let it happen in Karnataka. So when we talk about investment in Karnataka, obviously the focus has been Bangalore in the last couple of decades. We see a significant or a conscious push towards getting some investments to other parts of Karnataka, tier 2, tier 3 cities. We've seen a major investment in Mysore in the recent past. How is your focus on that, sir?
See, naturally, Bangalore is a preferred destination. Particularly IT companies and all this, they have more focus of. The rest of the people, it makes sense to go beyond Bangalore. And Bangalore urban doesn't have any incentive.
Yes.
There's no incentive for Bangalore urban.
Irrespective of the industry.
No incentive.
Okay.
Bangalore rural, we have to, because some research, semiconductor, artificial intelligence things, some incentives have to be there. Other zones has much more incentives. Under the new industrial policy, I am coming with, apart from the zonal, district incentives, those zones which they come from, has incentives. I am now coming with an additional incentive based on the Nanjundappa committee. More backward and most backward. More backward, you get another additional 3%. You take an example, Belgaum.
Yes.
Belgaum Taluka may be forward. Chikkodi is backward.
Yes.
So Chikkodi will get 3% if it is more backward. Or if it is most backward, you get 5%. Trying to push. Aerospace and Defense Park has come with a private player in Belgaum.
Yes.
FMCG in Hubli. Mysore semiconductor, electronics, medical tech manufacturing is in Mysore. Machine tool parks you have in Tumkur. Steel industries and cement industries in Ballari, copper, cement in Gulbarga, Yadgir districts. Bijapur when it comes to is all wind energy, solar energy.
Yes.
Sugar industries, of course, Bijapur, Bagalkot and Belgaum. So we are trying to give a lot. Chitradurga also has to be given focus. So we are giving a lot of focus now, and but we can't force anyone.
Yes.
But still, we'll see that, we'll incentivize, we'll make them understand. And if they go to these districts, large industries, it will benefit. And we have now come up with a policy in the industrial policy, we are giving incentives for employment. Based on your employment, we're going to incentives.
The number of jobs you create.
Jobs. And second thing, if you have employing women, more women, another special, more incentives you are going to get. Green manufacturing will have incentives. Sustainability goals will have incentives. And the first time, 16 countries are participating here.
Yes.
9 will have pavilions here. We're talking about Davos.
Yes.
All these companies, all those countries are having pavilions here, like Davos. And like Davos, we have diverse speakers, like what you have in Davos. We have so much 60 plus speakers.
So in the coming years, Invest Karnataka will
We're tied with economists. And you see, we are now trying to be a mix of investors meet and Davos.
Fantastic.
Why not Karnataka emerge as another Davos?
Absolutely. We are talking about global leadership.
Yeah.
Probably should emerge from here.
Definitely.
So, in the last at least year or so, we've seen you talk about the Twin City and the impact it could have on the state and its development. What do you plan for the city, sir?
See, basically, as I said, we are pioneers into professional colleges. Whether Manipal started with Manipal, the journey started with Manipal. And many more, this one, until 3 decades, there were no medical schools, engineering colleges in any of the other states. There were very hardly few, or government or private. The entire country used to come here. So now all the states have reached to one level. They also have engineering college, medical schools. So Bangalore has to take it to the next level, isn't it?
True.
We have to take it to the next level.
Yes.
So the foreign universities have to come. Research institutions have to come. It's a knowledge, well-being, innovation city. Knowledge, health, innovation, research.
Yes.
Queen is also again Karnataka. Twin city is Queen. Queen and twin. That also has a meaning. So a lot of interest has been generated. So we are now focusing after this. Once I became free from this, other day also I reviewed. Once I become free after this Global Ministers Meet, I will sit across, and the first phase development, what all required, we'll do it very fast because people are interested. Many universities are approaching, many hospitals are approaching, many institutions are approaching. There's much more this one. The first phase, Queen is going to be a success.
Yes.
And it's take Bangalore to the next level.
Absolutely. At least the plan that you've put out.
And it has everything. It has everything as a town. It will have housing, student housing, malls, hotels, everything at one place. One end to other end in 15 minutes. If you want to come to Bangalore city, you can come. Otherwise, everything will be there in that one itself.
You can stay there, work there, pay, live, everything.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, in the last week or so, we've seen so much debate about AI and how soon can India have its own model that will, in a way, challenge the other models across the world. You're talking about AI, you're talking about EV and semiconductor. What can we expect, sir? You've met multiple of these companies in all these sectors.
See, the ecosystem, when I say it's the AI startups, the maximum AI startups are from Bangalore. Semiconductor, a lot of interest has been shown. This one, which ecosystem players will start first.
Can we expect a headline-grabbing announcement, sir?
A lot of this one will come there. And this time it's going to be real investment. We are now committed, around 7 lakh crores is committed. We may end up with 10 lakh crores. But 10 lakh crores, out of 10 lakh crores, at least 7 lakh to 8 lakh crores is to be achieved. 70 to 80% should be achievable.
So you're saying it's not just signing MOUs?
Not just signing MOUs. I don't believe in it. There's no harm if we can reduce 1 lakh crore less, but let it be turned into reality. Some of the states are bringing in IT investment, infrastructure investment into that. If I add up my IT buildings, my infrastructure, it will go to 1 lakh crores. But that's not the thing. We are going to have this one where it is to be translated into reality.
Now, a huge impetus for electric vehicle manufacturing, the EV sector. We are seeing Tamil Nadu, neighboring Andhra, Telangana also pushing their case. How does Karnataka intend to grab this investment opportunity?
That's why we are getting a clean mobility policy. We are also going to have a dedicated EV park also here, with the entire supply chain there. We're coming with a new advanced pharma park also here in Bangalore. So many things are in pipeline. It's going to be continuous.
It's a continuous process.
Yes.
You mentioned about bringing in a new industrial policy in Global Investors Meet. What will stand out, sir? Because as I mentioned, the neighboring states are also quite aggressive.
We have studied all models of various states, various countries, including Government of India. See, it becomes as good as I told in the media also. This time it will be the incentive. It will have the PLI, water production linked incentive, as well as capital subsidy. You can opt for anything. We're incentivizing employment, women employment. I told you R&D, which happen here, if it translate here, sustainability goals will have incentives. Green manufacturing will have incentives. What is required, we're going to do, and we're going to be continuously reviving it also. It doesn't stop. As and when required, corrections will be done, additions will be done, deletions will be done.
So for sure, looks like a exciting journey. It's a busy schedule, but still you've taken out time to talk to us. Thank you for talking to us, sir, today.
Thank you very much.
And ending up as unforgettable. It takes more than 2 decades of celebrating the most influential and influencing the most celebrated entrepreneurs. From chronicling the stories of India's startup universe to becoming a success story in itself, as India's longest running show on startups and entrepreneurship, celebrating 21 action-packed years of building India's biggest startup community. Young Turks at 21. Only on CNBC TV 18 and CNBCTV18.com. CNBC TV 18's most comprehensive and award-winning news show, India Business Hour, drops first on YouTube. So get the first access to the most influential architects of policies and politics, the key newsmakers of the day. Discover the big themes as we decode the business of markets, macros and more. Be the first to go to the heart of all the top stories that drive the day's agenda. Catch the award-winning India Business Hour live every night on YouTube with me, Shireen Bhat.
India Business Hour live on YouTube at CNBC TV 18 weeknights at 7 p.m.
Про кількість не скажу, не маю права, але це ті самі дати, про які ми домовлялись з президентом Макроном. Так, з'явились міражі, але якщо бути відвертим, ми чекали, щоб вони разом з'явились у нас, тобто додаткові F-16 і міражі, я би так сказав.
On Overdrive today, we dive into the details of the all-new Kia Ceros and look at the new additions in the ultraviolet F77 Super Street electric motorcycle. Hello and welcome to Overdrive. I am Soini Dutt. Kia is making its presence felt very aggressively in the Indian market in the compact SUV space with a very quirky looking and feature-rich Ceros. Let's take a look.
Sub-4-meter SUVs are often seen as a game of compromise. You either lose out on the space, or settle for an average design, or sacrifice on some new-age tech to meet that price point. Now, Kia aims to change that narrative with this, the Ceros. The Kia Ceros is a bold departure from the mundane. Its angular styling and boxy silhouette exude confidence, while the geometric theme seen all throughout the car, even on the alloy wheels, adds a sophisticated touch. The big cladding over the squared wheel arches may look a bit much in the photos and videos, but impart the Ceros a rugged stance. The car looks premium from all quarters, and that gives it an aspirational appeal. The floating roof effect adds to that sporty stance, makes it look quite sophisticated as well. And then when you move over to the lighting elements, all these vertical bits, they add a sense of height. And then you have the digital tiger nose, another Kia signature, which again aims at making the car look wide. So whether you look at the car from the side, the front, or the front three-quarter, you know that it is a spacious car, and that definitely works in its favor. Step inside and the cabin immediately impresses. At the center of it all is the 30-inch Trinity display, a combination of a 12.3-inch infotainment screen, a 12.3-inch digital instrument cluster, and a 5-inch touch panel for the climate control, which is only available, however, on the top trim. There is wireless Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, and the interface is youthful and slick. Contributing further to the premium appeal are the myriad of cabin color options depending on the variant you choose. There is a beautiful interplay of textures that feel rich for the segment. And the high-tech vibe continues in here with switches and panels thoughtfully laid out. Other standout features include rear ventilated seats. Yep, you heard that right, a segment first. And even adjustable rear seats, both for reach and recline. The doors of the Ceros almost open 90 degrees. And you also have a high hip point, which means that families that have elderly parents, elderly passengers, they are going to find the Ceros to be a really comfortable car. I quite like it. Getting in and out of the car is quite nice. Now, the driver's seat is set to my driving preference. Knee room is pretty decent. Foot space is really good. Under thigh support is also quite nice. And then you have this airy feel coming from the panoramic sunroof. Now, even the lower trims are going to get a sunroof, though not panoramic. Even the windows, again, nice and big. So the boxy silhouette that we saw on the outside, that definitely translates to a lot of space. You also get these window blinds, which is another thoughtful addition. But what I really like for the rear seat is that you can adjust the reach to improve knee room even further. And you can also recline the seat in case you want to get a nice, comfortable snooze in here. When was the last time you could sit cross-legged in the back of a sub-4-meter crossover and still leave enough room for the front passenger to sit comfortably? I can't remember. That is the money shot for the Ceros. The kind of rear seat comfort that it offers is simply phenomenal. And it's not just with the contouring of the seat or the way the seat is laid out. It's also the ride quality that you get at the back. Even with 4 people sitting in the car, there's going to be absolutely no problem at all. The suspension tuning is spot on. The view outside of the windows also quite nice, and what I really like is that the window line is pretty low. So even if you were to put your child in a child seat with the ISOFIX mounts right here, they're still going to get a nice view outside. So they're also not going to feel claustrophobic or bored back here. So I think the rear seat is very well thought out. Right then, so the Kia Ceros is going to be available with 2 powertrain options. The 1-liter petrol creates headlines because it can be had with a 6-speed manual. I'm already smiling. Well, let's dislaunch the car. This is a 1-liter turbo petrol engine which delivers 120 PS and 172 Newton meters of torque. paired with either a 6-speed manual or a 7-speed DCT or dual clutch transmission. The DCT is blisteringly quick and tuned very nicely for Indian conditions, meaning that it's reliable too. But the manual has my heart, and there is no IMT as of now. Now the clutch itself, not too heavy at all, so even if you were to make this choice, you are not going to be really penalized too much, even if you stay in cities that have a lot of bumper-to-bumper traffic. So the clutch doesn't feel cumbersome at all. Modulating the clutch in slow-moving city traffic, again, no problem at all. And when you are in the mood, this engine just builds up speed very quickly, and the shift quality from this manual is superb. The Ceros also comes with the Kia Connect 2.0, which is their new age connected tech suite, which, like the Carnival and the EV9, can help you, the service center or the call center, remotely diagnose up to 16 various ECUs inside the car. And the service center can even roll out over-the-air fixes in case there is any software-defined glitch. In a nutshell, most cars do OTA updates for the infotainment alone,